on this computer. Okay, so I want to take a deep breath and really honor every single one of you who has shown up for this very important event today. It means a lot to me that we can all come together and unite through religion, through culture, through faith, through whatever it is that has brought you here today, to dive deep into the love of water. It really is a rare occasion where world religions and cultures can all come together peacefully, lovingly, to put focus on this life force energy that is water. So from my heart to yours, I genuinely honor you and thank you. And so we have an amazing lineup of speakers today that have spent a lot of time putting their presentations together, that have put a lot of heart and soul into, in some situations for some people I know, plucking up the courage to share their stories and speak to a larger group. And some are very seasoned speakers, and it is just a delight for them to share their knowledge. So I want to just do a little bit of housekeeping. The light is just starting to stream in. The sun is just coming up here in New Zealand. So just if we can remember to keep ourselves on mute, hopefully there will be an opportunity for some questions, but we are on a little bit of a tight time schedule. There is the opportunity to write questions and talk amongst each other in the chat. So feel free to do that. I am going to be facilitating, so that means that I'm going to be watching the entire event the whole time. So that if there's anything you need or anything like that, please just pop it into the chat. So I've tried to space out some breaks so that I can go and have some breakfast. For the next 2 days, tomorrow and the next day, I'm waking up at 5 in the morning so I can be ready for 6 o'clock so that we can facilitate this. So I've literally just got back from America and I'm just getting over a cold as well. So I appreciate that all of us are in different situations, but the energy that people are bringing to this is profound. You know, I've often looked for the answers around the idea of water and spirit and how they marry together somehow. And this is offering an opportunity for me personally to learn more, to dive deeper. And I think that's really part of the way we grow in life. And I think it's wonderful that we're all willing to learn from each other. There's a lot of fear and judgment in the world that we live in. And I really feel like there is an opportunity for healing just by listening to people and their perspectives, and realizing the commonalities as opposed to the things that make us so different. And when it comes to water, we are weaving with water. Water weaves through worlds. It weaves through religions and indigenous cultures and ancient systems and beliefs. So we have a myriad of people on today who, yes, the meeting has just started. And we have a myriad of speakers on today who will really be maybe just a bit of like heart-opening stuff for us. That's what I kind of feel like. You know, I know that Isabel, who I've interviewed before, who is the first speaker and the kind of second to last speaker at the very last day of this event, and she blew my mind really on one of the interviews I did with her, relating water science and religion and indigenous wisdom together. And so this is someone that I'm really excited to listen to for a longer period of time and just really let her go for it. As I know, her and I talked, and she could easily speak just like me for about 12 hours straight. So when somebody can do that, you really know that there is a lot in there to share, and there's a lot of enthusiasm. So I'm very, very much looking forward to introducing Isabel and really acknowledging the hard work that she's been putting in. There are certain people that are dotted around the world that are completely dedicated to water. And I would say that she is one of those people amongst several others. So I'm going to screen share and just share my little speaker schedule that I've lovingly prepared for everybody. And just make a little introduction to Isabel. So I would like to know that she's here. I want to enable her to screen share. So Isabel, if you're here, can you just say hi so I can see you on the screen? Where are you? Are you there, Isabel? Can anyone see her? All right, well, I'll talk about her and hopefully she'll come on just as it's about to start. Okay, let me screen share. Okie doke. Right, so let's have a little look at what I've done here. So for anyone that's literally just signed up, and there have been a couple of those people, the speaker schedule lists all the different time zones here. And I think it's very helpful. This is what took me the most time, and I got it wrong the first time, and gratefully I had a little bit of help with it. So here it was saying that we start at all these times. So this is why the speaker schedule is really helpful for anyone that got a bit confused in the beginning about time zones. So let's have a look over here. Oops. So this is about Isabel. So I'm just going to read this, and then hopefully that gives her time to hop on. So Isabel is an international ambassador of water, public speaker, and educator. As a student, servant, and steward of water, she seamlessly blends science and spirit into a comprehensive cosmology of water wisdom, spanning the practical insights of health, hydration, and biology, to empowering tactics for watershed guardianship and ecological activism, to the esoteric and subtle insights of ancient Indigenous water wisdom, to the heady scientific discoveries of cutting-edge water research. Isabel's offerings are as multifaceted as water itself. She has taught about water throughout the US, Canada, Guatemala, Costa Rica, Bali, Mexico, and Thailand, and she's currently semi-nomadic and enjoys spending her time fire dancing, hiking, riding her motorcycle, which is something I really didn't know about her, because I kind of enjoy motorcycles too, except just being on the back of them, and geeking out like a mad scientist in her laboratory. Most importantly, Isabel is deeply devoted to helping you embody the empowerment that is inherent in being a body of water, living on a body of water, because water is life and life is sacred. So what's she going to talk about today? So she says we will take a historic look at how the mind, body, and spirit of water have been perceived and depicted by holy texts, ancient scriptures, and Indigenous wisdom keepers throughout time. What understandings have our ancestors passed down to us about the true nature of water and how it holds the keys to our spiritual development and enlightenment? And what can ancient creation stories tell us about the role of water in both the creation, preservation, and dissolution of all the manifest forms of creation? You will see how water is the first creator from which everything came, and also the final fate into which everything will dissolve. You'll see the sacred roles of water from Indigenous and religious spiritual practices, and gain some rituals and tools you can work with on your own path. So hopefully Isabel has arrived. Isabel, are you here now? Where is she? I am going to see what's going on with her. She should be here already. Waiting for you. Okay, so if for whatever reason she isn't ready yet, so can anyone see her in this group? And I'm pretty sure she would have already said hello by now. But I cannot see her at all, which is very strange because she has never ever been late before. So I'm just going to try and call her on here and see where she is, because not to be seen. No, it's very strange. Isabel's never usually late for anything. So I'm calling her, and otherwise I'll just talk. I'll give my presentation instead, and we can swap out. Okay. Hopefully this will work. Okay, so well, I've got an hour, so I'm just going to message her right now. This is very unexpected for Isabel. So let me just do that, and then I'll go from there. So I'll just reply. We are waiting.
She just joined.
She just joined? Yay, she's here. Fantastic.
Hi. So sorry about that, guys. I think I got the time messed up somehow. I thought we were starting 1 hour from now, but I'm so glad I got your message just in time.
I'm glad too. Okay, so I don't know if you're going to screen share, but let me just escape out of here. And I'm going to make this bigger so I can see. And I'm just going to spotlight you for everyone, as well as make co-host and spotlight you for everyone. Perfect. All right. Well, I gave you an intro. I read your bio already, and I was literally just about to launch into a talk myself. So I'm so glad you're here, Isabel. So you've got an hour to talk before our next speaker. And I'm so happy you're here. And time zones are crazy. I was just talking all about that. So I'm so happy you made it. And it's only a few minutes over. So take it away.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Veda. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. And thank you for the introduction that I didn't hear. And thank you, everyone, for being here. I'm really honored to come and share with you all. I'm going to share my screen. Let's see. Can everybody see that?
Yeah.
Are we good? Okay, great. So, basically, I want to talk to you today about the nature of water as the matrix of reality, from the point of creation all the way to the point of dissolution, from the point of birth, the birth of the universe, all the way to the point of death, and how water weaves all of that together. And we're just going to kind of take some broad brush strokes, kind of an overview of the connection between water and God, just to set the stage for all of the other amazing, incredible speakers that Veda has lined up for this weekend. The whole weekend is going to be mind-blowing. I'm so excited for it. So today, or at least in this hour, we're going to start with taking a historical look at how water has been perceived and depicted by holy texts and ancient scriptures and indigenous wisdom keepers all throughout time, and the understandings that our ancestors have passed down to us about the true nature of water and how it really holds the keys to our spiritual development and our enlightenment. And we're going to learn a little bit about what some of the ancient indigenous creation stories can tell us about the role of water in the creation and the preservation and the dissolution of all of the manifest forms of the 10,000 things in this universe, the 10,000 things, as they say in the Taoist tradition. So you're going to see how water is the first creator from which everything came, and also the final fate into which everything will dissolve. So I hope you have your glass of water with you, and we'll just consider for a moment, what can the ancient stories tell us about the role of water in the creation, preservation, and dissolution of everything? And we're going to start at the very beginning, which I think is the best place to start. How did this whole world actually begin? Well, all of life for 2 billion years of evolution existed only in the oceans. right? Humans have only been around in our current form for about 200,000 years, but for about 2 billion years, all of life was oceanic. So the whole structure, function, and design of all of life is based on bodies of water emerging from an aquatic environment. So the ocean is really life's terrain. And the more we understand about water's role in existence, the more we see that she is, in fact, the creatrix of this world. So let's start with the standard modern scientific creation myth. Before we go into the mystical, what does the standard scientific modern mainstream understanding have to say? Well, it actually is very similar to what the spiritual traditions teach. The story goes, in the beginning, the earth was covered in oceans. So long before the appearance of continents, and there was this ancient super ocean called Panthalassa, which existed long before Pangea, which I'm sure you all know is the first land mass, was called Pangea. So long before the first land, there was Panthalassa, the super ocean. And it existed even before there was breathable air. It actually created our atmosphere. So this water gave rise to the land. This water gave rise to the air. All of the elements, in fact, come from water. And at some point in the oceanic primordial soup, the very first life began as single-celled organisms. And then, gradually, these aquatic organisms evolved and adapted to be able to carry the oceans within themselves as their own bloodstreams so that they could walk on land as we do now. Right. But we're still primarily made of seawater, even though we carry the ocean within us as our bloodstream. So we actually carry Cambrian oceans within us as our blood. Our blood plasma has the exact same ratios of minerals as marine plasma because the ocean gave birth to us. Right. So as the scientific creation myth goes, millions of years ago, life began in the primordial oceans as a result of water, salt, and light. And not only was that how life was created once upon a time, but it's how you continue to thrive every single day. It's how your cells continue to make themselves anew, how you are reborn in life all the time. The creation story never ends. It's water, minerals, and electricity. They're what bring you alive, even in this very moment. So when we look at these creation stories, it's good to not necessarily look at them in terms of having happened in the past necessarily. A lot of indigenous languages don't even have a past tense in their language. There's this phenomenon called the Hopi time paradox, where in the Hopi language and in many others, there's no past tense and no future tense. All of the timelines are kind of unfolding in this cyclical motion where anything that's not right now, it still exists in this moment, but is just kind of behind a veil. It's kind of like backstage of this moment, right? So when we think of these creation stories, think about them in terms of this constant, ongoing, continual, emerging act of creation that happens in every moment as the universe is born and reborn anew with every breath. I really love Theodore Schwenk is one of my favorite water researchers from back in the day. He said, renouncing any form of its own, water becomes the creative matrix for form and everything else. Renouncing any life of its own, it becomes the primal substance of all of life. Renouncing material fixity, it becomes the implementer of material change. Renouncing any rhythm of its own, it becomes the progenitor of rhythm elsewhere. And this is a lot like the Spirit, right? When we think of the Holy Spirit, it's formless, yet it gives rise to all form, right?
Isabel?
So,
I'm
yes.
so sorry, but there's lots of people saying that the screen isn't changing. So we're not sure
Really?
if pictures or not, because we're still seeing the from creation to dissolution slide.
Oh, really? Okay, no, we're 2 slides past that now. Okay, let me try to stop sharing and then come back and try again.
Sure. Okay.
Sorry about that.
No worries. I just wanted to say something before you got to, yeah, I saw it change briefly then.
Okay. Let's see. Sorry, you said you wanted to say something?
Yeah, just letting you know that we couldn't see the screen changing.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a couple of people here that where English is their second language, and they're just saying if you wouldn't mind just speaking a tiny bit slower for them.
Sure. Yeah, I can slow down a little bit. That's no problem. Let's see. Let's pop this screen back up again. And Hang on, I'm not seeing the right button here. Okay, there it is. So can you guys see this now?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great.
Can
And
you
then
show
let
the-
me try switching slides. So if I switch slides, can you see the new slide now? Okay, great.
Thank you. I'll put myself back on mute. Thank you, Isabel.
Yeah, no problem. Okay. So this is the slide about water's role in creation, our oceanic origins. And of course, there's a quote from you here, Veda. Water is not a resource, it is the source. The ocean gave birth to everything. And now we're going to take a look at indigenous wisdom. So to many different Native American tribes, the universe began with water. In fact, pretty much every creation story I've ever looked at all across the world, they all tell a very similar tale that in the beginning, there was water. So
Sorry,
we'll start with
it didn't
Mhm.
move. I don't know if you moved it,
It
but
didn't-
it didn't move when you said that. It's still
That-
on one. I'm not sure why.
Oh, goodness. I've given presentations on Zoom so many times before. I've never had this issue. I'm really not sure what could be going
Changed now.
on.
It's changed now. It's just, I think maybe it's really slow for some reason.
Yeah, maybe there's just a delay.
It's
Um,
I swear to God, it's water. Every single time I give a presentation, there is some glitch in the matrix that happens. So please, I'm sure that we'll let you, like, if you look in the chats, people will let you know if it's not moving. I don't want to
Okay.
keep interrupting you. So if it's not moving,
I can't see the chats from the screen that I'm in, but I'll just let you know every time I switch slides. I'm going to say switching slides. And then if it doesn't switch, you can let me know.
okay, no problem.
Okay, fingers crossed, guys. I mean, most of the slides are pretty simple anyway, so you can always just close your eyes and imagine. I guess it'll take you on an imaginative journey.
We see Indigenous wisdom slide right now.
Okay, well, thank you everybody for your patience. Okay, so according to the Iroquois, they say in the beginning there was no earth to live on, there was only a watery abyss. And according to the Lenape tribe, they say that the earth was first covered with water, and above that there was this giant swirling cloud of vapor where the Great Spirit moved, and then a giant turtle arose from the water, and the earth is carried on its back as it swims. And according to the Yakima tribe, in the before time, everything was one. And then the coyote was told to tear down the dam, and he tore down the whole dam with only an eagle feather and freed the waters. And then the African creation myths tell a very similar tale. According to the Bakuba tribe, they say the very first being named Mbombo presided over a dark and watery world. And the Bashongo tribe say, in the beginning, in the dark, there was nothing but water. And you see this just again and again, everywhere in the Aztec tradition and the Chinese tradition, and you name it. Even the Aboriginal, Australian story of the rainbow serpent also credits a water deity with creating existence. And mystics of the Taoist tradition say that water is both the substance and the source of all of existence. So wherever you look, you see this again and again. Now, the Kogi creation story in particular, I really love. They say that in the beginning, sorry, I changed slides. Can you see the new slide?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, good. Thank you. So they say that in the beginning, there was a blackness. There was only the sea, and there was no sun, there was no moon, there were no people, there were no animals, there were no plants. There was only the sea, and the sea was the mother. And they say she was when she was darkly. She was memory and potential. And they call this primordial ocean of energy a luna. And it perfectly describes the ether, actually, which is this superfluid ocean of non-physical water that transcends time and space. So the ether is kind of like the mind of water, and water is kind of like the body of ether, which is this energy that births and enlivens everything in the physical universe. And it's pretty much every Kogi description of a luna, which is the first water, which is this spirit water that gave birth to physical water, really mirrors what we know about the ether and how the ether gives rise to physical water. So the Kogi say that this superfluid world of a luna then created physical water, and then together they created all of reality. So for the Kogi people of Colombia, they understand that not only is water the origin of reality, but actually water is what holds reality in place. That actually the whole structure and function of the world is sustained by water. So every river, every runoff, every raindrop actually maintains existence physically and metaphysically in kind of this holographic way. So they say that within water is the metaphysical blueprint of the universe, that water actually holds the map of reality, including all the worlds of reality, whether we're talking about dreams or the structures of daily life or psychic visions in medicine journeys. They're all created and governed and maintained by water. So water is literally the matrix that encodes all of existence. And its relationship to consciousness is how and why we, as bodies of water, are able to create our own realities and able to incarnate into this collective shared dream that we're in, right? So the Kogi say that that all of reality is just the thoughts of water. All of reality is just the dreaming of water. So I really, really love this, because the more that I look into water, the more I see that this is true. The more I look into the geometry of hydrogen, especially, the more I see that water, that the spirit of water itself is holographic in nature, that water itself is incredibly fractaline, and the way that it encodes light and sound, it does so in a holographic way, right? Creating this matrix that kind of receives, amplifies, and then echoes out across all time, space, and dimension. And hopefully we're going to get into that kind of the scientific, spiritual aspect of it in the final presentation that I give on the last day. So, like a lot of indigenous cultures, the Kogi know that water is the physical body of life and the vessel of consciousness. And their word for the spirit, the Holy Spirit, Aluna, is the exact same as their word for water. So it just shows again that ether and water are really mirrors of each other, that you really can't have one without the other, and that all of creation is born of water's thoughts. And this is echoed again in a lot of indigenous teachings. So there's a Lakota wisdom keeper named Basil Braveheart, who said, "The universe is singing in the snowflakes and the raindrops and the water." And physicists call this the holistic holographic universe. And the Lakotas call it Taku Wakan Shkan Shkan. So I'm changing slides. Can you guys all see the new slide?
Mhm.
Great. So we're going to move from indigenous to religious teachings for some kind of scriptural context of water's role in creating the universe. So here's the Hindu perspective on water from a few quotes from the Vedas. One says, "In the beginning, there was only the creator, and from him the water was formed, and from the water heated, the foam was formed." There's another that says, "There was not the non-existent nor the existent then. A darkness was in the beginning, hidden by darkness, and this was all water." And again, when you look at the relationship between dark matter, dark energy, dark fluid, and ether, then all of these ancient tales that refer to this first water as being dark, you might have heard that in some of the indigenous stories I read before. It's definitely in the Kogi story. It's in this one here, that in the beginning, darkness was hidden by darkness, and all of this was water. And this etheric energy is very much like dark energy. So at the beginning of time, Narayana lay floating on the primeval waters, and after many ages, Narayana began to create the universe. The Upanishads also say the whole universe is made up of water. All beings are made up of water. Water is truth, and all the deities are water, and all the worlds are made up of water. There's another one that I love that says, when you understand the origin of water, you become established in yourself. And the understanding, and I'm paraphrasing, but it says basically the understanding the true origin of water is kind of like a spiritual raft that you can hold on to that will take you into deeper realms of understanding and of deeper truth. So here's a depiction. Can you guys see this depiction in the center here of the Christian cosmology? Okay, good. So this is kind of the map of the world as taught in the Bible, right? So this is the Christian cosmology. In Genesis, I love that in the Bible, some of the very first words in Genesis and some of the very last words in Revelation are water. Water is the first and the last in the Bible. And in Genesis, it says, the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. And God made the firmament, and it divided the waters which were above from the waters which were below. So in the very first couple of lines of Genesis, I don't know, it says waters maybe 5-6 times just in those few sentences. And then in John 1:1, it says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And so the relationship between the Word and water is really interesting as well. So in the beginning, the waters with God, we could take that to mean, again, the ocean of the ether, the waters of the deep. There's always this reference to the waters of chaos in many creation stories, or the waters of the deep, or the dark waters, which is very similar to the ocean of ether, which we, again, know to be kind of the superfluid, this mind of water. I think of it as being the mind of water. I have another very dear friend who's an incredible water scientist, and he says that in his kind of water cosmology, he sees the ether as being the masculine counterpart of physical water, whereas physical water is the feminine counterpart. But like the yin and the yang, they're absolutely inextricable from one another. You can't have one without the other, and they're always co-becoming one another. There's this interbeingness to their relationship. So this could be very similar to the Aluna that was spoken of by the Kogi and other cultures. And there was God's word, or the vibration of his voice, which resonated the waters, as we see in John 1:1. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And from this vibration on the water, everything else came into being. Now, in 3 other verses in the Bible, it says that the voice of God is the sound of many waters. So God's voice, which is as water, spoke the word, the logos, over the waters of the deep. Now, the Greek translation of the word is logos, meaning message or report. And you could say that it's memory, it's information, it's wisdom. And that's exactly what water is. It's a storehouse of all universal wisdom. It is a carrier of logos and memory and vibration, the messages to and from earth and heaven. In fact, the word memory itself comes from the Greek mem, meaning water, and ori, meaning light. So the first thing that happened when God suffused his vibration into the water by using the word of his voice, and we know that his voice is the sound of many waters, the first thing that happened was that light was born. And said, let there be light. And light emerged from the waters of the dark, the waters of the deep, that dark fluid energy, right? That etheric, that dark ether. So vibration is what carries the non-manifest blueprints from the etheric ocean into the manifest form of water, and from there into the rest of creation. When vibration moves through non-physical water, through ether, it can create light. And we're going to get to that more in just a moment. But I really love this description. I just want to call your attention real quick to this description of the Spirit of God moving over the face of the waters, because this language tells us that inherently that water has a face, that water is a being, is conscious, is sentient, and like anything else with a face is a living being, right? So what happens when you look into the face of water? What would have happened in that moment of creation when God looked over the face of the waters, moved over the face of the waters? When you look into the face of water, you see your own face reflected. So God must have seen his own infinite self reflected in the waters in that primordial moment. And even to this day, water reflects God to us as well. And Genesis goes on to say that God created humanity in his image as his reflection. The reflection mirrored in the face of the waters at the beginning. And what are we made of? Nearly 100% water, right? 99.95% water molecules, an exact mirror of our Creator. And we're reminded of this every time we gaze into a still pool of that living liquid life force. So if we're made in God's image, then where should we look to see God's face? In a mirror. But mirrors are man-made. They didn't exist until a few thousand years ago. So for the vast majority of human existence, the only way to see our own reflection, the only way to see the image of your Creator, the Creator you were made in the image of, is to look directly into water, who would give you that holy vision of oneness and unity and divinity. So if we're made in God's image, then of course we would see our own reflection when we look into God's watery face. And also here in this line of Genesis 1:26, it says us and our. So who else was with God during that moment of creation? It was God, who was the word, the vibration, and the waters of the deep. So this tells us here that God and water partnered as equals to create us out of themselves. We are made of water and God, which are one. They're inseparable. And the water in creation, the water in our environment, is the body of God, just as the water in you is your body. Now, the Quran as well says very similar things. It says, water is the origin of all life on earth, the substance from which God created man. And it also emphasizes water's centrality by saying, by means of water, we give life to everything. And it highlights that water is the primary element that existed even before the heavens and the earth existed. It says, and it is he who created the heavens and the earth in 6 days, and his throne is upon the water. One could even say that just as everything you create, you have to create through the body you inhabit, which is like the throne upon which you are enshrined, right? God must also use his body, water, to bring forth all of creation. So if everything comes from water, is it possible that everything will return to water? The more I've studied cosmology and I've looked into astrobiophysics and I've looked into deep space and astronomy, the more I see that our entire universe is so watery. There is water everywhere. We think of space as being empty space, but it's much more like a water park up there. And in a world that is just watersheds nested within watersheds, I don't see how it could be any other way than everything also returning to the water that it arises from. And we see a lot of evidence of this in different ways. Niraj Singhvi said, water is the reason for our birth. It is the healer, the destroyer, and the final consumer. And certainly we know that when you die, all that will be left behind is a pile of salt, and the rest of you, your waters, will evaporate as your corpse dries out, because you are an ocean contained in skin, right? You are a bunch of water and a bit of salt. And then that water that you're made of will merge again with the wetness of the earth, with the humidity of the air, will come back into the unified cycle of life, the water cycle that unites all things. And it's been said that water is not only the creator, but also the destroyer. Even the destruction that everyone is so fearing around climate change right now. You know, a lot of people are saying this could be the end of the world. It's not perturbations in carbon that would bring that destruction, hypothetically, if that were to happen. It's actually perturbations in the water cycle, cyclone and typhoon and flood and rising ocean levels and drought, right? It's all shifts in water. So this is one of the most recent scientific discoveries that I find to be most fascinating. I think we need more and more and more people really looking into this because its implications are really profound. So it's been discovered that through the plasma phase of water, everything, even toxic, heavy pollution, can eventually be alchemized back into water. So what would it mean if water is both the source and the final destiny of creation? Author Rainey Marie Hiley also suggests water as both origin and fate in her book, The Water Code. And I really personally, I think that this discovery of water plasma, returning everything back to the water from which it came, seamlessly into water with no byproducts, with no emissions, that this process could be one of the most important discoveries. It would mean all of the trash, all of the pollution, all of the radioactive waste, everything has the potential for redemption and dissolution. In the same forgiving baptism, the same baptismal font from which everything arose, everything can be dissolved again. And that is pure mercy. That is the pure grace that water teaches us. And that's the same grace that is pointed to again and again and again in scriptures as well, where it talks about being washed clean in the grace of the Spirit. Now, I think we're a long way off from water plasma actually being implemented in environmental remediation, at least for now. But it is a beautiful possibility to keep in mind. So what about death? if water is both our origin and our destiny, then what is the relationship to death? If water is life, then what is death? Well, Goethe said, the soul of man is like to water. From heaven it cometh, to heaven it riseth, and then returning to earth, forever alternating. And Dr. Emoto said that understanding that water exists as a solid, as a liquid, as a vapor, as a molecule, and at some point as light is to also understand our own nature and possibilities, because we're mostly made of water. After I realized that we are water, I came to realize that we do not have death. We only change into higher vibrations of being. And this is an irreplaceable finding for me personally, he said. So living water of sacred geometry, living structured, coherent, light-filled water conducts life force energy, right? Conducts life affirming vibrations, coherent energy. But disconnected bulk water is not capable of conduction in the same way. And so it leads to entropy and even death. The more diseased a person is, the more destructured their biowater is. The more geriatric a person is, the more destructured their biowater is. So water is not only just life, water is actually the arbiter of both life and death. And we all know that water is the ultimate reincarnator, right? She's infinitely adaptable. She's always changing form and phase and function and cannot be destroyed. So what does this tell us about our own spirits, which are actually given form by water, which are conducted by water? Our spirits, which resonate within us as vibrations channeled through the superconductive network of structured water within our bodies, right? You know, God is the creator, but God is all things, the creator, the sustainer, the hider, the revealer, the destroyer, at work, at play, and at dance, in all times through all things. Now, the biologist Dr. Gilbert Ling suggested in his experiments that death is when the structure of water disappears. And that was his distinction between life and death. And that's not to say that unstructured water is bad and death is bad. It's not that kind of duality. Obviously, we need death. We need unstructured water. We need that in our environment. Life and death are all about that. Nature is all about balance, right? In fact, you need some destructured water even in your own body. In order for proteins to fold, the 10,000 water molecules surrounding the protein have to destructure for a second so that the protein can relax. And that's how so much cell-to-cell signaling happens. So we need this balance of life and death, of course. But, you know, the more structured, the more coherent it is, the more life force energy it can really channel. And I really think that Gilbert Ling's definition is a tenable one. You know, I would just add that structured water is one dimension to life and maybe isn't life on its own, but structured water has the highest state of consciousness or awareness due to its infinite and unfathomable anomalies that give order and direction to life. So without structured water, all of life's function are absent. There's no brain waves, no electromagnetism in the heart field, no nerve signals. And interestingly, the second you die, you weigh about 20 grams less. Maybe there's a difference in the biowater destructuring in some way. So if we know that water is the glove on the hand of consciousness and is the portal through which consciousness comes into being through our bodies, or that's a quote by Moses Hackman. I love that. A glove on the hand of consciousness, right? It's so beautiful. Or as Theodore Schwenk said, the sensory organ of the universe. If it's God's body and the way that the divine will is enacted in form, if it's the distillation of etheric forces and a sentient living being, in fact, the body of life itself, that would change how we interact with water, right? So let's reflect a little bit on how to meet water respectfully in a prayerful way, right? As Theodore Schwenk said, to serve the cause of water adequately, we must get to know it in its true being. So how do we do this? By treating it in the very way that is exemplified by its own behavior. So whenever we encounter it, we wash the tablet of our souls clean of all other impressions in order to allow the being of water to make its imprint on us. I say that again. Whenever we encounter water, we mirror its behavior. We treat it in the way that is exemplified by its own behavior. We wash the tablet of our souls clean so that water can make its imprint on us. So we approach the water with a clear state of mind, no expectations, gentle curiosity, reflecting water's own nature back to her, because mirroring, as we know, fosters connection. As MJ Pengman said, as your partner in life, water must be understood on a new and deeper level if you're to be able to consciously engage in the dance of life. And doing so will enable you to rise to new levels of awareness and discover your full potential. And all of us, of course, already have a relationship to water, whether we're consciously present to it or not. We meet water in so many more forms per day than we are conscious of. You know, water's in the chlorophyll of every plant, in the veins of every person you meet, in the moisture of every breath you take, in the nutritional content and the growing process of every bite of food you eat, in the ambiance and the energy of each season's unique weather, in the soil of the ground you walk on, in the spiritual practices of every ceremony, every major religion, in the neurochemical tides of every emotion that you feel. It's behind the value of every dollar that you earn or spend. It's in the manufacturing process of everything that's made. As Thales of Miletus, the very first philosopher, said, all is water. And again, as Goethe said, all is born of water and all is sustained by water. So when you learn to see through the eyes of water, you see water everywhere. But we mostly just go around ignoring her because she's so subtle and so humble, right? But each meeting is really an opportunity for presence and greeting and acknowledgement. So once you're attuned to water, there are so many more opportunities for connection with divinity. Every single time that you see anything, just the act of witnessing itself is an act of water. Your eyes are mostly water. Visual perceptions are processed through your brain of mostly water. Right this minute, you're seeing this talk about water through eyes of water. We are like fish who swim around completely unaware of the water that they're immersed in. But after this, I'm sure after this weekend, you'll never be able to ignore water again. The world takes on a whole new dimension of magic, because where you see water, you see life, you see an opportunity for direct communion with the heart of God, right? Water forms and fills and fuels and orchestrates the entire dance of existence at every level. Nothing takes place without water. You're always in a relationship to the divine through the water you're made of in every moment. When you place your attention on water, there's a magic that happens because that attention is reflected right back to you, because water is so exquisitely sensitive to your energy. Water feels. As Jean Giraudoux said, water is the one substance from which the earth can conceal nothing. It sucks out its innermost secrets and brings them to our very lips. There was an 18th century writer, Novalis, who called water the sensitive chaos, because water is really the universe's sensory organ. Whereas we have about 5 senses, water has at minimum 440,000 ways of sensing, 440,000. Now, when we think about water's relationship to consciousness, what is consciousness? Consciousness is awareness, ever-present awareness of every facet of the fractal of this unfolding experience of the universe that can experience itself at every scale of the hologram, right? And it would take something that is fractaline, like water, and that is minutely sensitive to the entire range of frequencies to carry that level of awareness. It is a level of conscious awareness that we can hardly conceive of, because we have a bit more of, at least when we're in this form, we have a bit more of a narrowed perception. Water can perceive everything throughout time, space, and dimension. That's why water is so often used for hydromancy, right? And predicting the future, or in recalling information around the past. Because every cluster of water molecules, you can see this is a cluster here in the center of the image. Each one of these clusters functions as a memory cell. So usually 3 to 60 different molecules of varying patterns come together. And each cell has at minimum 440,000 unique panels, each of which is responsible for sensing, storing, amplifying, transducing, and transmitting energy, vibration, light, and frequency. Now, that's just the smallest unit we've been able to measure with modern microscopy, the 440,000 panels. If we had more advanced methods, we would see that the patterns are actually infinite in nature, that each panel is actually further subdivided into more panels, and that it's actually an infinite fractal, the amount of space that is opened, the amount of space for sensory awareness within these water clusters. So be aware. And if you have a glass of water with you right now, as you're listening, please pick up this glass. Every time you pick up your water, just as though you're encountering God's own sensory organ, aware that as you see water, water is seeing you. As you taste water, water is tasting you. How does it feel to be so intimately known from the inside out? Water knows the texture of the inside of your blood vessels. Water knows the vibrations of your innermost thoughts. Water knows the flavor of your sweat. This is the most intimate relationship we will ever have, right? It says in the scriptures that God is closer to you than your own breath. What is closer to you than your own breath? The very water that you're made of, right? And water, all water is in constant communion and communication with all other water. They're interconnected through quantum entanglement. What is known by the water in a jaguar's saliva is also known by the water in your glass. So how does it feel to be seen and be known by one who is so wise and so ancient and so sensitive, by one who unconditionally loves and accepts and enlivens you and nourishes you, by one who is always working on behalf of your healing and your evolution? It really is profound. So not only is water sensing all the time, not only is she conscious and aware, but she also remembers. She's also wisdom, right? There's a I don't know where the quote is from. I think it's from a scripture. I forget exactly where it's from, but it says that water is wisdom incarnate. Now, our word remember derives from the Latin prefix re, meaning again, and the Hebrew Phoenician word mem, meaning water, and bear from the Middle English baron, meaning to carry or to bear forth, to bring forth. So remember is to bear water again. And it's believed that all of our memories are stored within the waters of our bodies. So the word memory, again, is mem, meaning water, and ori, meaning light. So water has witnessed every act of life since the dawn of the universe. Remember what happened in the Christian creation myth when God, whose voice is the sound of many waters, spoke the word, the logos, the information. Logos means information, or it could mean memory, or it could mean vibration. Spoke the logos over the waters of the deep, the waters of the ether, of the aluna. The first thing that came from that vibration of the sound of water over the waters of the deep was light came forth. And we're not going to go deep into this in this presentation because we have limited time, and also because it's just kind of tangential. But if you're interested, look up something called sonoluminescence. This is where you put sound through water so powerfully that it creates light. Sonoluminescence. A friend of mine said, it's kind of vulgar, but he was like, basically, yeah, you just punch the water so hard with light, or you punch the water with sound so hard that light shows up. And I think that's not exactly a graceful way, but it's kind of true. It's a very strong sound vibration. And I can only imagine that the word of God was that in the first act of creation. So of course it created light, right? And again, water has witnessed every act of life since the dawn of the universe, and she's never forgotten a single one. She is the portal to universal memory itself, with access to the field of infinite information, whether you want to call that the etheric field, or call it the Akashic records, or dark matter and dark energy, which are actually part of the same substance. The astronomers call it dark fluid, or source field energy, whatever you call it. How do you access that? Through water. It seems that light and sound and structure, conscious awareness, may be the keys to really unlocking water's eternal ancient wisdom. just your awareness interacting with the awareness of water, it evokes something in the water. She, I think, craves to be seen, just as each of us crave to truly be seen and known. And when you meet her with the light of your own consciousness and the coherence of your own bio water and your own intention and the sound of your voice, she is so responsive. She rises to meet you. She rushes forth like a waterfall to meet you and to reveal so much to you. And oh, this is where the quote came from. I knew it was in some kind of scriptures from the Kabbalah. The Kabbalah teaches that water is wisdom made into substance. And here, Vav Membet, this is one of the many names of God. I forget how many names of God there are in Hebrew, like maybe 36 or something like that. But water is the light of God. Vav Membet is one of them. And even the name of God, Yahweh, YHVH, Yod-He, Vav-He, or Yod-He, Vod-He. The first H, the first He, represents the waters above, the waters of spirit. And the second H is the waters below, the waters of the physical. So even in the name Yahweh, the waters above, the waters below, the physical waters and the non-manifest waters of the ether are evoked every time we call the name of God. So let's look a little bit more into the relationship of water and light, because this is something that is echoed again and again in many many indigenous creation myths. There's basically two versions of the indigenous creation myths of how the universe began. Some of the creation myths say that it was a combination of salt water and fresh water that created the universe. Others say that it was a combination of water and light that created the universe. When we look at things scientifically speaking, again, if we go back to the first slide, I know you guys didn't see the first slide, but if we were to go back to that first principle of water, salt, and light together creating life, or water, salt, and electromagnetic charge forces creating life, there's really something beautiful to this. So if water is the light of God, as the Kabbalists say, then what is light? And what is water's relationship to light? Well, water is actually made almost entirely of photons. Now, a photon is kind of like a light particle, kind of like the glue that holds matter together. I think the term particle and the idea of thinking of things in terms of particles is a little bit problematic. They're much more like kind of vortexing toroidal fields of energy, but we're going to call it a particle for now. So only a very, very small amount of water particles are actually matter. So it's actually hypothesized that for every 1 part matter in a water molecule, that would be the hydrogen and the oxygen, there are 1 trillion parts photons. So we think of water as being H2O, but that's just 1 part out of a trillion. A trillion parts are photons. So when the masters say you are light, or channel more light, or open to the light, this is what they mean without realizing it. They're talking about the fact that the 99.95% of the molecules in your body, each of those molecules is only 1 trillionth matter, and the rest is pure light. Now, the ability of those water molecules to access that light is directly proportional to their sacred geometry, to their coherence. What are some ways of creating more coherence and more bio-water structure? It's actually ways that are taught in all of the ancient teachings, all of the ancient traditions. Meditation and mantra. And actually, when you understand your bio-water physiology, then all of the yogic practices start to make a lot more sense, like the way pulling the bandhas and the different locks in the body, the way that those affect the cerebral spinal fluid, and actually the piezoelectric light that is emitted when the cerebral spinal fluid is actually squeezed by pulling a bandha in a yogic practice or in a meditative posture. It actually squeezes the cerebral spinal fluid in such a way that it literally releases light. So all of the ancient scriptural teachings, in a lot of ways, can actually be considered kind of like a hydration manual. Because what happens when you're in a state of peace, what happens when you're in a state of love, brotherly love for one another, when you're keeping the commandments, when you're, regardless of what the tradition is, you're creating coherence in your left and right brain hemispheres. You're creating coherence in your heart wave coherence. The more coherence is in those electromagnetic signals that you are emitting, the more coherence in your bio water, the more structured it is, the more it has access to all of that light, right? Here's a really beautiful visualization of what highly structured water, what its crystalline relationship to light can look like. So this is a white light diffraction simulation of a Coke snowflake fractal.
Mhm.
And this is basically what could be happening on some level within the prismatic crystallography when light is born from the ethers through the body of water. The Mandeans, who were a Gnostic sect, they had a really interesting light to shed on the topic as well. So in most ancient traditions, they really differentiate between living water, which refers to this magical or this extraordinary form of water that imparts life, rather than the kind of ordinary water that just sustains life. So these Gnostics, the Mandeans, they're indigenous to southern Iraq, and they say that living water provides the connection between the earthly world and what they call the world of light. Now, it's interesting because there's work being done by Dolph Zantica's lab, the Analemma lab, that shows that light is actually just a bundle of frequencies that has to be translated by the right kind of water. Most water is not coherent enough to actually translate light frequencies into life force energy. But when it is, it can actually reverse the aging process. It can actually restore diversity of microbiota. It can do so many miraculous things. Now, the Mandeans say that only 1 part in every 9 parts of water on the planet is considered living water, or water that has the capacity to mediate between this world and the world of light. The other 8 parts in 9 are referred to as black water, and black water cannot mediate between the 2 worlds. But they do say that when black water is infused into living water, that when living water is infused into black water, that then the mediation can occur. And we see this again with scientific findings where we add structured high vibrational water to normal bulk water, and it will help structure and uplift the larger body of water into greater coherence. Now, cast your mind back to John 3:5 in the Bible, where Jesus, who is himself referred to as the living waters and promises to open up living waters on the inside of us, says that through water that has been enlivened with the Spirit, one can enter the kingdom of God. Right? He says, no one can enter the kingdom of God unless he has been reborn by water and the Spirit. And then in the New Catholic Encyclopedia, it says, water enlivened by the Spirit gives birth to the divine life in men or in people. So living water, water that's been enlivened by the Spirit, holy water, is a doorway into a dimension of pure light. And the more I understand hydrogen, which again, I'll share more about in the last talk, the more I've come to understand scientifically exactly how water works as an interdimensional doorway and a potential entryway literally into the kingdom of heaven. When you read the scriptures through a water lens, it all makes a lot more sense. Now, I only have about 5 minutes left, so I want to go through the rest of this rather quickly. But here we're just going to take a quick look at the similarities between what we know of God, who is fundamentally unknowable, but the attributes that we attribute to God, and the attributes of water. And this slide actually comes from my Spirit of Water e-course, which is where I go really in depth for about 18 hours worth of teaching on all things water, mysticism, scripture, religion, water and divinity, the science of it, the all of it. And there's a lot more context in that. So if some of these don't exactly make sense, like how does that apply to water? It does in some way, but maybe you'll just grok it. You guys all love water, so it probably will already make sense to you. Omniscient, all-knowing, omnipresent, always everywhere, omnipotent, all-powerful, infinite, self-existing, without origin, wise, full of perfect, unchanging wisdom, faithful, infinitely, unchangingly true, glorious, infinitely beautiful and great, creative, always giving life and giving form, sustaining, forever nourishing and enriching creation, destroying, compassionately transforming and recycling in divine timing. That all applies to God, that all applies to water. And these are some of the ways that we know that water is communicating with us: cymatic, Emoto method, Hagalis method. Veda's crystallography, of course, Bernd Kroplin's method, the flow form drop picture method. But the last thing I want to share with you, so those are all how we know water is communicating with us. And these last couple of slides that I want to share is ways that we can communicate with water. So hydromancy is the practice of water divination, various methods of receiving wisdom and guidance from water. And there are so many ways throughout so many cultures, so many different practices. But I invite you to take a screenshot of this slide and the next one so that you can practice some of these at home, some of these different ways of really opening up channels of communication, channels of prayer, intention setting. There's scrying. So this is what Nostradamus used in a pool of water, a shallow black bowl full of water. There's lecanomancy, which is a branch of crystallomancy. This is where you put water in a silver vase on a clear moonlit night, and then the light from a candle reflects onto the blade of a knife, and you concentrate on the image that's formed in the water. There's aromancy. So this is a Persian method of speaking into water and reading the bubbles, which is very similar to the indigenous Kogi method, where they actually drop beads into a gourd full of water and read the bubbles that come up. And based on the different color bead that they drop, that relates to the theme of the question, like maybe a red bead for a love related question, or a blue bead for an existential question, or whatever it might be. There's also pegomancy, where you toss an object into a full container of water and interpret what happens. There's radiesthesia, using a pendulum. And of course, you all know Veda's hydroglyph method, which is so accessible and beautiful that everyone can use at home just with your freezer. So I really invite you to experiment with these and bring water into your prayer practice, not just speaking, but also really listening, really learning how to listen, humble ourselves, and learn from water. And the very last thing that I want to share with you is that hydration is a spiritual practice. Hydration is not just for your physical health. Hydration is not just so you won't be thirsty. As Dr. Zach Bush said, just like you plug a computer into an electrical grid, your body also has to plug in through your water molecules to access infinite free energy. When you're well hydrated, when you're well plugged in, you literally have access to all of the energy in the universe. And this isn't just physical vitality, it's also spiritual energy. You can't have a spiritual experience without water. You can't have a spiritual awareness of your identity if you're dehydrated. And I can tell you, after studying hydration for the past 13 or 14 years, there's no limit to how hydrated you can be. There's no limit to how much life force energy your cells can channel when they are as structured as humanly possible. And I invite you into that practice, into hydration as a form of self-care and prayer inwards, prayer through the bio water you're made of to the heart of the divine. And if you want more information on hydration or on water in general, you can find me on Instagram or on my website, waterslife.love. And that's it for today, guys. I had a few more slides I wanted to share, but I'm going to try to make sure that we all stay on schedule here. So I'll come back on.
Thank you so much. You're always such an inspiration to so many people, Isabel. So I'm just going to come out of here and change the view a little bit. One moment. So the only way I know how to do it is to do it this way. Okay. And I will bring you off. If we can just pop ourselves on mute. Occasionally someone will come up and they may not realize that they're not muted, so that would be great. So thank you so much, Isabel. I mean, always I'm so inspired by you every single time you speak. There's always something new that I learn, and you're constantly updating your information. You know, I always say, you know, water's updating its information every trillionth of a second, right? Mm-hmm. It's really quite remarkable to think that we're doing that too in ways we can't even imagine yet. And yes, one of the things that you bring to light for me is a reminder of that there is so much there, and what a wonderful way of really sharing with us this divine, ancient connection to water, God, and spirit. So thank you so much. Now,
Thank
Isabel,
you so much for having me.
of course, Isabel will be speaking for 2 hours, diving super deep from where she left off at the very end of the third day. So we have our next speaker, who I hope I can see her. Scarlet, are you here?
Hi there.
I know, the stress. Sorry, Scarlet, can you say hi?
Hi there. How are you guys?
Great. I'm just going to spotlight you for everybody. So this is the beautiful Scarlet. So I am just going to go back to the speaker schedule. Now, Scarlet, do you need to share your screen at all?
Nope, it'll just be a verbal story time.
Perfect. Wonderful. So, well, maybe you want to introduce yourself a little bit. I think most of the people have already probably read through the speaker schedule. And sometimes it's nice just to hear about you from you rather than me reading what you wrote. So how about you share a little bit and share your story? One of the things I'll say is that we're listening to people from all different walks of life, different perspectives, different connections to water. And what I love is that some people learn more scientifically, some people learn through story time, some people learn through pictures, and we have a little bit of everything for everyone. So with that said, I am very, very happy to introduce Scarlet. She and I have spoken at length, and she has a beautiful story to tell. So take it away, Scarlet.
Thank you, Veda, and thank you for having me. And hello to all these beautiful water-loving beings. So my personal practice, what I share with the world and my gifts is around plant medicine and animal medicine. And throughout all of that is all encompassed in water, as we all need to drink water and we all need to communicate through water. So thank you. So what I wanted to speak to about today, which was brought into my state of awareness through discovering Veda Austin. When I was watching her and what she was presented, I was able to understand more deeply how the animals on my land and how the plants on my land were actually helping me evolve consciously. And it was through their blood and it was through their water that was shared through the plants and the blood through the animals. So my spiritual journey started a lot like everyone else's. There's a lot of pain, there's a lot of suffering, a lot of trials, and the pain got so hard and so deep that there was this boomerang effect of, I don't want to remain on the planet unless I can discover true peace, true happiness, and true joy. And so in my early 20s, I took off and I became a gypsy and I traveled the world for about 20 years. And I studied with all different kinds of teachers, Zen monks, whirling dervishes, the Sufi religion, meditation centers, Vipassana, raw food detoxes. I got deep into the physical aspects of how the physical bodies. And what came through for me was, it was a journey of awakening. However, my embodiment of what I was taking in and what I was learning, it didn't really take root until this chapter of my life, which is what I'm going to go into depth with you guys on this Zoom. When I bought my horse ranch, I live in the middle of nowhere. My town population is about 150, and I'm in northern New Mexico. And I live alone on a really, really big ranch. And we have horses, we have a few cows, we have chickens, and I grow my own food. So the whole point was to be on the land and to be one with the land, and then feel the self-sustainability of that and have that be my spiritual practice. Because prior to that dream unfolding into reality, I was basically living a life of working. And then what was called a vacation was actually structured as an escape from my life, because I wasn't in full synchronicity with my life. And I noticed how people were using the word vacation like, oh, I'm going to take a vacation. Like I have to take a break from my everyday life in order to be able to sustain my everyday life. And I thought, well, what if there was no vacations? What if there was no escaping? What if your entire existence was built around the spirituality that you formed inside your heart that was really calling to you? And then I walked into that, and it was extremely challenging physically, mentally, and emotionally. I felt like the universe or God put me through a bunch of trials before I could get to this land. And then when I got to this land, I was sitting in silence quite a bit. And what was able to be born inside of my reality was the community. I mean, I was already communicating with plants. That's how I generate my sacred earth medicine for people. But what was happening on the land and having my everyday life be surrounded around my most precious vision of what a vacation should be, which is you go out into nature and you're away from technology and you're away from people, and it's just you and the heartbeat of Mother Earth. What I started experiencing, which is something I came into the planet with, but the way that I see animals and the way that I see plants, which is also the same way I see elementals, and water is a part of that, is that those aspects are more evolved states of consciousness than humanity. So I look at animals as these higher evolved beings, as well as plants, as well as water, as well as fire, as well as air and wind. And so all of these elementals and these different animal companions, they had an opportunity to speak to me as my spiritual guides and as my spiritual teachers. And when it wasn't just a retreat I was going on for a weekend or 5 days, when it became my everyday existence, I started noticing that the God aspect that I was always seeking to awaken inside of myself, that light that I always wanted to grow, was being shared through the animals and their everyday existence. It was being shared through their presence. It was being shared through the way the trees were growing and how they were responding to the seasons. And I was able to sync my systems up with this external environment. And instead of having my life be where I'm going out and I'm studying and I'm learning for different teachers, my entire existence became where I was in the center of the great teaching. And what I noticed through watching Veda's work, because there's a lot of, I see the world as different layers of consciousness. So I don't think there's anything good in this world and there's nothing that's bad. It's just different layers of consciousness, and we're all connected through this unified field. We're all made of the same thing, including the animals, the plants, the water, the elementals. So if that's the case, and there's nothing that's good or bad, and there's just different layers of consciousness, and as we raise our consciousness, we get to evolve and experience these other gifts inside of ourselves. When I was getting into different practices, I noticed that there was a lot of, and there is a lot of different ways of looking at consuming meat. There's a lot of people in a lot of different spiritual communities that would look at that, that we're murdering these animals. We shouldn't be killing. We shouldn't be taking these plants up and consuming. And there's a part of my consciousness that 100% resonates with that ideology in the future. I can sense that is where humanity is headed, where we are no longer in a place where we need to consume these things. But I see that as when our bodies turn into basically light solar panels and we don't need to consume food at all. So I don't see myself as in that level of consciousness yet I am working towards it. So as someone that does raise animals and then consciously takes their physical existence away from them and then consumes them, what I was feeling was a great amount of reverence for that animal's life. But then what I noticed, this was the connection that I noticed from Veda's work, was Veda could ask water a question and water would answer with what felt like the consciousness of God. And when I started looking at my animals and seeing them as carrying that same water inside of their blood, inside of their body. And prior to all of this stuff awakening inside of me, what I would do before I would eat, and this is years ago, like 10 years ago, what I would do is I would have a plate of food in front of me, and then I would put my hands over the food and I would consciously program it to be the highest, most light available sense of food there was. And it felt like I had to add something to the food in order for it to be what's best for me. But then everything flipped when I got to my ranch. When I got into a state of conscious communication and love and connection, it was no longer me going to a market and purchasing meat and then bringing it home, having no connection with how that animal was raised, having no connection with how that animal was treated, and then consuming it. That was the consciousness state that encouraged me to program everything I was consuming into a higher vibration, because I didn't know its origin. When I started that relationship with my own animals and I was consuming my own animals, what happened was they were being treated with love and respect. And the messages that I was given from them was that they were here contractually, or however you want to put it, in a sacred spiritual relationship with me to serve me in my own spiritual awakening. So they're already carrying the pure source God energy inside of them, and to face them and to raise them with love, and then to look them in the eye and say, okay, it's time. It's time for me to consume you. It's time for me to take that light that hasn't been adulterated in any way, that hasn't been looked down upon like I own you and I get to have you now. But I'm looking straight in the eyes of something that I'm considering as God, and then putting that animal down, going through the emotional process of hurts my heart and feeling everything. But the ties, the different ties that I want to speak to inside of this story is that when we can face something straight on, and this doesn't mean just putting an animal down, and also I'm speaking to all of our internal emotions, how much escapism is going on in the planet, how much external noise is happening, which is giving us opportunities to escape the inner world. Because the truth is we don't need anything to be enlightened. It's all inside of us. But how much strength do we have to face everything to get to that light and then have the light expand? And so this process with the animals, I'll tell you the truth, is when I got to the land, I was a vegetarian. I was not consuming any meat, and I had this pain in my heart because of my attachment to animals. And if you guys ever see the products I make, there's a spirit animal on every single product I make. My reverence for animals has been great since I was a baby. So I thought that by not eating meat, I was carrying on this kindness towards them. And what I discovered was I got very physically ill. I gained a lot of weight. I wasn't over consuming food, but what my body was asking for was meat. And so I had to go inside and I had to face the stories and the judgments and the pain around this consumption of animals. And I had to get real where, yes, I can sense us living in harmony, not consuming the natural world. I can sense that that's going to be a part of our reality one day. I can also sense that it's not a part of my reality right now. And so in order for me to enter into this next level of my spiritual development, I had to face the pain and I had to face what was best for me. And I got really sick because I got very physically ill. I had pain all over my body. If I were to go to a doctor, which I don't do because I don't believe in them, they would have probably misdiagnosed me with a bunch of labels that they didn't know what the origin was and they didn't know how to heal it. And I knew that that was going to be their storyline. So I thought, okay, and I got on YouTube and I watched different things, and I found a woman who was experiencing all the same pains I was, and she went on the carnivore diet, and 30 days later, she had no physical pain. And I thought, my pain has gotten to the point where I'm willing to try anything. And I did. I switched my diet and I only ate meat. I lost 20 pounds, and it wasn't like weight, like I was chubby. It was the holding of the pain, and it was the not facing the energy inside of me. All of my physical pain went away. And I realized that instead of following external dialogue or societal programming, I'm going to start listening to my body and to my heart. And I'm also responding to my environment that I put myself in, because I'm living in a ranching environment. I'm living surrounded by people that raise their own food, that grow their own food, that are not a part of mainstream society, and that see nothing wrong with that. So I was able to start learning from my community, the small amount that's here, and how that they see, like they go out, like when people are hungry up here, they go out with a rifle and they shoot a deer, and then they use every part of that deer, and then they consume it with their family for the next 4 months. And I saw this sweetness inside of their connection to the earth and the wildlife. I saw all my judgments were shown right in my face that I had put upon these people that live that way. And I just started to sit with everything that was going on inside of me. Part of my initiation into the reverence, these like spiritual awakenings that I have when I consume the meat that I have raised and put down myself, is that's what it's become. It's become mealtime is a spiritual awakening, and I'm consuming these parts of this animal because the blood and the water inside of this animal is the carrier. It's the carrier for this light that is pure and is completely evolved into the light of God. And I'm putting that in my body, and I'm consuming it, and it's allowing my own spiritual growth to be catalyzed through mealtime. And the other part of it that I have found, because I've never experienced that, I've never experienced going out to eat and consuming a meal and having it feel like a spiritual awakening. That hadn't been anything I had felt before. And the first time that I did this, it wasn't through me. I had a partner, and he was raising buffalo. And so for 4 or 5 months, there was this one buffalo that I got very, very close to. And I would sit by his railing. He was in a pen. And I would sit by the railing, and we'd look each other in the eyes. And I just would look. The power and strength of a buffalo is next level. So when it was time for him to get put down so that we could consume him, I went with my partner, and we were both crying because we had both developed a friendship and a kinship with this buffalo. And it was an extremely emotional day for both of us. And, he took his pistol and got as close as possible right into the buffalo's heart. And we were saying prayers, and we were crying. And we both felt this transmission. I get emotional thinking about it now, but we both felt this transmission from the buffalo. And he said, "Thank you for having the bravery and the strength to look me in the eye, for knowing my power, and for allowing me to fulfill my spiritual mission on this planet at this time in the purest form possible." And through that message, I realized that it wasn't the consuming of meat that was good or bad. It was the unconsciousness attached to consuming anything. It was the unconsciousness of just buying something from a store, putting it in your bag, going home, cooking it as quickly as possible so that you can then go watch your Netflix and get to bed. It was the unconsciousness that was roaming the planet that I was able to do my part in transmuting into something conscious. So if we're going to be on the earth and we're going to be consuming meat, then I can do my part in transmuting the unconsciousness that goes along with that by being very conscious about it. And then also having my physical body feel strong and vital and healthy. So after we put this animal down, every single part is used. And when we got the meat back to start eating it, and I sat down, and I got a 1 pound ground beef out of the fridge. I cooked it. I put it on some greens and some tomatoes, and I sat and I said, thank you. And then I consumed it. And it was like I had been sitting in meditation for like 20 minutes. I just went into this enlightened state where I felt my light body, I felt my higher self coming into me, and it was catalyzed through the meat of the buffalo. And that clicked on to what Veda was doing and watching how she was, because for me, the blood and the water of the animal is the same. It's the same water that Veda was getting the answers from God and from source. So in my head and in my heart, I was putting this all together as, these animals are like a retreat center. They're like an evolved opportunity. They're a portal into higher states of consciousness if we treat it as such, if we can meet them on the same consciousness plane. And if we can face the pain of the fact of where we are in our evolutionary state. I mean, the truth is that the way that I see humanity and where we are as a whole collective, not just singling out one individual of Scarlet, but we're all one source. We're all one energetic body. So if we're all this one energetic body and we look around and we see what's going on the planet, there's obviously an extremely large amount of varying degrees of consciousness going on. There's a lot of pain and suffering. There's a lot of people trying to get out of pain and suffering. There's a lot of people that have gotten out of pain and suffering. There's a lot of people that are living in the light, but we're not separate from any other level. We're all in this soup together. So I feel like part of my gift to the world at this point is to face all of that pain around the fact that we aren't enlightened enough as a whole to not live off of meat and vegetables and plants. We're not evolved enough as a whole to live off only light. But that's where we're going. And how do we get to more evolved states of consciousness? Through facing the pain and through facing the difficulty and not looking away. So that's part of what I noticed around the blood and the water that was the transmuter or the gift giver from the God essence of these animals into my soul. And then the other part of it was around the plants and the plant kingdom and the moon. And I feel like the moon and the sun, more so the moon, has a deeper connection to water. But when you remove yourself from mainstream society and you live in the middle of nowhere without a TV, there's a realization of how fake time is, as well as days, the numbering and the labeling of months and days. And it took about 2.5 years before I started feeling the rhythm of the sun and feeling the rhythm of the moon and the seasons over the constructs of time. And that awakening and realization was through the medicine of the plant kingdom, visually, physically, because when you stop, I mean, a lot of us neighbors, like my neighbor across the street, she probably sends me messages, 3 or 4 times a month. And she's like, Scarlet, it's trash day. It's Wednesday. She knows that I'm not clocking myself to Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. She's seen me miss many a trash days. So the rhythm of the moon and stars aren't resonating with specific trash days for me, but I have other helpers that help me out. But what happened when I removed myself from having these specific dates, and my life rhythm became waking up, feeding the animals, watering the trees, and then I would train the horses, take the cats outside, eat something, which would be a spiritual awakening for me. And then I would go and do that rhythm again. I was starting to sync up with the rhythms of the moon and the rhythms of the sun. And every season has different light periods, different dark periods, different weather periods, which began to become more and more prominent in my reality outside of the calendar. And it was through the trees, mostly the trees. And I don't know if any of you guys have experienced this, but trees speak and they have messages, and they've been here, so much longer than a lot of us. I have some old trees that are over 100 years old on my land. So walking through the forest on the property and having these moments in time that were more and building up more and more beyond me looking at technology and knowing what day and knowing what time is. The plants were basically showing me how to find that rhythm inside of myself and how to walk through this world synced up with the planets and the plant kingdom. So I began relating more to the rhythm of the earth and the rhythm of the moon than the external calendar. And what that did for my spiritual awakening and my happiness was I felt like I was a part of something that was a part of God. Instead of being a part of something that was a man-made construct, I was allowing myself to be a part of something that was greater, and it freed up so much spiritual and emotional energy for me, which then allowed my communication with the plant kingdom and the animal kingdom to grow infinitely. I felt like I was already really connected to the plants and animals. I had a great awakening experience at a young age that bursted open my ability to hear the plant devas and create with that kingdom. So I had this thing in my head that I was already there and I was already evolved. I had no idea how much further you could go into that rhythm and how much more medicine you could extract from being in connection in that relation. And the only thing that allowed me to get to the depth of that relating to these kingdoms was to live in it permanently, not to have a weekend vacation where I camp for 2 days and then I have to go back to this life that feels restricted in a man-made type of resonance. And I allowed myself to resonate with the greater God, nature, the trees and the earth and when the grass grows and when certain flowers come out and when certain pollen drops and how everything propagates. That alone in itself was my great awakening. And I just want to preface all of this I'm not speaking to this as this is how the way has to be done for everyone. I'm speaking to this as this was my personal spiritual calling. And my heart celebrates our individuality. Everybody has a different path to walk on this planet. I'm just speaking about my own path that I walk. And like I said in the beginning, there is no good and there is no bad. There is no right and there is no wrong. You could reach these depths of understanding through living in a city. I thoroughly believe that. But the way that I had to do it, the way was to follow my own heart into the middle of nowhere. That was my spiritual path. But by no means am I saying this is how everyone has to go to get there at all. I just want to make that clear, because I think when a lot of people speak about this, they're like, oh, do I have to change my whole life to get to that? No, you don't have to change anything. I think the only requirement for me, which was my truth, was I had to follow my own heart. And I believe that to be true for everyone else as well. We're not all going to walk on the same path. We're not all supposed to walk on the same path. The individuality between us is what creates the big prism that makes us beautiful. I think of us all as a diamond, and we're all a part of the same diamond, but we have these different facets. We have these different rays of light that we shine off in different ways. And my mission, which is just mine, is to live in this type of environment and create these different relations with the natural kingdom, and to face my pain around, taking out plants and animals, because people have I noticed, and this was myself, I had a lot of judgment around taking out animals to eat them, which is why I was a vegetarian when I moved here. But I also have the same relationship that I do with animals that I do with plants. So to take out a plant to me had the same painful signature as taking out an animal. There wasn't a difference. My food consumption was encapsulated in pain. And I can see, when I say that I sense something, I feel like I don't know anything, because I'm a human and I'm in a human body. So everything I'm saying, I don't know it to be true. I just have a sense that this is what's going on. And I also know that almost hour by hour, my consciousness can grow and change. And then something that I resonated with yesterday, I have a different viewpoint on today. So that's why I like to use the word sense, and I don't know anything, because it's the truth. And everything is light changing information. And the more I grow, the more I resonate with things differently. But I do know that my growth experience spiritually went from the killing of plants and animals was very painful for me. And I felt physical sadness in my heart. And then as I grew enough spiritually, I had the bandwidth to face my own pain. And the way that I face my own pain is that I breathe, and every single emotion that comes up, I just look at it with the light of my own consciousness. I don't judge it. I don't try to change it. I just witness it. And the light of my own consciousness does something to then transmute it and diffuse it back into the light. And when you live alone, like I do, I have many, many hours in the day to do this practice. And I also do it outside with the horses. I mean, this practice is well known in the horse training world, because if you carry an emotion inside of you, like let's say you're very angry and you're very irritable. Well, a lot of people, when they feel that emotion, they put on a face like this. They're like, yeah, no, I'm okay. Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah, it's fine. Well, you cannot walk up to a horse and think you can get away with that. The horse is going to resonate not with your face structure. It's going to resonate with what you're hiding. And then the horse is going to respond either with something you don't want it to do, or you're not going to have the relationship or the ability to, I don't want to use the word control, but with horses, there has to be boundaries for safety. So when I'm teaching people how to work with horses on the ranch, the first baseline thing that we do is a body scan. What are you hiding? Because if you're hiding something, your safety with that horse in the round pen, it's not going to be very available. And I don't want people to get hurt. And so through the practice with the horses, I learned how to then face all my own emotions consciously and allow them to be transmuted. So that's what I explain to people when they come onto the ranch and work with horses. And that's how I got through my pain and my suffering around the being, I mean, I used to say killing, but it's not killing anymore, because killing references death, and there's no death to me. There's only the alchemical transformation from something that appears to be more 3D in a moment, which then appears to be less 3D in the next moment. So the soul aspect of the cow that we put down, or the buffalo, or the tree we take out to build a structure, that spirit just went through one of the greatest alchemical transformations possible. And this might be a little spicy for people, but on my ranch, I have a couple of horses that are disabled because they're medicine horses, and horses that have been through a lot of trauma. They carry a lot of medicine for people that have also been through a lot of trauma. So some of their disability or their specialness is around seeing, and they're partially blind. And one horse can't see anything within like a 10-foot radius around her. Then we also have a prairie dog population. And so if the prairie dogs keep digging and creating these holes for these horses, there's a life threat to the horses. And so my first year here, like I said, I moved here as a vegetarian. I didn't want to put anything down. But I noticed that one of the horses couldn't freely run like she wanted to because there was too many prairie dog holes. And she kept tripping and falling. And I don't know if you guys know this, but one step in a prairie dog hole breaks a horse's leg, and then that horse is done. You have to take their life. You can't heal a broken leg with a horse. It's very, very rare to be able to do it. So after a year of watching this horse struggle, I thought, okay, I have to do something about the prairie dog population because they multiply like bunnies. And stationary prairie dog holes are okay. The horses have senses that are beyond what we have. They can work out where holes are. But if holes continue to multiply and they get too many, then we go into the confusion that this horse was experiencing. So I got a rifle with a scope, and my neighbors set me all up. And I remember the first time I did it, and I thought, I don't want to do this. I feel so bad about this, but that's my baby. And there's nothing that's going to get in the way of her living her best life. And the first year, by the way, I spoke to the prairie dogs and I said, if you guys multiply, I'm going to have to do something about this population. We have visually impaired horses on this property. And there are 100,000 acres around me that are not inhabited by anything. You guys have plenty of space to go to. But this area I claim for the safety of my animals. I gave them a year's opportunity to move, to not multiply on my land. And I wanted that to be the first step. I didn't want to go out guns blazing right away. I wanted to have that futuristic conversation that I believe humanity is going towards, where we live in harmony and we live in communication with one another, plant, animal, you name it. They didn't leave my property. They did multiply. The horse started having issues. And the prayer that I would say before I would pull the trigger while facing it at a prairie dog was, I invite you into the greatest alchemical transformation you're going to experience in this body at this time. And then I would shoot the prairie dog. And so I was seeing the transformation from the 3D back to the spirit as something alchemical and something positive. And I wasn't looking at it through the lens of how I used to look at things, which was killing is bad, that's painful, you're causing harm. And those stories that I used to tell myself were encapsulated in there's a good and there's a bad, there's a right and there's a wrong, which resonates with a state of duality. I don't see God, I don't see water, I don't see blood resonating in a state of duality. Those aspects of our existence resonate with unity consciousness, where there can't be a good or bad. There can't be a judgment of what's right and wrong. There's only experience. So how can I raise my own consciousness to resonate with that lens, the lens that water carries through these different practices that are a part of an everyday ranching life? And that's what I came up with, was that alchemical prayer. And that's the same alchemical prayer I give with the cows and the chickens and the buffalo and the things that we consume. And so we're not, me, my community, we're not a part of, the supermarket life. We're not a part of going to the store, buying prepackaged foods, taking them home and then consuming them. And it's not saying that I buy chocolate online that I really like. So I am a part of it in certain ways. I buy almonds and I buy chocolate. There's certain tasty treats that I do buy online. And when I do buy something that wasn't a part of my own conscious creation, like I didn't grow the plant or I didn't feed the animal, I didn't breed the animal for consumption, I wasn't a part of its creation, I didn't plant that seed. When it didn't come from my sacred environment, that's when I say the prayers. And that's when I hold the consciousness for that creation. When I'm consuming things from my land in my own sacred space, I don't say any prayers. I become the portal that consumes, knowing that the consciousness codes I'm consuming are greater than myself. They're more awakened than where I'm at. And I consume them knowing that. And then as I take them in, that's how I'm able to experience these awakenings through the food that I'm eating. And I wanted to share this because it feels extremely profound to me on many levels, to think that our basic everyday existence, something that we have to do, can be a spiritual awakening every time, can be somewhat of a consciousness leveling up every single time. And I had to face so much pain and suffering to get to this place. But all that pain and suffering was derived from an external culture that had judgments, that was part of the 3D construct of good and bad, black and white, duality. It's the water that teaches unity. It's God and source that teaches unity. And then that extends to our animal kingdom and our plant kingdom and our earth. So, I don't know, Veda, are we taking any questions? Because I wanted to maybe interact a little bit at the end and see if are people on asking questions at all? Because I'm happy to answer a few questions if people have them.
Sure, absolutely. That would be really lovely. Let me have a look here. Okay, I'll just go from the back down. So there's people kind of making comments along and really enjoying your talk. So it's saying, I don't know if you can see them as well. So someone's saying, I'm curious to know what in astrology you can see an indicator of a carnivore eating. Would it be associated with your, there's something about astrology. Some people were talking about something to do with a meat gate, which I've never ever heard of before. I'm not really sure what that is, but they're saying Scarlet has a great, well, you can read that. I don't know if there's any actual questions.
Okay.
Yet.
In terms of the meat, I did discover some information around how different blood types inside of people's bodies, there's like a blood type diet that you can kind of research. And my blood type is O negative. One thing I did kind of dabble in researching, I didn't take it all to heart, but I found it really interesting because a lot of physical pain before I was eating meat. So I did research a few different methods of diets before I started eating the carnivore diet completely. And I did discover that there's a blood type reference guide for diets. And my specific blood type, which is O negative, the suggestion is your diet is 80% meat consumption and 20% vegetables. So, I mean, my personal diet, is basically that now. I did do a 30-day meat only, no vegetables, which is what kicked me out of the physical body pain. But then I did start incorporating vegetables. However, if I eat any grains or sugars, things of that nature, I feel it as a toxin in my body. I don't feel it as a nutrient or a supplement or any of that things, which I find very interesting because I don't grow those things on my land. I can't really grow those things on my land. So like fruits, where I live is a very high climate, meaning we're 8,000 feet up. So it's a mountain climate. I'm seeing little typey things. I just don't know how to see the whole. I just get a bubble.
Someone just said, Scarlet, do you feel that eating meat is grounding?
For me, it is, yes. But I also really strongly believe in you answering that question for yourself via experience. So for me, it's very, very grounding. But that being said, my lifestyle is very grounding. So it's actually an interesting question because when I have a spiritual awakening through eating a big plate of meat, it's not that I don't feel grounded, but you know, when you have a spiritual experience, you almost feel like you're not a body in that moment. You're light, and it's bubbly and it's airy, and it's mostly a joy, like eternal peace feeling or an eternal joy feeling. And in that state, I don't necessarily resonate as much with my body. And those are the states that I go into when I consume the meat that I grow consciously. So I am grounded, but I don't feel the ground in those spiritual moments, which is kind of an interesting paradox there.
Yeah.
But my lifestyle itself is very grounding. I mean, I'm covered in dirt for 70% of the day, whether it's horse poo or it's actual earth dirt. I'm building structures out of clay. So I'm constantly covered in mud and straw and sand. My life is based on when I have an emotional challenge that I'm seemingly not moving through like I want to, I lay on the earth. And I lay on the earth and I breathe, and that connection will give me wider insight to then transmute the pain that I'm experiencing. And that's, for me, that works every time. So instead of what used to be was I would go through an emotional trial, a lot of pain, and I'd want to call somebody and talk to them, or I'd want to diffuse it. What's your opinion? How do I get through this? Why does this hurt so bad? Somebody help me. And what I noticed was, if I could just sit with it, like I said, where I can sit and breathe and just look at it, if it gets to the place where it's too hard to just do that, the earth has become my transmutation assistant. It's just laying on the earth. And the other aspect that's been really helpful is directly speaking to the moon. So like the moon is a goddess, and she is so in tune with the water energy. A lot of times I'll place a cup of water with a prayer inside of saying, you know, like, I would like to bring this into my life. I see the moon is as a master of manifesting things in the 3D reality. And a lot of what she has spoken to me about in this reality is she wants us to have everything we want. She wants us to get everything we want out of life, because then we'll go out, we will leave the state of wanting. She wants us to leave the state of wanting. And the only way that we can do that is through the wanting. So a lot of the communication that I have with the moon is she'll tell me, put your prayer of what you want inside water. And then on the day of the new moon, I know a lot of people speak about putting the moonlight in the water, right? Where it's the full moon and you put it out in the full moon. But my manifestation prayers with water actually go out on the new moon when it's the darkest. And I put my prayer in my water and I set it out on the railing of my deck. And in the new moon, I have her, she curates the seeds, she takes the seeds. And then
Kelly to the house. I'm gonna go change.
I'm sorry. Can you just put yourself on mute? I think most people,
Stephanie, are y'all
really
still
everybody
going
is
back
on mute.
home?
Try and mute everyone.
Okay.
Not sure who that is because I can't see it. But if someone could please tell who that was to go on mute, that would
Do
be
you like
right.
your beds better?
Oh, I think it's Wendy.
Wendy.
Because we're adults now. And beds are
Okay,
like
Wendy.
little houses.
Wendy, I don't know if you can hear me, but can you please put
I don't know.
yourself?
Oh my god, I got so much chlorine at my
Okay, Wendy. Wendy.
It's in my ears and my
Where is
nose and my.
it?
Okay,
Okay, let's
let's go get some dry clothes on.
Let's put some mute on.
What? Oh, you
I
got
think
some.
the host is able
Okay,
to
I'll get it, but
manually
you
mute
guys
them.
Yeah, I'm trying to like escape here, and maybe it will give me another option to mute all.
Okay, great.
Okay, hopefully that worked. Gosh, that was crazy. All right.
So yeah, here's one. I found how to find the questions. Do I see my eating changing with the seasons? Definitely. The amount that I eat changes with the seasons, as well as you know, when it becomes spring, summer, I would say I probably eat one meal a day. I don't really eat that much when it's warm out. And then when the weather starts getting colder, I eat more quantities. I don't change what I'm consuming, but the quantities will change via, what's going on with the season.
Come on.
Okay, I think that I'm trying to find the mute all button. It's usually there, but I think I'm going to have to tell everybody when we come back on after the break to also just absolutely mute themselves. One of the things I want to talk about, I'm just going to unpin you for a second, hopefully remove from spotlight there, is that there's been some things that are really relative to something that you've talked about. So I'm a vegetarian, right? And so this talk is really interesting for me, and I really honor and fully respect the way in which you have discussed this, because I think it's so good for us to see things from different perspectives, and I really honor that. So there is, goodness me, I am needing to put this mute on. Who is it that's speaking? Okay, mute. Okay, I think I've muted that person. I often talk, if you've ever listened to any of my podcasts, about 3 people who inspired me. The last person I talk about is a man by the name of Thomas Hieronymus. So Thomas Hieronymus went into this Parisian meat market on a really cold day. And he observed something really interesting, that the freshly placed organs of an animal appeared to be affecting the way the frost froze on the glass behind where they were placed. For example, the frost would freeze into the shape of a liver organ above a liver organ, and so on and so forth. And so his hypothesis was that there seemed to be some kind of life force energy still emanating out of these organs that was somehow connecting to the water in the air and sharing that information as it froze in kind of picture form. And so he thinks that this life force energy was in the water, in the blood. And because the blood was very fresh, the information or the sonic signature, so each type of organ has a sonic signature that essentially holds and stores the memory of the form and function of each organ. And we often forget that there is water in the air, especially on these cold days where we can really see it personified on our windows and the glass. So to be able to learn from him and see that there is an information exchange from the liquid water in the blood to the water in the air, which is then frozen into the picture form, suggests that there definitely is information relative to, at the very least, that organ that can actually be perceived and seen visually. And I think this is extremely interesting because, you've made a lot of good points about our general disconnection to our food and our water. We can easily go to the store and buy a bottle of bottled water, but we don't know where it came from for the most part. We don't usually read that far to know exactly what mountain spring it came from. But if we're able to actually go and collect what can be sometimes called wild water from a spring or aquifer, there is a connection to the land from where it came from, a connection to the water. There is a pilgrimage. And this is something which is very true. We can go to the supermarket, buy packaged anything, whether that is like beans in a can or meat in a packet or any of these things. And we don't tend to think too much further about where it came from. I was watching a documentary once, and they went into a school in America asking the children, oh, do you know where these biscuits came from? Like, do you know what biscuits are made of? And the children honestly thought that all biscuits came from the supermarket, and they didn't realize they were made because they'd never been taught baking. So this is sadly, in some situations, our disconnection, but water brings it all to life. You know, just like Isabel was saying, you know, water, where there is water, there is life. And so I really honor your conversation about the honoring of the animals. I think that it would be, for me personally, I turned vegetarian when I was like around 8 years old, 9 years old. And I haven't eaten meat since then. And we all have all these choices, you know, as people. But one of the things that I like to impart to my children is the not judging part. I feel like there is a lot of judgment, and then we feel like we need to defend our choices. I think that by honoring each thing that we do in life is very sacred. It's a very sacred life we have. And all we have is in this little in-between moment between the memory and between the future. And that is the now moment. So if you have any parting words, please share them. We have 3 more minutes, I think, until the break, and we're going to have a half-hour break. I'm going to go and get myself some breakfast. I've been up since I woke up extremely early, you know, when you set your alarm and then you wake up 3 hours earlier just because you think you're going to miss it. So I have been awake since 5:30 this morning. So it would be really lovely to just kind of reconvene. But if there's anything else you would like to share, any parting words, I am looking through the questions. There's lots of people, right, just saying lovely things. Like, Charlotte, beautiful, thank you for being here. I also sense the same. We will someday be light beings and won't need food. And if we can transmute the pain, will be the key. Thank you for doing this work. And so many beautiful messages coming through. I really honor and really respect you. And so is this, like I said, any parting words?
Yeah. Thank you very much for the time and the space. And it felt like a very open-hearted space. And I feel like it's a healing for me to speak from my heart about this subject and not have that judgment come back in the comment section. So I just want to say I got a healing from the way everyone is showing up here. And thank you. To me, this is bliss. So thank you for the time and the space.
It's absolutely our pleasure and honor. Okay, so it is just turning 10 a.m. here in New Zealand. So I'm not sure where that is for you guys, but we're going to have a half-hour break, and then we're going to come back with Olga, who is going to be sharing about Russian folklore. I'm very excited about listening to her. I don't know very much at all about Russian folklore and this idea of dead water not being dead and actually having a purpose. I'm very curious to know what the heroes in these folklores did with this type of water. So we're in for a treat. So just go and have a little cup of tea, have something to eat, shake your move around. And love you guys too. It's so sweet. So many lovely comments. We will be back in half an hour. I am going to turn my screen off and put myself on mute. And I'm going to just pause the recording. Where are we in the recording? So I'm going to come out of this. I'm still, I don't know. I've done so many Zoom things now, but I can't believe how long it takes me to figure things out. Okay. I'm going to put All right. So I would like to introduce Olga. So I'm just going to screen share really quick and talk about her from here. And just as a nice little intro, we've already seen the lovely Isabel, and this was about Scarlet. And this is about Olga. So Olga is a Russian-American stage and film actress and producer. Her fascination for Russian folklore and language semantics has led her to a deeper understanding of who we are as human beings and the world we live in. In Russian folklore, water is a magical object obtained in its full glory only by the pure of heart. In fairy tales, water can be alive and dead, and the dead water does not kill. Can you guess what it's meant for? I'm looking forward to finding out. Well, we will also explore the meaning of the word water as it reflects the main quality that this element represents. So let's have a little look over here. And Olga, I know you are here, thankfully. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. I'm going to spotlight you if you'd like to unmute yourself.
All right. Hello, beautiful people. Thank you so much for including me in this unprecedented event. 30 people getting together and sharing their insight in their history, folklore, tradition. I think this is what goodwill means. Will of good people. So in order to, today I will present, like Veda said, Russian folklore depiction of water and its meaning. A little bit of my own research into this subject because let me just move my face out of here. It's inevitable, I want to look at myself, and that's not a good thing. So basically, no, I'm going to use the screen share later. So for many years, like I followed the path of the fool, researching what seemed to be several separate subjects. And when I realized that all these subjects are starting to merge and join together as to show a bigger picture of some sort of knowledge that seems to be emerging. And today I will share with you some of the folklore, some of the history or destruction of history of my people. And when I say Russian, I will mostly mean native Slavic population of Russia prior to 15th or 16th century. Not that it doesn't live there anymore, but the traditions, as I will demonstrate, and knowledge had been chopped up and concealed and deformed and replaced, and we'd like to research what happened. I also will touch in the semantics of Russian language that is still preserved in the words, and we'll also introduce the modern researchers into water, as well as traditional proverbs that were collected carefully and preserved by enthusiasts from previous centuries. So let me share my screen. And at this point, I'm going to do a few manipulations in order for you not to see, double click, not to see my notes. So at this point, you probably see all my notes, and I'm going to get Randy, come here, please. I'm going to stop. Okay, we are here seeing all the notes. Where are we going? Start playing. Okay.
Okay. Now you're gonna.
Okay, and now I'm gonna stop subtitles. Now I'm gonna get the use presenter view, right?
Mm-hmm. And
Stop share, right? And now share again. This is manipulation to not share my notes. Aha, this one. Now you should be able to see just the main frame screen, right?
Looks good. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Right. So these are the three major topics I will try to focus on. And because I'm scatterbrained, not a professional speaker, and this is my first time presenting an idea, I ask for your forgiveness. So I had encountered, and many researchers will support that during the past 500 years in my country, Russia, or it used to be Russian Empire, a lot of the shenanigans had happened, especially to recording of history and presenting of history. The word pagan had come to light, although the traditional culture was never considered pagan. There was no such word, because the word pagan, as in pagani, means disgusting or deplorable. It seems to me like we've heard that word before a few years ago when half of the country in the United States was called deplorable. I believe that nothing good from name calling can arise, and original culture was called Vedic or traditional or Slavic. So why I'm saying that, I believe that the history we know today had come from the records of the foreign invaders. And the reason it's important is because the original knowledge had been destructed that way, including the knowledge of water and the elements that surround us. And for example, House of Romanov, the first foreign ruler of Russian Empire, was a Romanov. And as you could see, the original name is Schleswig-Holstein-Gottorp. And look at all of these lands and belongings, especially like the last one, Order of Malta. The next one that I will touch on is Catherine, the not so great, how I call her. She was born Sophie of Anhalt-Zerbst, not a Russian name. Sophie Frederick Auguste, Princess of Anhalt-Zerbst. So they take Russian names, they get baptized, and then they start making laws and reforms that hurt Russian culture, traditional common people. For example, this instrument is called gusli. It's a Russian harp. This instrument was used by poets, traveling poets, and called bards, B-A-R-D. I believe this word is still used in several cultures today. The equivalent of this position of a bard was ancient Greek Orpheus, because he also had a harp. He transformed the knowledge into the poetry form, and by walking around and sharing the knowledge, it was also education, it was part of the tradition. So when Peter the Not So Great, also Romanov, came to power, I will show you what has been done. The year in ancient Slavic culture was 7207. The year in Europe was 1699. I like this particular 699 ending. Maybe it meant something for them. And so Peter the Not So Great had a mission to cut and chop the calendar of previous people with this particular date, 7207. So he introduced the decree from December of 20th, 1699. The next year celebrated would be 1700, which means that we had lost a few thousand years, right? So the year right now would be 7531. He also ordered decrees that punished by death, I'm not exaggerating, that's an actual law that was adopted, possession of this instrument harp. I wonder why. Why was it so dangerous to new rulers to have people play harps? The magical sound of harp was intolerated by any ruler. They were burnt, and anyone who was found in possession of the instrument was put to death. Another thing that was done numerous times through the 500 years was destruction of the alphabet. Here on the left, we see 49 letters arranged in a square. Each one is more like hieroglyph, like in Japan, or maybe in some other languages. The letters actually meant words. So I would read it as Bogi, Vedi, Glagoli, Dobro, Есть, Есмь. And it means me, God, know, speak kindness to everything that is. And each word is like that. So that was the alphabet of ancient Russia. And it was transformed to 33 letters eventually in 1917. The last reform of the language happened. And we have 33 letters that don't have any words behind them, or meanings, or shapes, or elements. They have the sounds just like in English language. A, B, V, A, B, V, G, D, Y, Yo, Z, Z. Doesn't mean anything, right? So with that said, I have to say that First, we're going to move towards the fairy tales. The interesting part is that there are no fairies in Russian fairy tales, so we'll call them folk tales. And the reason that most of them had reached our time was because this man in the 19th century, Alexander Afanasyev, had traveled far and wide to Ural Mountains, to Siberia, to Far East, where the common people lived, away from the new cities of foreign invaders like St. Petersburg and Moscow and some other cities that were large. In Siberia, people had cared less about what was happening in these big cities, unless they were invaded and burnt or their harps were destroyed. So this man had traveled, and he recorded the folk tales, he recorded proverbs, he recorded songs, and he published all of that in his short period of span life of 40-something years. Another thing I noticed is that many folk researchers had passed very young. I'm not making any conclusions, but I just, while doing this research, I observed, and it was kind of curious to me. So in one of his books, Mythology of Ancient Russia, he writes that in Voronezh province, that's central Russia pretty much, patients are taken to the springs. Mothers also carry their sick children there. And let me tell you my story. I grew up in Soviet Union, and as a child, I had problems with my stomach that completely were gone by the age of 20 when I moved to the United States and changed my diet. But there are still many sanatoriums. They are the rejuvenating facilities that are based at the springs. And these springs are considered to be medicinal. And I remember going to the springs, and they have faucets, and they would say, this is sulfurous water, and there would be smell in the air. And each one patient was prescribed a certain amount of water, whether it was alkaline or sulfurous or acidic. And each one, we had their own prescription, and that was had healing qualities on patients. These facilities still exist all throughout Eastern Europe, and numerous in Russia, or former Russian Republic, Soviet Union republics. So thanks to that guy, we can move to another researcher who states in his work Symbol and Myth in Folk Culture that the word and epithets of water, they were synonymous with the word healthy. So they would say, be healthy like water. And they believed that spraying and washing was transmuting, communicating beauty. So thanks to the Alexander Afanasyev, a lot of the folk tales had reached our times, and they present a very interesting phenomena. There are so many things about water in folk tales, the underwater kingdoms, the frozen creatures, the kings of winter and queens, snow maidens, the whole magical world under the rivers, under the lakes, in the seas. But my focus today will be primarily on the drinking water and rejuvenating water, which everybody in Russia knows about living water and dead water. It is present in various forms in endless amounts of folk tales. What interesting is that dead water applied to the injured doesn't kill, or applied to the healthy doesn't kill. It helps to heal the wounds. In some cases, the character would be already dead, either with a bleeding wound, or his body would have been chopped up in pieces by an evil character. And when sprayed with the dead water, the pieces of body coalesce together and merge and grow in as the whole body. And the wounds stop bleeding and they completely heal. And then after the application of the living water, the spirit is returned into the body, and the character awakening doesn't seem to remember that he was dead. And he states that he slept very tightly. So as the story goes, the character is set upon a quest to obtain the living and dead water for his aging father. The father heard that in the faraway land, there is a magic apple tree with rejuvenating apples that will reverse the aging, that is growing right at the base of the well containing living water. It's very interesting that the tree growing from that well with living water would also contain the rejuvenating apples. And on his quest, he encounters many temptations that he has to pass, proving his character. Incidentally, his two older brothers set on similar quests, and they didn't pass the tests. They were consumed by the evil and probably held prisoners by the evil creatures, the same creatures that had passed the third brother, Ivan, because of the purity of his heart, his trickery, and the lack of the intention for personal gain. That was very important for obtaining the magic of these waters, was to have that pure heart, that someone would want to use it not for personal gain, but for spreading the good. So the apple tree is guarded by the blue-eyed warrior. She's a female and a beauty, but she also is a mighty warrior who could conquer even a man. So as she realizes that the apples and water was stolen, she chases Ivan, and instead, after fighting him, they fall in love. They start with a fight, they fall in love, he proposes, and she decides to go with him back to his homeland. But on his way, the evil brothers gain speed with him. They are very jealous, and they become jealous of the goodies he got for their father, and they decide to kill him. Well, in this case, in various forms of that story, either a gray wolf, speaking wolf, is helping the main character by catching a crow. And by the way, crow or raven was in Russian folk tales is the creature who connects the present world with the dead world. So the wolf or some other character in other stories, there are many different variations of that story, catch the crow or the raven, catch the baby raven, tear it apart, and demand that the raven brings the authentic dead water and authentic live water. And when raven returns with the vessels, the wolf tests the qualities of these waters on the baby raven. So when raven first comes together with all his parts and then sprinkled with live water, he comes to life, the wolf knows that the raven didn't cheat. So as they say, trust but verify, right? That was the wisdom from the folk tale. So eventually all ends well. And in other forms of that story, an ancient Slavic priest appears out of nowhere, sees the dead body, and he has the vessels already and sprinkles with dead water and live water. And as we see by beautiful illustrations, there are so many, it was hard to choose. They return with magical objects and beauty and the wife back to their home. So later on, I will touch on the modern research into the phenomena of living and dead waters. Many researchers claim that they cracked the code. We'll find out if it's true. Another interesting phenomenon in folk tales is that in the folktale, sister Alyonushka and that little goat is her brother. He was disobedient, and while he was thirsty on their trip across the fields, he wanted to drink out of the track left by an animal that contained some water. And the sister said, please don't do that because you'll turn into that animal. So there's a shape-shifting element. The brother listened up to the very last moment when he finally decided to drink out of the goat imprint, and he turned into a goat. At the end of the story, everything ends well too. He turns back into the human, and the sister is actually helped by the other body of water to preserve life. So I'm not going to go deeper into that because I have no explanation to that phenomena. And I bet that there are no researchers trying to figure out whether or not this story is true, because I don't think we've seen anyone turn into a baby goat by drinking from the imprint. Well, we also wouldn't drink from the imprint, I believe. So, but that's an interesting aspect. We'll take it into account. There are many different, I leave this for you to read. There's a tale of Ivan the Tsarevich, which Tsar means, Tsarevich means the son of the Tsar. And there are many magical creatures that speak about the living water or the dead water. There are also notions of strong water or weak water, that drinking from a bucket can bring strength, enormous strength to the character and weaken the strong one. There's another one, a story where characters could be could use water as refuge, and the whole populations go underwater to hide under from the invaders, and they stay alive for extended periods of time. And here is the creature called Vodanoid. He is the spirit of water. He is basically living in the stale water, like lakes. And he's basically evil, but he'll help a character if he could trick him, or maybe because he likes him. He's not entirely evil. And one of the most remarkable stories of the water kingdom that was presented under the waters of the lake Ilmen was depicted in the story of Sadko. You might know about that story because the film from Soviet Union, 1950s or 60s, was nominated to Oscar or possibly Palme d'Or, something like that. And it was translated, so Western audiences had come to know that film. Although before that, there was an opera written by Rimsky-Korsakov in the 19th century, and ballet staged in Paris by the story of Sadko. That was, oh, sorry, my screen is floating. This was the drawing for the decorations of the ballet Sadko in Paris. And up to this day, the story of Sadko, who goes and encounters the entire kingdom under the water in Lake Ilmen, magical lake, is still depicted in Russian tea sets and various forms of art. So I think at this point, I'd like to round up the folk portion of this story and move on to the researchers of the tradition. So this particular man is one of my favorite steers. He died 2 years ago, also pretty young, but perhaps he wasn't healthy. His spirit didn't show it. I was listening to him and reading his books while he was still alive, and he was dedicated to uncovering the truth about the traditional native culture that was muddied. The waters were muddied, I should say. So he spoke about, he was a professor of history, also a tenured professor at Moscow State University. He published numerous amounts of books on the ancient history and tradition. And he described several rituals that, how they were celebrated back in the days involving water, and up to the current day. This is one of them. This is called Ivana Kupala, Ivan bathing, I would say, roughly translated like Ivan bathing. And during that day in the summer, on the 7th of July, it is believed that the waters are reaching the summer ripeness of their magic powers. And the entire populations of communities living together, they gather at the banks of the rivers. They bathe, they make wreaths, they sing songs, they dance. Up to this day, it's happening. the young girls who are unmarried, they let their wreaths flow down the river to guess who their future husband would be. Young and old participate in that holiday. And amazingly, as I was a child, I visited my grandma's village in Belarus. And I participated, I think it was around 1980s, in celebration of this holiday, which was done secretly from Soviet regime, but it was done by people nevertheless. I had a feeling that there was a witchery happening. I was pretty scared and fascinated. I went there with my older sisters, and I haven't done anything to make the wreath or anything. I was just observing, but I do have a memory of this beautiful, beautiful holiday. In the evening times, people let the candles float down the river with their wreaths, and also they jump over the fire, thus casting evil spirits from their own bodies and spirit. So this is the summer ritual that is still taking place, and I believe in Ukraine and Belarus and even in the Russian territory, it is celebrated very similar ways up to today. And today it's done much more openly than during the Soviet times. And the winter ritual is very interesting. So this guy, Alexander Pezhikov, he also wrote about it. It's called the baptism. Well, coincidentally, there was a similar holiday lasting from the end of December till middle of January, when people were casting the winter out. Winter has always been associated with death, but also with rebirth and immortality. And as we can see, it had translated in the current faith, which is Russian Orthodox Christianity. And church participates in this ritual, and people do it themselves. They cut holes in the eyes of the rivers and ponds and lakes, and they dip them, sometimes building these structures so that older people could walk in without being completely freaked out. So as you can see, people are still freaked out. That one I never participated in. Frankly, I don't think I want to, even now, if someone offered me, I think I would pass. Not that strong. Let me move down. Next stage, I will say that in Slavic Vedic culture, another way of calling my native culture would be Vedic, as we call Indian culture is Vedic, and some others probably refer to themselves as Vedic. And I have to say that that word Veda is a knowledge. This is the word still used in Russian language, modern language. And I'm not sure that in other languages it means the same thing, but in my language it means to know. So one of the goddesses that is claimed to be the pagan goddess of death is actually claimed by people as the goddess of immortality. And why I'm going to talk about the words is because in our language today, the roots of the words are descriptive of the meaning. We'll get to the word water as well as others, but the roots of the words reflect the meaning and origin and qualities of that substance, what they describe. So as in Marina or Mara, being a goddess of death or immortality, the one that connected two words, there's a root word, mor. More in Russian language is the sea. It's the sea still today. More, as in mass death or epidemics, still used as someone would fall over from more. And interesting that smert, as in death, also has the root mer. As in French, they still say mer as for death, right? And mera is also a measure or dimension. So basically, to die, smert, is the change of dimensions, which is interesting, but it also connects to the body of water as in the sea. So let me find the word voda. That's very interesting. That is the word for water. In my language, especially if we use the older ancient forms of the words, we will discover that words, they change, and there are many, many different words as verbs, adjectives, or nouns, and they all have the same root. And these words contribute to the whole picture of what that substance does. Some modern researchers call this, there's a theory, and I'll touch on that later, which is called motivated words or unmotivated words. So the motivated word is the one that is clear as day. You could see the origin because it describes in various forms what that object is. And let's look at water, vada. I believe that in English language, water is not connected to anything, except you could water the lawn. So it's a verb, but we don't know where that water come from. I believe that it's a distorted form of the word, Slavic word, voda. And the root of the word, as you can see, is vod, which means to lead. The verb vadit, this one, means to lead. Today we have the word voyevoda, which means военный, voda, military leader. We also use the word pravada. There's a vod for you, and it's electric wires. It talks about currents and connectivity. There's another word called horovod. What is that? Is I showed you the pictures where people hold the hands and they lead the circle as in whirlwind or vortex, sometimes singing, sometimes dancing, but all together holding hands. And this is called horovod. And so I wondered, like the first word, hor, could mean chorus, as in together, right? Singing together, we still say it's a chorus, or as in core, or char, as in the same combination of letters, maybe something that's burning, charm, magic, light magic, right? So I was wondering, like, there must be a connection to chorus, and does it mean it has something to do with the sun? Because when people are, holding hands and dancing together, it's a circle they form. So anyway, I think taking it apart is actually counterproductive versus combining the meaning together into the image, the whole image. I spilled some water. Spilled water cannot be collected. That's one of the proverbs I'm going to show you right now. So water in Russian proverbs collected by the collectors from previous centuries, like Alexander Afanasyev, or the modern days historians, we can see that water is not only depicted as some magical, fabulous, kind force. You could see that you could expect trouble from water and the fire equally. And then they say, we all know, don't spit in the well. One day you might need to drink from it, right? Don't pollute the waters. And another interesting analogy is standing still water rots. And I made an annotation about this whole analemma dilemma, but I believe I shouldn't be speaking about it right now. I just oppose the idea of confining water in crystal. They say that about information, for example, much water in it, meaning that it's a lot of empty information. I hope that what I'm presenting today, it won't be an empty information. Someone who is sad is called as if he's submerged in the water. To foresee the future, they say as if he was looking in the water. Among the friendship that is so tight that cannot be destructed is called water won't separate them. They say freezing water makes the body nuclear. And that drop by drop and the stone is chiseled by water. Some of these proverbs, I'm sure we can find in other languages too. So I'm glad that wisdom travels well. And when someone is chiming in with someone, else. It's pouring water on the watermill. And it's much, much more. When you talk about honest person, you say that he's pure as water. Diamond of pure water is the highest quality diamond. And to talk empty talk is to pour water. Interesting. What is another one? Oh, someone who is quiet and shy. They call him quieter than water, lower than grass. About time flow, they say much water has flown away since. That means it's been a long, long time ago. And the last representation of the Proverbs, that's the leading force of the water. It says, where the river went, there will be a channel. Water doesn't muddy the minds. And you could read, still waters run deep. Oh, I think I repeated it. Oh, the truth doesn't sink in water and it doesn't burn in fire. And to bring somebody to the truth, to make a true statement, there's a saying, you could take him to the pure water. That means that you'll discover what truth is. So, and also water can leave the unchangeable imprint on a person by the proverb that says, if you fall in the water, you won't come out dry. And interesting that when I was little, my mom bathing me always talked to water in the form of taking a pitcher and pouring the water over my head and saying, as the water runs off the goose, let the water take away the diseases from my Olga. And that was rhyming. It was kind of in the form of a little poem. And that she took from her mother and her mother from great-grandmother and great-grandmother. So I believe that the knowledge that we find in the recorded pieces of broken history and culture was not carried by books. They say, oh, those people were so uneducated, they didn't write books. Well, I demonstrated that the written alphabet was much more complex in Slavic culture than the modern alphabet. However, the knowledge was not passed by the books. It was lived. And I think it was unified in understanding. And that was the unifying force for the communities that lived together. They didn't need to have laws because they were already obedient to the laws of elements, to the respect of nature, and they knew that they could fool somebody, but they cannot escape the consequences of the natural law. And therefore, that tradition was a spoken word. Since I'm taking so much time, let me move on to one of the connecting points of my journey, this particular researcher. Several people that I will present to you are of modern times, and they are extraordinarily accomplished people. They are not some amateur researchers, although there's nothing wrong with amateur research. And I think it could be much stronger than some of the academicians' research that would be geared towards the one who orders and pays for that research. We all know that. But the ones I will present to you probably surprised the academicians in Russia, and they went their own way, developing their own theses, writing their own books, and insisting on their theories that I will try to give you a glimpse of. So the first one is a military interpreter from Arabic to Russian, Colonel Nikolai Vashkevich. He's still living. Remarkably, I'm so glad to be part of this remarkable world of beautiful people. He had made a statement that systemic languages of the brain exist. He wrote a book on that subject. He believes that ancient Russian as well as Arabic together formed the systemic languages of periodic table of people. The same way as the periodic table was written for the people of, for the chemistry department, right? Also by the Russian scientist whose last name was Mendeleev. So this guy, Nikolai Vashkevich, he established his theory that all the unmotivated words, the ones that you cannot find origin in Russian language, they could be found in Arabic. Sometimes you have to read the word backwards. and that the Arabic words that were unmotivated, meaning you don't know where they came from and why they're used, there is no such thing existing there, what does that word mean? And all of these words in Arabic, sometimes written backwards, sometimes straightforward, could translate and explain the meaning and the origin. So he claims that like hydrogen and helium as two top elements on a periodic table, these languages form the lingual ethnic periodic table. He believes that the periodic table, just like hydrogen, transmutes into into all other elements eventually. Thus, the languages and people were formed using the same template and the same laws that apply to the transmutation of these elements into territory, into nature, into people, into spoken words, and everything else. I believe that reading these books, if they could be found translated, would be enormous advance for all other language speakers in order to verify whether or not it's true. I'm interested too. He's not claiming that it's the truth. He claims it as theory. And as you can see, he's very excited about that theory. I love listening to him. Sometimes it's hard for him to express it in the words because idea like such was never presented before. Although I've heard that numerous scientists, including Einstein, they believed they were looking for one law operating everything. What is that blueprint? You could correct me on that, but I believe that Einstein was one of them and probably many others. So we've touched on the word Veda as having concrete meaning. So the water and the word water relates to the word family, seed, and generations. So let me show you how. It's not easily flowing one from another, but once you start seeing the image as whole, you will see how these dots connect. For example, the people are called narod. So rod is the root of the word that means family line or birth, and it is equivalent of the English word gen. Rodi is birthing process. So if I'm having rodi, that means I'm giving birth to someone as a woman. We still use that word. It's not an ancient rudimental word. Rodnik, and here's how it connects to water, is the spring. It's the natural spring. Sometimes the spring is also called the key, ключ. And the words interchange. I don't know exactly if there is a difference why some are called the keys and some are called родник. But you could see that generations of people and this birth of the water from the earth shares the same root. Again, Rodina means motherland. Narod as in above the generation, it's the whole people. And very interesting one, Vodorod is hydrogen, element hydrogen. And that one translates exactly in English, the same way it's constructed in Russian, as in vod, being water, rod, being birthing. So interesting word that has to do, I will touch very briefly on that. It has to do with mutiny or mutation. In Russian word, mutit means to raise the sediment from the water and muddy the water by vortex. Not just dripping dirt into the water, but muddying it from the bottom up like a vortex. So this is how it translates to other parts of life. Возмутить is to cause indignation. Perhaps it arises because our waters are boiling inside and we can't stand it anymore, you know? And помутнение of consciousness, it is the muddying of the consciousness, which we apply to going insane. There are several words describing going insane in Russian, and this expression relating to water is one of them. And I wonder if going insane has something to do with muddying the waters of the brain, or maybe the whole body. So we know in English there is a word mutiny. In Russian there is a word smuta, which means the same thing, uprisal, mutiny. Mutation, we also have the same word, but our word only applies to the state of liquid. It does not apply to anything else. And I wonder if mutation of DNA, we've heard a lot about, has to do with actually muddying the waters. And this word omot is a whirlpool or vortex. It's still the word used today. So let me see if I touched on all the words and proverbs. And yeah, my favorite, Vashkevich. So lastly, I only have a few other people of modern times to introduce to you. One of them is this guy, and I hope that some people will keep researching their work. He was an MD and PhD. And as you can see, he lived a very happy life. He researched water. His research was based in alkaline water, which is believed by many that is the equivalent of the living water. So whether or not it's true, I haven't seen anyone being brought from the dead by the living water, but I had seen the dead water as in being acidic water being used to clean the wounds, and the wounds heal better if they're washed by the acidic water. So this guy had stated he incorporated the use of baking soda because that was a simple element anyone could reach at home, and he developed the whole rejuvenating system of health that, oh my gosh, hundreds of thousands of people from the back in the Soviet days, when he was venerated and then condemned. Of course, he was called a quack at the end of his life. He never changed his mind, though. He couldn't care less, which I admire him for. And his name you could note or take a note of and research his work into alkaline water. He also stated that we shouldn't be drinking coffee because it depletes us of water, and it expels more water by weight than we drink. And therefore, we're being constantly dehydrated. His regimen also included in a recommendation that alkaline water should only be drunk between meals on empty stomach. He believed any water should be consumed only on empty stomach for optimum health, so it wouldn't dilute the stomach juice. This guy is a very mysterious guy. He's also still living. He is PhD in biology and technology. He has numerous patents. And after I watched several of his webinars, he's talking a lot. He's not saying a lot of things because I believe he's still working with the state and for the state, probably for his own gain a little bit. Nothing wrong with that on my part, but he had one recommendation. He said that it took him 3 years of research to confirm that a glass of water that is put on red color, anything red, a piece of paper red, would in 6 minutes minimum, and he insisted on 6 minutes for some reason, would transform that water into a state of rejuvenating beauty water. He called it Cleopatra water. He recommended to freezing that water and then using it on your face and body. And he said that maybe he used 3 years worth of state funding for that research, but then I can verify very quickly whether or not it's true. However, we're already so beautiful and youthful. How are we going to run that experiment? I have no idea. So this one of my beloved, most favorite people who passed at the end of 2020 was Major General Boris Ratnikov. He served most of his life at Special Forces of KGB, later turned into FSB. And last 15, 20 years, he was heading the team, presidential team, that was dedicated to protecting Russian presidents, starting from Yeltsin and ending with Putin, from telepathic and psi effects and ESP harm. You believe it? Can you believe it? Well, you might say, you're making it up. No, he wrote tens of books. I didn't even calculate all of the books he wrote, and I am not able to obtain them all. And I've listened to hours and hours of his lectures. He is depicted in this book. It's published in United States, and it's called ESP Wars East and West. And it's written by these guys. They're all PhDs. They're also all former CIA officers. This guy, Edwin May, he was heading the now infamous research program called Golden Gate program. And it was declassified in the recent past. And Boris Radnikov is described and given honors in this book. These guys from CIA, they considered him very highly intelligent and important. So these guys have been funding research going back into the past, not only on Soviet times, but previous times. Boris Radnikov had stated that while he was in the archives of Soviet Union, KGB archives, he found the papers referring to Mesmer, the magician, and numerous other magicians who were said to have special powers. They were recruited by the KGB. They were coerced into cooperation. And a lot of that knowledge about water, particularly, came from the research of prior generations. And it was in the archives of the KGB, something that he had come out and spilled to the world. He gave many recommendations how to protect yourself, how to use water for optimum health. And let me surprise you with something. It touches my heart. He wrote poetry. He believed, just like the old bards from the past, that once it's put in the poetic form, the knowledge is indestructible and it communicates easier, and the simpler ways will lead us further than complicated nitpicking and cutting apart the knowledge, analyzing in the microscopes, and all kinds of technology that affects our research today. So let me read it to you. Water, oh water, pure sister, accept all my sorrows, accept all my troubles, wash away bitterness from my soul, wash away evil from my body, cleanse me. Take away grief, misfortune, sadness, weakness, grief, disease, bring back the joy, bring back the happiness, bring light back to my soul, bring health back to my body. Help me. Thank you, pure sister. He said that every time he takes a shower, he turns water on cold and recites that poem. Ever since I heard of this, I consider a waste of time in the shower if I don't recite that poem. I practiced it since then. He also believed that the only way to affect the water would be stirring it and putting the words and intention into it. He didn't use any devices except he purified his water from the tap by freezing it and removing the impurities from the top and the center. Veda could verify that, I believe, and we're so grateful for that technique when there's nothing else available. He then defrosted the water and he put all his intentions into that water. Intentions for the current day, they could be different from day to day. And he claimed that the doubts are the parasites of the mind. He said, if you have doubts, you will never set that intention in the water. You need to know beyond any doubt that what you're saying is holding true in that water, and you will obtain it by drinking. So for me, that was remarkable and touching. And to summarize my presentation, I'd like to say that looking back at the distorted history, having these broken pieces of previously beautiful cosmology and mythology that reflected in the way of life, it had nothing to do with teaching or scientific calculations. It reflected in the way people lived. They wouldn't spit in the well, right? Not what we are observing right now, what's happening to our waters. And somehow I think that not so much by technological means, we as people coming together and sharing our past civilizational history, traditions, maybe starting to practice these traditions, embracing each other, we can bring more coherency to water and other elements than any want can possibly bring. So I believe in the powers of the mind and human spirit, and technology, yes, but maybe they are crutches that at the moment we need as we're getting stronger, but let's not get used to them. That's my message today. Thank you so much.
Oh my goodness. Olga, that was incredible. Would you be able to just come out of your screen share, please, so we can see you?
My screen share?
Yeah.
My screen share. Okay, stop share. Yeah. Say thank you. Thank you.
Oh my God. Hang on 1 second. Yeah. Let's do that. I'm trying to unpin you and it's not doing it for some reason, so I'm going to just have to do it a different way.
Oh, may I share one more idea?
Please,
We have modern researchers that claim that water, to be alive, should be negatively charged, should be pH negative, should be structured, should be purified, and blah, 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 blah. What if we put together a presentation of anybody who is sure in their idea? They have to present their method and supply us with a kit of how to achieve that method simply at home without spending thousands of dollars. And if we try it and test it out, we get together and share the findings. And in the meantime, people who do research in water can sell their product. Maybe.
I genuinely just adore you. Like what you've just brought to all the people watching is just a complete new view of a whole culture that I'm pretty sure very, very few people knew about. So I've never heard of any of these concepts until I spoke to you. And I want to give you kudos because it was you that introduced me to Gennady Krokalev that I talk about all the time, about how he photographed the retina of people's eyes as they were having a hallucination or a clear vision, and was able to show that thoughts live within a material environment, which I found utterly fascinating, as I do you. I think that
Thank you.
The amount of love that's pouring out for you from what you shared, and the amount of oh my gods and wow, that's amazing. They're just wonderful. May
I say one more thing, that my last name has Vod in it. Original last name contains water in it. So I shortened it to the original root Vodin, having been in American Pictures and stuff. I thought it was a nice, cute pseudonym. But somehow it fits into the theory that everything, including names, including character traits, including what we do, that Vashkevich's theory, it kind of fits the bill, right? And Veda being the knowledge carrier.
Well, one of the other interesting things you were talking about with the guy talking about the color red for beauty. Now, one of the things I've noticed and observed and tested myself is that when water is exposed to different colors, different things happen. When it's exposed to the color red, the water will often become more acidic. And when you're using water for your face, more acidic water is actually better for the face. So that's kind of interesting.
Right.
Yeah. No, I can geek out with you for hours on end. I hope I get to catch up with you when I come to the States in October.
I hope so too.
I hope so too.
Thank you, everybody, for your patience and your beauty. I'm looking forward to hearing all the other presentations.
Thank you so much. All right. Well, shall we see? Is Julia? She is our next speaker. Julia, are you here?
I am here. Hello.
Hello. I'm just going to spotlight you for everybody. Now, I am just going to read my little bit about you. And so we can just, here we go. So this is my lovely friend, Julia. We connected the first time we spoke, I felt like I'd known her forever. It was one of those kind of connections. So Julia is a reverend. And she's an ordained minister in the United Church of Christ, serving as a senior pastor in Madison, Wisconsin, in the USA. Actually, my husband's in Wisconsin right now.
Oh my goodness, that's amazing.
Visiting his family there.
Wow.
Yeah, she's also a dancer, a gardener, a birth doula, and a death doula. Gosh, she's passionate about being a mama to her 2-year-old and dedicated community member working for a more peaceful and just society. Water has always been deeply important on her spiritual journey, especially through the ritual and sacrament of baptism. I'm so excited, she says, to share about powerful spiritual experiences that she's had with water and the scripture to accompany it. Well, I'm going to leave the rest because you're going to talk all about it. So I'm going to hand it over to you. Look, absolutely radiant today, I have to say.
Oh, thank you, Veda. Thank you so much. And greetings, all of you. It's a joy to be with you. I come to you, as Veda said, from Madison, Wisconsin, in the USA. It's a progressive university town in the upper Midwest of the United States, and it's technically landlocked. It's not on a coast of an ocean, but Wisconsin is part of the Great Lakes region. And the Great Lakes hold more than 20% of the world's surface fresh water, more than 20%. And so the water element, although we're landlocked and not coastal, the water element is really prominent here. So I locate myself, I'm in the Lake Monona watershed, and I am on ancestral Ho-Chunk land, a place their nation called Dejop. And they are the stewards of these lands and the waters since time immemorial. And in 1832, in a treaty, the Ho-Chunk were forced to cede this territory. However, the Ho-Chunk resisted these requests and asserted their sovereignty as a nation, and they continued to return to their ancestral homelands. And there were decades of ethnic cleansing followed when both the federal and the state government repeatedly but unsuccessfully sought to forcibly remove the Ho-Chunk from Wisconsin. So I come to you from occupied land, a land that has history of colonization. This land was taken for farming and speculation by white settlers, and the Ho-Chunk still returned to hunt and to fish and to honor the graves of their ancestors. And so there are many today seeking a new relationship of truth-telling and honor and respect. And I say this because my spiritual tradition has a deep desire to live out justice. And there are ways in which the element of water comes through and shines through around language of justice in the Bible. But I just want to invite you into a centering moment with me before I get going with a little bit of teaching. So I invite you, if you feel comfortable, and of course, do whatever feels right to you. You can, continue on your way. But I just invite you to put one hand on your belly and one hand on your heart. And just take a few deep cleansing breaths. And honor the life force that flows through you. And locate yourself in time and space. Encountering the preciousness of this moment right now, a moment like no other. Help us soak in our aliveness and life force as we attune to the water around us and within us. And just a gentle prayer and invocation. Divine life force, you give us life through water. You are the source of love, the source of life. And as we breathe and settle into the precious now, we invite your living waters of inspiration to bubble up within us and help us to live in right relationship with ourselves, with you, with all of creation. Let it be so. Amen. So I am the senior pastor of a church on this land within the progressive Protestant denomination of the United Church of Christ, which seeks to say, no matter who you are and where you are on life's journey, when you come into our sanctuary space, we say you are welcome here in the fullness and wholeness of who you are. Because of who you are, because of your sexuality, your gender expression, your embodiment, your socioeconomic, your marital status, all of these things are celebrated as the wholeness of how we're created. And in the USA, the loudest voice of Christianity is really one that I interpret as being exclusive rather than inclusive, based on dogma, often persecuting people for who they love and who they are. So as a pastor, it's really important to me to seek to be a voice of healing and a voice of inclusivity and a voice of body positivity and embodied spirituality, and not in spite of the tradition, not in spite of the Bible, but because of it. Because there are so many resources for experiencing a God of love, a God of creation that is like a divine life force, a source within the Bible and within Christianity. So it's part of my life mission to be a healer in the lineage of Christ and the lineage of Mary Magdalene. And one of the main tenets of the Jesus path that I walk is to have a and by the way, I was not raised within Christianity. I was raised as a spiritual but not religious person. My mother is Buddhist and my father was a philosophy professor. And they were very clear not to impose a tradition, a religious tradition on us. So they didn't baptize us within like the Catholic Church, as some people do, as just like rote, like a way of being. They let it be a question for us to choose. And so it did sort of become a defining question for me. My mother had her Buddhist path and my father had his path of philosophy. And I thought, even from a young age, what is my way of being in the world? And how do I experience truth and life? And the question of being baptized was a big one for me because we weren't baptized, and I was always drawn to churches. And there was one church down the street, and I asked to go to Sunday school there. And I was little. I was like, I don't know, 6 or 7 or something. And I shared with one of the other kids that I wasn't baptized, and he was like, "You're going to hell." And I told my mom, and she was horrified, and she like plucked me right out of there. And so it became this like central question for me of what my path would be. And I really, at some point, I was raised as a dancer, and that became a kind of embodied spiritual practice for me. And I just had a natural connection with God, with the divine, with spirit through the natural world. And I felt like that was, not necessarily part of Christianity, of the mainstream that I saw within the expression of church. But at some point, I think it was after university, after college, I felt this really strong draw to center my life around what I understood as the source of love that we call God. And I thought, what better to do than go to seminary to follow this? And so I thought, I just want to study it and learn about it. And when I began actually reading the Bible with a historical critical method, not literally, but just going into the layers of history and translation, it just opened up for me. And I saw that people, ancient people throughout centuries were within this tradition. Jewish people, Christian people were experiencing God through creation, through the waters, through the oceans, through the forests, through embodied spiritual practice, and really through a call for justice as well. And I found a church where I went to seminary in New York City that was doing arts and spirituality and justice work. And I thought, if this is what Christianity looks like, I'm in. And I eventually got baptized at this point. And I even started the ordination process to become a pastor before I was baptized. And I remember sitting in this committee with like stodgy older guys, and they were like, "Wait, you're still not baptized? You're doing things way out of order, Julia." So my pastor brought me on a retreat with a bunch of other women, and we went skinny dipping under the full moon at night. And the next day she had me claim, why is it do I want to be within the Christian tradition? And I just found myself saying, this tradition, which has been the cause of so much harm, there's been so much bloodshed because of this. I want to drench myself in the waters of that and find the healing waters of it. And, fully drench myself in the healing waters of Christianity and be a source of love. And so I made that public proclamation, and then she walked with me in this beautiful lake, and she dunked me, actually went underwater with me. And it's in the Trinitarian formula: in the name of the Father, one dunk; in the name of the Son, one dunk; in the name of the Holy Spirit, the other dunk. And because patriarchal language doesn't work for me, she said a fourth dunk: in the name of one God, who is mother of us all. And that baptism was so core for my spiritual life and understanding. And I've been an ordained pastor now for 10 years, and I'm still, doing this work of wondering, what is the Spirit calling me to, and how can I best bring this source of love into the world? So one of the main tenets of the Jesus path that I seek to walk, is to have a special preference or an eye out for the least of these, to pay attention to those who are least and who are lost in society. And the way the Bible often talks about this are through talking about the widow and the orphan and the poor and the mourning and the downtrodden. And like water that always seeks and lands in the lowest place, that always sinks to the bottom, I think there's something about God in this that always goes to the low places and seeks to uplift or just dwell there. Like when we are mourning, when we're in times of need or in trauma, when we are poor in spirit or out of luck, God, like water, seeks the lowest and abides with us there and becomes healing waters or still waters or living waters. And these are all biblical phrases. And seeking out the lowly is also what the Bible talks about with doing justice and righteousness, which means making the world an equitable place, making the love of God made known in the world. And one of my favorite teachers, the Rev. Dr. Cornell West, he talks about justice being what love looks like in public. And the prophet Micah says, "And what does the Lord require of you? But to do justice, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God." So that's part of the desire for justice. And then we hear from the prophet Amos, "Let justice roll down like waters, and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream." Let justice roll down like waters, and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream. So there's a sort of inevitability of justice, of the love of God bubbling forth. So we hear water as carrying a caring and compassionate presence, water as truth-telling, water as exposing the inequities by abiding with those in the lowest places. And I saw that one of the earlier speakers spoke about Genesis, or the waters of Genesis. And I'll just give a little take on it from my perspective, that the very first lines of the Bible, in the beginning, when God created the heavens and earth, the earth was a formless void, and darkness covered the face of the deep, while a wind from God swept over the waters. And so the waters are clear there in the second part of it. And a lot of theologians throughout the last, however long this tradition has been around, have talked about creation ex nihilo, creation that comes out of nothing, when earth was a formless void, and darkness covered the face of the deep. And there are feminist theologians now, specifically a woman named Catherine Keller, who talks about God rather than creating out of nothing, like creation just appears. She goes into this question of what is the deep? The earth was a formless void and darkness covered the face of the deep. What is that deep? And she goes in to that word and talks, and it's the word in Hebrew is tehom, and it means to describe the primeval ocean, the creation waters. It's sort of like the womb of life. Before, the water from earth were separated. It wasn't just out of nothing, ex nihilo. She said it was out of ex profundis, out of the deep, the depths of life. And so that's a big shift. And so for a female theologian to come along and say, as a creator myself, as a womb bearer, the waters of life don't come from nowhere. They come from the waters, the deep, the tehom, out of the profound. So that's just a beautiful take, I think, on the first couple lines of the Bible. And we often hear about wisdom, Sophia. So this is the feminine face of God in a lot of the Hebrew Bible and New Testament tradition. The wisdom tradition is a personified feminine divine. And we see a wind from God swept over the face of the waters. We think that divine feminine, or I think that divine feminine was right there hovering, part of the just whole mix of creation. And that to me is so life-giving to find that right there in the first lines of the Bible. And then moving to the New Testament, the Jesus tradition, there are so many moments when Jesus uses fluids, bodily fluids, to have healing or to, express emotion. And Mary Magdalene and Jesus have a very beautiful relationship. And what we're now discovering was that probably Mary's brother was Lazarus. And in the Gospel of John, that we hear this talk about the beloved disciple. Who is it? It's a mystery. Is it Mary Magdalene? Is it Lazarus? And Lazarus, he dies near the end of the Gospel of John. And Mary goes to him and just, my brother has died. What can you do? And Jesus comes and maybe to this beloved disciple, someone he loved. And the shortest line of scripture is written, which is Jesus wept. And in Greek, the word is dakro, which isn't just like a little tear. It is like weeping, bawling your eyes out, the ugly cry. Jesus is doing this. He's like heaving the waters of grief. And it's only after this that Lazarus comes back to life through the fluid of these tears. And there's so much reverence in the Bible, just that short sentence, Jesus wept. And I think those tears, that expression of emotion is tied to the life that kind of resurrects or comes back, the mystery of how life continues after death comes back through Lazarus. And in this sort of heated moment of, they think Jesus is going to die, they love him, what are they going to do? What is this Jesus community up to? It's high drama, intensity. And Mary Magdalene, in the Gospel of John, previously known as Mary of Bethany, she interrupts a fancy dinner party and makes a big scene with her tears. She is weeping at his feet, and it's, like a formal moment, and it's probably lots of men around the table, but she comes and sits at his feet, and she has this expensive perfume or nard or oil that she anoints his feet with, and she cries over his feet, and she uses her hair to wipe up the tears. And some of the other Jesus followers are just critical of Mary, probably jealous of her, and they start criticizing her right there. Don't we care about the poor? Shouldn't we sell that fancy perfume that you just used, Mary, to help the poor and feed the poor? Don't we care about justice? And Jesus stands up for her and says, this showing of love, the showing of emotion that interrupts, this radical love that interrupts, the tears are bringing healing and life. She really gets what is going on here. And so there's a tradition in that lineage of foot washing. which is just an expression of beautiful humility and love and reverence. And it really comes through the fluid of Mary's tears and how her love pours out, and even the ointment of the perfume in that moment. And then there's just this other passage, a healing passage in the Gospel of Mark, where Jesus heals a blind man, and he heals this person by spitting on his eyes, mixing his own saliva with the dirt and making a sort of mud and putting it on the man's eyes. And then Jesus goes and tells him to wash his eyes in a particular pool. And so the use of his own bodily fluids, of the local pools of doing ritual, is something that Jesus draws on as a source of healing. And I just think that's so powerful and kind of gritty too, that like dirt and spit. It's like not what you think when you go into like a really formal church. It's just like really delicious and embodied. And so you're starting to see that the way I interpret the Christian tradition is very carnal, very incarnate. It's an embodied religion full of embodied spiritual practices that are dripping with God's presence through fluids and through water. And in the UCC, in the United Church of Christ, the tradition in which I'm ordained, we recognize two sacraments, and sacraments are thought to be a moment where invisible reality is made visible. So what is hidden is made visible. And the two sacraments are communion and baptism. So in communion, through the bread and the wine, we experience approaching God's very real table of abundance and promise for healing and food and nourishment for all people. We recognize our oneness. And through baptism, God's love is made known to us by coming to us through the element of water, and visibly so. And the first baptism happened in the Jordan River, which is actually it flows into the Dead Sea, which is one of the lowest places on earth. And Jesus's cousin, John, enacts this ritual of bathing with Jesus for the first time. And when he emerges, as the story goes, a dove comes down like the Holy Spirit, and they hear a voice that says, "This is my beloved, with whom I am well pleased." So in baptism, when we baptize a child or an adult, or when we remember this ritual, we say, "This is God's beloved. This person is so deeply loved." And we remember that in ritual now. And one of my absolute favorite scriptures that didn't make it into the Bible is about a girl who baptizes herself, and she is named Thecla. It's the Acts of Paul and Thecla. And she didn't make it into the Bible because when Christianity became an official religion with the Roman Empire around the 300s in the Common Era, and over the next couple centuries, and even before then, there was much debate about female religious leadership. And they eventually decided, as we know, no female religious leaders. Certainly girls cannot baptize. Certainly they can't baptize themselves. Certainly women cannot teach. And so this juicy, body-honoring, borderline erotic stuff in the New Testament having to do with Jesus got destroyed or obscured or interpreted in ways that were ultimately oppressive for bodies, and I would say unfaithful to the lineage of Jesus and Mary Magdalene. And Mary Magdalene, you probably know this, but there was a gospel, and there is a gospel in her tradition, the Gospel of Mary, and they sought to destroy it. And we do have snippets of it today, and there are scholars and spiritual people trying to make meaning of this tradition that shows that female leadership was there from the very beginning, right alongside of Jesus. And so the Acts of Paul and Thecla is written about a young woman named Thecla, and it's written about the Apostle Paul, whose letters comprise a significant portion of the New Testament. So it's not this like obscure, random text. It's like it was really popular in certain moments throughout centuries, and it actually was never destroyed. It's very intact and has a really cohesive plot and consistent characters. So I'd love to tell you the story of Thecla, and it's like a wild story. So just, draw on that childlike part of yourself that likes story time. I read my 2-year-old daughter stories, and some of it is quite unbelievable, of course, but receive it in that way as sort of symbolic. And allow this ancient story of women's empowerment through water to wash over you. So this is a story of a girl who belonged to herself. And in belonging to herself, she belonged to God. This is a story of bodily autonomy for women in the early Jesus-following communities, women who cut their hair and fled from rich families and men that they were betrothed to, women who created new pathways of liberation for themselves by following Jesus. And this is a story that did not make it into the Bible, but has rich commentary about the life of early Jesus followers. This story comes from non-canonical or extra-canonical biblical text. And recent scholarship has used the word Gnostic, but I don't use that word because it denotes a sort of secret type of wisdom only available to a few. And today I want to claim that this text is very much from within the Christian tradition. It belongs to us, and it was suppressed because those in power did not like what it said. And in this case today, Thecla shows us that women were preaching and administering the sacrament of baptism. Thecla isn't a mother. She isn't a wife. She's a young girl who is so gripped by the path of Jesus that she can do no other. She was from an important family in Asia Minor, or modern day Turkey, and she was engaged to be married to a very important and rich man. And as the story goes, the Apostle Paul came to her town talking about Jesus. And Thecla listened outside of her window. She was glued to the window, staring out for 3 days straight. And so hearing the story of Jesus for the very first time, she was totally entranced. 3 days straight, the story says. And her fiance, this important man she was betrothed to, begs her to come away from the window, that she should be ashamed, that it's her duty and the law for her to marry him. But hearing about the story of Jesus, of Christ, Thecla's life is changed. So the fiance essentially tells on her. He gets the big guns and goes to her mom and tries to convince Thecla to get in line to marry him. And at this point, the fiance calls the governor, saying that Paul is a magician who has powers to sway young women from marrying. And so Paul is arrested and thrown into prison. And Thecla escapes in the night to visit Paul in prison to learn more about Jesus. And the next day, word gets out, and the punishment for subverting social order is harsh for not marrying this important fiance. And the mother agrees that it's the law of the land, that Thecla ought to be burned for breaking the law and following her own courageous heart toward Jesus. And so they get her and they bring her to the funeral pyre. And just before the flames begin lapping her feet, she makes the sign of the cross, and a thundercloud covers the whole area and puts the fire out with water. And Thecla grabs a man's robe and cuts off her hair and goes to find Paul, saying she's ready to be baptized. She says, "Only give me the seal of Christ and no trial will touch me." But Paul kind of dawdles. He says to her, "Be patient." And she remains close to him, waiting for his authority, for his baptism, and joining him on his adventures. And they go all over. They travel to Antioch, where the Syrian leader Alexander sees Thecla. And she must be very beautiful and just like have this spark, because he says he must have her as a wife, but she's defiant. And in public, she rips his crown from his head and tears his garments and saves herself. But because he's a powerful man, she's brought to court and is sentenced to death in the arena, where everybody is awaiting the wild beasts who would be unleashed to destroy her. And the lions who should tear her apart, when they're unleashed, they lie down at her feet. And then the bears who come, the lions tear the bears apart. And after all of this, Thecla sees a pit of water with sea lions. And she decides, in the face of death, she decides that now is the time to be baptized. So she throws herself in this pit of water with sea lions in it. And Thecla cries out, "In the name of Jesus, I baptize myself." And the story goes that a cloud of fire surrounds her, so she can't be touched. And the sea lions die. And the crowd who was once against her turns in her favor, especially the women. And they're amazed, and they start throwing perfume and roses and cinnamon to deter the animals. And it lulls them to sleep. And Thecla is saved. And the crowd begins to turn, seeing Thecla's courage. The women begin chanting together, "This is an unholy judgment." And they proclaim her innocence. And they continue throwing these rose petals and nard and spices. And the scripture reads that all the women cried out in one loud voice, as if from one mouth, praising Thecla's courage. And the feminist theologian, Megan Watterson, writes about this moment. She says, "In saving herself, Thecla has unified the force of love in all the women around her. In freeing herself and uniting herself with the source of love, she has freed all the women." And the text ends by saying that Thecla lived a long life of 90 years old, healing and teaching in the name of Jesus. And to this day, there's a cave in Turkey with a fresco on it of Paul and Thecla. So I've used this story of the girl who baptizes herself, who uses water to do ritual with my community, and to come forward and claim in that moment with a bowl there in the church, to claim that we belong to ourselves, we belong to God, to reclaim the ancient tradition of self-baptism, that we can claim through the water what we need it to be, and that we can sort of ask the waters and ask what the world needs through the waters and through us, the waters of justice, the waters of healing, the waters of bodily autonomy, the waters of anger or righteous anger or gratitude or gentleness, the waters of love. And I've really taken this tradition of self-baptism, which is deep in the Christian tradition, that we don't need an intermediary. We don't need a priest. We don't need a reverend. We don't need someone else to give us a pathway to God. Because if God is in the waters, God is already within us and around us, and we can call on that source of love and life and ask them to surround us. And even just actually yesterday, I did a sort of self-baptism ritual. I have land that I go to in northern Wisconsin that is my spouse's ancestral land. They have a little family compound there. And I love to dip in cold waters and sort of make it mean something for myself, as if I'm making a vow to myself, or really allowing a mindset or a vision to really sink in, that I want to be changed when I arise. And so I use baptism and even just dipping in water, taking a shower, as a sort of renewal of that love and of whatever I need it to be in that moment, really based on this ancient badass Thecla who baptized herself, and really is empowering to me. And I love this ritual of baptism. And I use these self-baptisms also as a sort of way to mark change in my life, a way of dying to the old and embracing the new. And I'm really excited because I'm hosting a retreat. I'm going to be hosting a virtual retreat in August of self-baptism for people who want to access the power of this ancient tradition and text in new and life-giving ways. So I'm just so excited to be offering this sort of thing. And I think I'll end with the baptism prayer that we have in the Book of Worship in the United Church of Christ, which is just kind of summarizes the movement of water in Scripture. And if you would like to, if you have water, I do have a little bowl of water here. And you can, you have water within you and around you, so you don't even need to touch it, but you can. So if you want to just take a minute to get water or locate water. And then, this, of course, this prayer is from my own tradition. And so whatever edits you want to make it feel resonant with you, I trust you and your spiritual authority to do that. And so I want us to, one of the things I often do is bless water and then use that water for a blessing. So we're going to bless the waters we have and then use it to bless ourselves. And you can, as we get to the end of the ritual, you can bless your forehead and you can do a circle. I think in my tradition, it's a sign of a cross, just above, below, horizontal, just a way of kind of uniting the earth and the sky, and then uniting all people. And just feel the source and presence of love around you. And so here's this, this prayer of baptism from my tradition. And I invite you to just put your hand over the water, or even in it if you'd like, as we pray together. We thank you, God, for the gift of creation, called forth by your beautiful word. Before the world had shape and form, your spirit moved over the waters. Out of the waters of the deep, you brought forth the earth and sustained all life. In the time of Noah, you washed the earth with waters of the flood, and your ark of salvation bore a new beginning. In the time of Moses, your people Israel passed through the Red Sea waters from slavery to freedom, and crossed the flowing Jordan to enter the promised land. In the fullness of time, you sent Jesus the Christ, who was nurtured in the water of Mary's womb. Jesus was baptized by John in the water of the Jordan, became living water to a woman at the Samaritan well, washed the feet of the disciples, and sent them forth to baptize all the nations by water and by Holy Spirit. Bless by your Holy Spirit, gracious God, this water. By your Holy Spirit, protect those who desire to profess your beautiful name. Create new life in the one who blesses the water on this day, that they may rise in glory eternal. And we glorify you, Divine One, the one who was and is and shall be forever, worlds without end. Amen. So I invite you to take this water and either wherever you feel like you want this blessing, either on your forehead, if you want to sort of bring it to your mind or your heart. Maybe there's a place on your body that aches. Maybe you want the blessing of healing waters there. Just take a moment with your water and listen to where it might want to go. We receive your blessing, O God, source of life and love, made present through the waters. In the name of the Creator, in the name of the Christ presence, in the name of the Holy Spirit and one God who is Mother of us all. Let it be so. Amen. Thank you all so much for your presence and listening. And I just appreciate being here with you and Veda for the invitation, and blessings to each of you. I know we have some time, but that's the end of my my talk. So I'll pass it to you, Veda.
Well, I just about cried my way through that whole thing.
Oh.
It was so beautiful and touching for me personally. You know, you have such a wisdom that flows out of you, and I don't know why I feel so emotional, but I do. And so that's how I always know when something's real.
Mm.
And I think one of the things I said at the beginning, and I think it's just also cumulative, but you know, I said there's going to be healings that happen just by listening to people talking their truths. And it's I always talk about tears, you know, and how there's been such deep pain that's been spread throughout the world, and it's such a big part of why I do this, is so that people don't feel in pain anymore.
Yeah.
And part of the tears, you know, our faces, when we cry, these beautiful tears come back into our mouth because they've been reordered and restructured to help heal our hearts. Yeah. And it's so beautiful. And I don't normally cry so much on my masterclasses. Between everybody that's spoken, there's been something inside of me that's been like, oh, yeah, that's real, because water comes out to show itself, to say, I'm here, I'm being talked about, I'm seen, just as water sees us. And it's so beautiful and so powerful. So I kind of want to just honor you, Julia, for speaking so eloquently and saying things that you don't normally hear in church. I think it's very refreshing and very healing and extremely beautiful and powerful. So I'm going to kind of open it up for anyone who has any questions to ask Julia. And then after that, we'll have a little break again before our next speaker comes on. So I'm just going to go into the chat and just see. So if anybody's got any questions at all, I mean, everybody is just touched and absolutely feeling so beautiful. Yeah, I'm not the only person crying this guy.
Oh, beautiful.
But when I met you, when we first started talking, because you know, you reached out and you were breastfeeding your child, your baby, and it was so lovely, you know, because I think of this wonderful connection we have with our children and the way in which we kind of also communicate with them is through the milk. You know, we often think about milk being a food or a nourishment from the mother to the baby, but there's a communication of this living water that's being passed into our child. And, you know, I often wonder if there's anything in the Bible about feeding our babies with milk. I don't know if there is, but I always thought it was a very powerful thing.
There is. And there's actually symbolism of God who brings people to her bosom. And, and especially in some of the texts that were these extra canonical or non-canonical texts, there's beautiful images of the breasts of God. And, a lot of that didn't make it in either. And I just so, Veda, I just so honor the tears of truth that are flowing through you. I think that's just so beautiful that you let that flow. It's such a gift for us as our convener and our leader in this moment, for you to just be, in that fluid space of emotion. It's such a gift. And I think people are so, shut out from that in so many ways. So your tears brought my tears, and it just reminded me of the tears of Jesus and the tears of Mary, and that it's all kind of mixed in there, and then it brings out healing. That's so powerful. And I'm reading these beautiful things in the chat right now.
Yeah. Well, I think that I'm going to go and get some tissues. And although I totally embrace the crying, I kind of like, it's interesting of late, the times where I've really got emotional have seemed to be public, and it just comes out. And I don't apologize for crying, because I think it's just real. If nothing else, one of the things I try to bring every day to my work, to the water, to the things that I say, is just truth. It's just, at the very least, my truth. And part of that is transparency. Water teaches us many things, and one of those is to be transparent. And within that, there is a lot of surrender to being exactly who you are in the moment that you are it. And so, I also honor the water that needed to come out and show itself to everybody. I think that's very special. So we might finish a little early. And my children are they've run off down to the store to go and get me something to eat and something to drink, because I haven't had anything yet. So I'll reach out to the next person, but I think we'll just stick to the schedule, because people are just tuning in from all around the world. If the next speaker can speak a little earlier, then maybe she can reach out to me and we can maybe organize that, and I'll let you guys know. Otherwise, we'll reconvene in 40 minutes and we will get back on track. And Dr. Stephanie is speaking next. I'm looking forward to that. So I'm going to pause the recording. I'll just... Oh, goodness. Veda. I can't hear you. Sorry, I got so caught up in the moment that I didn't record what you were saying. However, perhaps you'll be kind enough to you and me do a little Zoom recording in a few days after, and we can just kind of go over this again. But everybody that was present has been absolutely, you're amazing. And so if you don't mind, I'd love to be able to do that with you, where we can sit down and spend the next sort of 40 minutes going over some of this. I think it's really, really important, and what you're bringing to the table is profound. So I don't want to say anything more. Please, you still have some time. So I'd love for you to just continue on. Please, if I haven't pushed record, you guys, get on me. Thank you so much. I'm going to mute myself here now.
Okay, yeah, I would really love to do that. Beautiful. Okay, so I'm just going to continue with vocabulary, and then I really would like to have some time here at the end if people have questions. I want to make sure there's some time for that. Okay, so in Aramaic, the word is sharara, and in classical Greek, the word is aletheia. And what this means is it doesn't mean a remembering. We're hearing all this language that we need to remember who we are. Well, these words point to something completely different, which is more of an unforgetting. We need to unforget what we are and who we are. And it's also translated as truth, but it's not a noun. This is a verb. It's an active process that continues. And it means a right or harmonious action, that which liberates and opens possibilities or is strong and vigorous. And to me, this is one of my favorite words, just because I think it's so important at this critical moment in history and the evolution of humanity, that we unforget who we are and what we're doing here. You know, this is really the moment to take note. This is one of my favorite words in Aramaic, is taba, and it's generally translated as repent, but not the way that we're thinking of. This word actually means, it's another circular word, which means a coming back, a returning to, in the flow and the ebb of the life energy of where you're supposed to be. So instead of stepping out into, quote, sin, you're coming back, you're returning back into the flow of life energy and participating in it in your highest version of self. So the Semitic word root here is TB. And like I said, Aramaic words are not looked up by the word taba. You wouldn't go look up taba. You would look up the TB. You look it up by the root. This is really important because it speaks to the fact that these consonants are connected to a being. And so when they're connected to another consonant, this idea is like there's a marriage of beings, and the offspring is the word or the concept that comes with it. So it's actually quite beautiful. So to repent really means to come back, to spiral back to your original rhythm. So there's that sense of sound again. And we all have this original rhythm, which is that capital I, that ruha. Another really neat word is yida, which is to know. But what this actually means is to have something held in your hands. So in order to know something, it means that we have to have it part of our, like, we have to be able to work with it and to build with it and to mold it. It needs to be made to serve us. It needs to be useful. Another phrase that is used by Christ quite a bit is this ina, and it's the intensive form of I. What does the I really mean? What does that actually mean? It's the I inside of the I. So it's our individual spark that lives within this greater field of breath, of living, breathing breath that's always becoming. So this field of motion and energy. So it's the essence of our individuality. Yeah, so the livingness of beingness. So it's the I am, is translated as I am. But if you think about that, it's not an actual correct translation, because if there's no static am, if there's no being verb, it can't be an I am. It would have to be an I am-ing the I aming. I am a being. I'm living and breathing in this thing that I am part of. So it's a completely different concept. And Christ uses that quite a bit. And Neil Douglas Klotz does a really beautiful job of translating the Beatitudes, where a lot of these I am statements were translated. The last word that I'll go over is namosa, which means law. And its roots point to anything of beauty that helps relieve or take away anything that deprives a human being of strength. So that's a pretty neat concept, and we need more of that in this modern society. Okay, so with that, I really do want to go to questions, because we have, maybe just a few minutes. Does anybody have any questions? What was the word for unforget? In Aramaic, it's sharara or sarara. It depends on how you spell it. And in classical Greek, it's aletheia. Could I read that version? I didn't prepare that, but I can do that for the recording. How about that? What would you point out as the main difference between remembering and unforgetting? For me, the way I think about it, remembering is something that we're remembering back. If you look at that word, we're putting something back together. Unforgetting is we're whole and we're just dropping the veil of seeing what that wholeness actually is. It's a fine distinction, but I think it's an important one. Okay, any other questions? Okay, good. Good.
One of the things that I keep hearing throughout this day so far, and especially in your segment, is really just how we've been missing the point. It's kind of like there has been this dilution of understanding of meaning and dilution of connection to self and nature. And so through what you're sharing, you know, it really shows there's such a deeper level of connection to life, and that there's an animation in the words. And this is not something that in the West, certainly not in the English language, that we're taught. It's one of the things that very much reminds me of the way in which hydroglyphs, the symbols in ice that I get, they're sharing concepts. And when I literally asked water, what is a hydroglyph? It answered me in hieroglyphs. I got a message, but I also got the word living. So they are living messages. And this is kind of what you're saying in a lot of ways.
Yeah, you know, I wonder too about that, in the sense that there are 22 spiritual letters in the spirit. There's spiritual language, right? Those are connected to the fixed stars. The vowels are connected to the planets. So what I'm wondering in your work is how this will manifest. You know, I'm really curious about that piece.
Do you have
how that will show?
A gut feeling on it? Like what from what you've learned, what do you feel might happen? Like, can you explain that a little bit, maybe clearer?
In terms of what?
So what might you expect to see the water do? Well,
I would expect to see a replication of this 22 hieroglyphs.
Yeah.
So that work as it continues will be really interesting to follow. You know, and that's just scratching the surface. You know, I haven't really dug that deep into that part of it. But I would be interested in doing so, because it's a fascinating path to follow as these things, you know, show up. To me, it seems like these languages had a context and a way of bringing language to these gestures that we see out of the formative etheric fields. And as the evolution of consciousness continues on an upswing here, it's going to be interesting to see how language incorporates these things with the advent of quantum physics, quantum mechanics, not so much, but it's bringing in language that can actually speak to these things. And so that's going to be interesting to track. You know, because modern society, especially English, the English language is so abstracted. We don't have language for these concepts. there are certain people who are in very obscure corners of esoteric circles that bring this language to the forefront, but the mainstream doesn't know who these people are. And I think part of what I'd like to do is to bring these names to the forefront, because the more we speak these languages, the more consciousness rises and we actually understand what it is that we're looking at. And it empowers us to, really participate in these formative forces and understand, what it is we're participating in.
Oh, I love that. I love it so much. I was reading that there is this is in relation to the significance of words. And one of the things I read was that there's a certain tribe in Africa that doesn't have a word for the color blue. So when they're shown a variety of different kinds of greens with one little section of blue and asked to pinpoint where is blue, they literally can't see it. They can't see blue because there is no word for it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's quite interesting how we use words to actually bring something to life, like the words abracadabra, right? And I think in Hebrew it means I will create as I speak. And I think that that's extremely potent. There's a potency. I do want to ask you a question, and please, anybody else, ask away. But one of the things that has been mentioned across today is about the first words, in Genesis, about the word. That it's talking about the word. I don't know what the word in Aramaic is, and if there's a depth to it that's somehow missing in English, there's bound to.
Yes, I can go deeper into that maybe later when we do our re-recording. But for now, that would be this Shemaya, this first force of going out in this expanse, out into the world. Which is interesting because logos in Greek, which is how they translate that generally, it really loses that feeling of motion. It's a static word, and that's not what this is talking about. It's talking about an expansiveness, a manifestation of this living beingness. So I can go into that deeper later.
Oh, thank you. Someone was asking how they can stay in touch with you and see what you're doing.
That's wonderful. So I have a blog called Hagiographia, and I'll put it down in here because it's hard to spell. Yeah, that's probably the best way. And then I'm also on Facebook, and I do post a fair bit. So I think that's how to find me there.
Perfect. And when we send out recordings and all of that, I'll share links how everybody can contact everybody who's speaking. So at the end, when I send everything out, I will send links and information as to how people can connect with each other. So don't worry about that. So we might, unless there's some other questions, yeah, no problem at all. Lots of people saying other things here. I mean, the thing about language is just there's so much we don't know when we only know one language, and that we haven't dived deep into the old languages and their deeper meanings and their connections to a living world. It's quite interesting to have like a living language that feels so different than the way that we speak. Like recently, when I've been talking about hieroglyphs, one of the examples I give is that in English, for example, I'll just spotlight for 1 second. So there we go. So in English, we have like, you can say, here's a pen, and like nobody's particularly excited about the fact that here's a pen. But if I say, here is the energy of a pen, then we have to approach that differently, because where this pen does have energy, it has purpose, there is value to it. So you get to think about, well, what is the energy of my pen? Well, you know, I get to hold it. I get to create with it, because it gives me the opportunity to create with the ink inside of it. You could write paper after paper about a pen and the energy of a pen. And so it's very interesting, just by adding what is the energy of something that we've labeled, that we get to start really investigating it further. But what you're saying is even deeper than that. So just in the little things that I've been observing through hydroglyphs, which are another type of language, but as they call themselves a living language, the way we approach it has to be different. It's not so linear as, you know, you were talking about in the very beginning of this. So we'll just go and look here. So I don't see any other big questions, and I want to get ready to speak to our next speaker. But Stephanie, I mean, you are so eloquent and you've been so generous with your time. I think this knowledge is so important. I love that you want this to start to come out more. I agree with you. I think if we really want to go forward, there certainly needs to be some kind of going back to roots to know how to spring forward in this way. So thank you so much. Yeah,
You're more than welcome. Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay. God bless.
You too. Okay. Right. So the next lady is Sarah. So I'm just going to screen share really quickly, and we'll just have a look at her. And I will move all of this out of the way. So Sarah she's Brooklyn-based Jewish educator, artist, activist, healer, and poet. And she's been teaching Jewish eco-ritual weaving, which I find fascinating, for over 15 years. Like, you don't hear that every day. Jewish eco-ritual weaving. Like, I think that's very interesting. She holds an MA in Jewish education and an MA in Hebrew Bible from the Jewish Theological Seminary. She teaches, writes, and consults on a national level on issues relating to Judaism, earth-based spiritual practice, mindfulness, and farming. And an advanced student on Kabbalistic dream work at the School of Images. Sarah is the founder and lead trainer for Soft as a Rock public speaking for sensitive souls. So the title for her talk today is Water Flowing Through the Seasons. Hebrew priestess water rituals. So she's left a little quote here. Their boughs drip with moisture, their roots have abundant water. And the Jewish calendar is built on the flow of water. How can we inspire a contemporary Jewish life that includes water-centered rituals such as collection, pouring, and immersion as practices of alignment with the earth? Modern Jewish priestesses are reviving ancient rituals based on the elements and cycles of the earth. In this session, we will explore ancient texts connected to the Jewish calendar, applying them to modern agriculture and sustainability, learn how to honor the earth and her elements in a direct, embodied manner through Jewishly rooted rituals, and we will discuss creative ways to gather in community to take part in earth-based Jewish ritual in all seasons. So Sarah, where are you? I'll just move this out of the way.
Hi, Veda. I'm right here. Hi, everyone. Really wonderful to be with you all. I would like to request the capability to share screen.
Absolutely. A moment.
And this is the last time my bio is ever going to say nationally, because now it's definitely internationally. So that's exciting. You all heard it here. This is my last time my bio will say that I speak on these topics nationally. And thank you also to, thank you Veda for having me. Thank you Stacy who is here, who got me connected to this event. It's really wonderful. And thank you to our last presenter, Stephanie. There's a lot of overlap, and I'm going to be talking about Mayim Chaim, which is the Hebrew phrase of as that you were talking about Maya Chaya in the Aramaic, and so that should be really fun. And there's going to be lots of time for questions at the end, but I'm also the kind of person who, when I teach on Zoom, I'm like, great, just throw them in the chat. We'll get to some of them. You might have to repeat them, but if you think of a question, you're not interrupting, please do write in the chat, and I'll do my best to get to it. All right, so we have some slides, and I will be doing a little bit of jumping around on and off the slides. So feel free to, ask me to reshare something or better explain something if you miss it. But this is an overview, and if it wasn't totally clear, this is the main thing I'm working on. In some ways, this is a 1-hour version of an 8-week course. So if it seems like I'm zipping through a lot of material, it's because I am. All right, so here we are, and we are going to get to hear this song. Actually, wait, I need to hit play on the song, and then I will share the words to you. Here we go. All right, coming back to the Zoom. Can you hear it? Can you hear it? Hear the song? No? Okay, I'm going to reshare with 1 second. Share sound. Now?
We will draw water in celebration from the wellspring of liberation. We will draw water in celebration from the wellspring of liberation. We will draw water in celebration from the wellspring of liberation. We will draw water in celebration from the wellspring of liberation. We will draw water in celebration from the wellspring of liberation. We will draw water in celebration from the wellspring of liberation. We will draw water in celebration from the wellspring of liberation. We will draw water in celebration from the wellspring of liberation. We will draw water in celebration from the wellspring of liberation.
All right, we'll pause our song there. And folks, I'm going to put the link here so you can listen more. This is an amazing, amazing contemporary song that was written out of necessity. And you're going to hear a lot from me about this ordination program that I participated in called Kohenet, the Hebrew Priestess Institute. And so it's new pathways, new tributaries, new rivers of connecting to Jewish earth-based and element-based spiritual practices. Today, whatever part of the day it is, wherever we are, I'm going to be mostly focusing on water, but we'll definitely hit up a few other elements along the way. And I wanted to start with this song because this song is a song that I did not have 10 years ago. And it corresponds to a very specific ritual that was done in temple times, in the ancient temple in Jerusalem. And I now sing this song every year around October, around the Jewish holiday of Sukkot, or the ingathering of dwelling in booths time of year. And it now feels like essential liturgy to my life because of how essential this song is. And even though this song is quoting, let's get our slideshow back up. Even though this song is directly quoting a line from the Hebrew Bible, the way that we now sing it, the fact that we intersperse the Hebrew and the English is very significant and really tells a story about how modern Hebrew priestesses, some of us call ourselves Jewishes, and that we're taking, instead of just creating new rituals, we're doing what's called ritual weaving. We're taking ancient practices and we're weaving them with modern sensibilities, feminist and feminine ways of being, embodied spiritual practices. And I'll come back to the song a little bit later, and you'll see why it's so necessary in our ritual celebration. So what is earth-based Jewish spiritual practice? It's funny because I made this slide a few years ago, and I now am moving towards calling it elemental Jewish spiritual practices. But in any case, this is a photo of me. I'm holding a humongous bundle of wheat. This is a live photo from an actual ritual that I was doing at the Jewish holiday of Shavuot, which we just had a few weeks ago, also called Pentecost. And this is me doing a ritual on the day of the holiday that celebrates the wheat harvest. And this is a quote from a book that quotes me. So now you all get to hear me quoting me. For me, earth-based spiritual practice allows individuals and community to connect with the divine, themselves, and each other through aligning the Jewish calendar, holidays, Torah readings, that's selections from the Hebrew Bible, anniversaries, often anniversaries of something that happened historically or a person who died, so aligning the Jewish calendar with the Jewish agricultural cycle, which is mainly based on the climate of the land of Israel. And you should note here that I'm not talking about the state of Israel, the modern country of Israel. I'm talking about the land of Israel, some of which overlaps with the modern state of Israel and some of which overlaps with, let's say, Jordan and Syria, along with our local ecosystem. So aligning the calendar, the agricultural cycle of Israel, and the local ecosystem. On Adamah Farm, this is a Jewish farm that I used to live on in Northwest Connecticut in the Berkshires at Isabel Friend. That was just the name of the place. We align one more dimension, the seasonality of our organic farm. And so when I'm thinking about a ritual that I want to do, I'm constantly looking at these four components, and I'm choosing one to start with, but I'm always including all four of them. To give you a sense about some of the correspondences in the Jewish calendar, this is a page from a really, really fabulous book called Book of Days by Rav Kohenet Shilhammer, one of my most important teachers. If you're very interested in this topic, again, I'm mostly only focusing about water, and I'm not going to give a full lesson on how the Jewish calendar works. But if you're very interested in that and the correspondences with the Hebrew calendar, the elements, the rainy season versus the directions, all of these things, I highly recommend this book. It was out of print for a while. It just came back in print. I think it's like $25 and only in soft cover. I actually have it as a Google Books on my phone, which I think was like $10, and then I just always have it. And it has a teaching for every single day of the year, and it's a really amazing way to connect to the Jewish calendar, which is actually a lunar solar calendar. It goes by the new month starts on the new moon, and then every year, every few years, they add another month so that the calendar lines up to the solar change of the seasons. Let's look at this text from Sefer Yetzirah. This is a somewhat esoteric Kabbalistic text, and it starts to paint a picture for us about how the ancients understood the relationship between the different elements. There are three mothers. It's literally a chalosh imot, Aleph, Mem, and Shin. And so right now I'm just reading in the Hebrew here. There are three mothers: air, fire, and water. So Aleph is for Aish, Mem is for Mayim. That's the same word as Maya that we heard before. And Avir. Sorry, I said it backwards. So Aleph is Avir, which is air. Mem is mayim, which is water, and Shin is Aish. So we have there are three mothers: air, water, and fire. Sky was made from fire. Earth was made from water, and air from breath balances between them. A better way to describe this is that the Aleph, Mem, Shin it's not an acronym for these elements. It's more of, they're called the mother letters. Also, am I supposed to remind us to record? Are we recording? We're recording from before?
Still
Okay, great.
Yeah, thank you.
So sky was made from fire, earth was made from water, and air from breath balances between them. The idea of the Jewish calendar, just going back to this this chart for just a moment, the idea here is that there's only two seasons in the Jewish calendar. There's winter, which is wet, and summer, which is dry. And something that some people find kind of funny is that a lot of Jewish prayers still correspond to these seasons. So you can go to literally one of thousands of synagogues in the world, and if you go there between, let's say, mid-April and mid-October, you're going to say a prayer for dew, meaning the summer prayer, the time that it should not rain. And if you go in the winter, you're going to say a prayer for rain. And there's some very specific rituals that turn the wheel of the year. So in the fall, switching from dry season to rainy season, and in the spring, switching from the rainy season to the dew season. And praying for rain is so essential and so completely intertwined into Jewish life that not only is there tons and tons of stories about praying for rain. Basically, if it doesn't rain, you're in big trouble. It must mean that the divine is mad at you. There's actually a prayer that we say that preemptively cancels any possible prayer against rain. So this is a section from the Yom Kippur. So most of us modern humans, even if we're not Jewish, we've probably heard of Yom Kippur, the holiest day of the year in the Jewish calendar. Usually falls in September, sometimes the first week in October. And this is a prayer that is not really said that much in modern times, but that some prayer books still have, and that was for sure said in ancient times by the priest. The priest goes and says all these prayers on behalf of the people. The major theme is atonement and getting everyone ready for the next year. So check out what he says. May it be your will, eternal our God and God of our ancestors, that this coming year shall be for us and all your people, the house of Israel, wherever they are, rich in rain if it is hot. So right up, this is pretty normal. If you ask anyone, again, we need lots of rain to grow our crops. And then he says the following: and when the world is in need of rain, do not permit the prayers of travelers with regard to rain to gain entrance before you. Let's just sit with that for a moment. He says that a prayer, this is not to the people, this is to God. If it ever so happens that someone's traveling, let's say a business person, a peddler, someone on vacation maybe, and they say to themselves, I really hope it doesn't rain. That prayer will not work. It literally will not work. And so to say that in Judaism that rain is important is like the minimum, is like the understatement of the century. Mostly what I'm going to talk about here going forward is how I am using the fact that in ancient texts, in our prayer books, in our practices, we are constantly referencing prayers for rain, water as sacred, to then take modern Jewish practices and make them more embodied and actually give us opportunities to touch the water and honor the water and not just, talk about it and think about it. And I'd be curious to hear from other folks in this Zoom who either are Jewish or have Jewish friends or who've attended Jewish rituals before, and how many of them were indoors, sitting in rows, sitting in pews, reading a language that maybe wasn't your native tongue, and was very intellectual and heady. And so what I want to make sure I get across in this talk with all of you is that what I am doing is I'm no way describing to you what mainstream Judaism in Brooklyn looks like. I'm telling you about my life's work, which is infiltrating, pun intended, both mainstream Jewish spaces and also essentially boring, over intellectualized contemporary Jewish life. So I'm about to give you a whole bunch of great examples. I want to hear your questions. I want to hear your reactions, your ideas. But almost everything that I'm showing you is something that I did in the past 10 years, and it's either completely original. If it wasn't original, it's the thing that's not original about it is that I designed it with 2 or 3 other living people, and oftentimes pulling from ancient texts and examples. So here we go. This here is an example of an altar that I built in the summer of 2019. It's actually not as elaborate as some other ones I've built, but this was the photo that was easy enough to find to share with all of you. So we have the elements represented here. They're a little bit hard to see. We have water, we have fire, we have earth, and then this little feather over here is air. And then we also had water and a crystal in the center. And what's radical about this is not that, you know, a pagan-ish witchy lady in Brooklyn decided to build an altar, but it's that the people who are around it are actually all praying in Hebrew, and it's in the context of a contemporary yeshiva, a house of study. And if you look carefully across some of these feet across the top, you can actually see these prayer shawl fringes. So these are not just again, my witchy friends, but they're a group of people who are praying in Hebrew and praying traditional prayers and taking the observance of Judaism very, very seriously, and are religious and are observant, but that are praying in a way where they are interacting with these natural items and connecting to the natural world in that way. In this picture, you can see here, this is where I used to live. This is a beautiful, beautiful farm and retreat center in the Northwest Connecticut. This is Lake Miriam. And I'm noticing there are some people who, there's like some feature where people are like writing on the screen. Is that something we could disable? Where it says, allow participants to annotate on shared content? Because that's what, I don't think they're actually meaning to. I'm just gonna clear all drawings. Okay, I think that worked. All right,
The lady
let's go
said,
back there. Okay, all fixed. All right, so here, what I really want you to see is we're talking about mikvah. I'm just curious, how many people here are familiar with that word? It's a Hebrew word. If anyone is, just type in the chat, like, you know, okay, a couple people. Okay, great. So at least a couple of people have heard of it. Great. So the word mikvah is a Hebrew word, and it comes from the Hebrew word meaning to gather, mikveh hamayim. And in my type of Judaism, modern, contemporary, feminist, egalitarian Judaism, mikvah is something where we gather usually on Fridays. So when we're transitioning from the work week into the Jewish Sabbath, which is at sundown on Fridays, and we do a ritual immersion. And often we'll do it as a group, sometimes segregated by gender, sometimes not. And we'll say a little prayer, usually something about, what do I want to let go of from the week? What do I want to call in to the day of rest? And often we'll all jump into the lake at the same time, but sometimes we'll do one-on-one witnessing. And it's a really beautiful and really powerful modern ritual, especially when it gets so cold where you have to like decide if you really want to do it. And then it's always worth it in the end. And why is this ritual so important? Because it wasn't always like this. Mikvah was not always something that was accessible, that was feminist, that people were empowered to have their own intentions when they were doing it. And I'm going to come back to this in a little bit, my section on mikvah, but I wanted to start with the example of what was my daily or weekly lived experience with mikvah, and then where did that come from and where do I think it's going? This is just a very cute picture that I wanted to show you of, this is me teaching at a school in Brooklyn. And you can see on the left, these kids are, each of them are about to say a blessing over a leaf. On the right, I've made these mugwort wands. Of course, I'm not allowed to call them wands because it's a very Orthodox setting, so we just call them sticks. In the bottom right, we're planting garlic, but we're talking to the garlic. We're talking to the garlic seeds. We're not just like, oh, here's a seed we bought at the store, shove it in the ground, but we're holding it, we're passing it around, we're giving intentions. This garlic was actually shipped to us from a Jewish farm in Vermont, so we heard the story of this family farm, and then we were planting it in our school. You can see here, these girls are very excited to be getting dirty with all of their shiny coats. And on the top right here, I'm holding drip tape, and drip tape is for irrigation. And one of the ways I'm able to really make an impact in my teaching is when I go to the schools, I'm integrating, not just going straight to the spirituality or straight to the ancient texts, but also bringing in some of the science and innovation around farming and connecting to the earth. So this is a list. This is like the most boring slide, but it's also the most exciting slide. So in 2019, I got a research grant to study how innovation in the modern state of Israel and water injustice in the area that's sometimes called the West Bank, sometimes called Palestine, to collect stories of how people are relating to water on a very practical level in order to tell those people's stories in my teaching in the United States as a way of connecting, again, the themes of the Jewish calendar to nature spirituality, to Israeli innovation and Palestinian water injustice. Israeli innovation in water and injustice in Palestinian communities. So I'm really thrilled to show you this photo. This is the Jordan River. This is an area that is believed to be where Jesus was baptized. You can see this is actually, all these next photos are all from January 2020. And if you look really close, you can see my arrow, yeah? If you look really close down here, this little sign here actually says border. This is the Jordanian border. So this church over here is in Jordan, and I'm taking a photo from the Israel side. And these are pilgrims. And so the idea that people would go to water and that they would cleanse themselves or they would be reborn through going into water is a very ancient concept. And the idea that perhaps this is the exact spot, someone calculated it, that Jesus himself was baptized. This has become a pilgrimage spot in modern times. And people were there in groups and huge buses. People were there. People were weeping. People were there with their children. People are having extreme transformative experiences. What were they doing? They were having a priest or a minister walk with them into the water, usually not getting totally naked, usually in some sort of robe, and going in the water. And let me tell you, this is not very nice or clean water, but they felt it. They were really feeling it, and it was really inspiring to watch. I did not go in. This all comes from the Bible, the Hebrew Bible, Leviticus. So, this is what Jesus was reading, was this. When a woman has a discharge, she shall remain in her impurity 7 days. Whoever touches her shall be unclean until evening. There's a whole bunch of passages. Women, discharge, by the way, men's discharges too, dead bodies, any discharge, the way that you can come back and have and be pure. And again, in most cases, they don't really mean pure. They mean ritually pure, meaning pure enough to engage in ritual, was that you go to water. Here's a passage in Leviticus that's about articles of clothing, something that touches a dead body, something even in the same room as a dead body. You can dip it in water. You can dip it in water, and then that cleanses it. And there's some really interesting scientific history of specifically Jewish communities' obsession with water and with cleaning things. And there are examples of times in history where there were plagues where the Jews would not die at the same rate as the people living in the next community over. And people, of course, suspected them of, something very suspicious, but actually it was just they were washing their hands and washing their bodies more than the average person for that time in history. So let's go to the other side of mikvah. So first of all, this photo on the right is me with one of my rabbis, a woman rabbi in northern Israel. Her name is Haviva Ner David. If you're particularly interested in this topic, just specifically of water and ritual immersion, you should Google her, check out her articles, check out she has something, it's not a TED talk, I think she has a bunch of talks on YouTube where she's explaining this ancient ritual and how to make it modern. So she's a non-Orthodox rabbi, so she's a progressive rabbi. And she runs the only non-Orthodox indoor mikveh, so place for ritual immersion in the country of Israel. And this is, and just a few miles from where she lives is the town of Migdal, which is the modern Israeli town. And this is an archaeological site, which they think is Magdala. So Magdalene, this is the town that she was from. And so this is an example of an archaeological site that we visited, and it is theorized, or so my tour guide told us, that, Jesus's relatives maybe mikvahed, did ritual immersions in these pools. The thing that's really interesting about it is that when you see these pools and the steps, it's like, this is someone's house. So it's not just, this is like a wealthy area of town that they had, ritual immersion was so important that they had something like this in their basement. And they had, and this is on a hill, by the way. So there's like aqueducts that can like get them up the hill. This is another location called Sipuri. If you do a lot of archaeological touring in Israel, you'll see a lot of mikvahs. This is another site along the Jordan River that people also think is where Jesus might have immersed. There's a problem in Israel, which is we have the West Bank, which is known as occupied. I mean, this is not a political talk, but basically this is the spot that's over the Green Line, on the Israel side of the Green Line. So people who, for many years, Israelis can't, and still, if you're Israeli, you can't go to the West Bank, and certain international tourists don't want to go into Palestinian territory. So this is the closest you can get to where Jesus immersed. This is actually a Jewish-run spot on the Jordan River where people can come and immerse. But again, really beautiful spot, huge, so many tourists there. And again, so personally inspiring to me that people would come from literally all over the world just to dip their body in a river and say a prayer, and how powerful that is. This is an example of an indoor mikvah, and this Rabbi Haviva that I showed you my photo with her. So this is on her kibbutz. So this is on her communal property where she lives and works, and you can come here if you need to go to the mikvah for all kinds of reasons. It could be for something to do with Jewish law, like you're about to get married, like you're converting to Judaism, maybe your baby is converting to Judaism. There's a lot of examples of same-sex couples who are adopting a baby that was not born to Jewish parents, who need to have a ritual immersion and they don't want to go to an Orthodox setting, so they come to her setting. But people come here for all kinds of things. People come here for, someone's having their bar bat mitzvah, or someone's healing from domestic violence. They finally got their restraining order. They want to come here and celebrate that. And what's really amazing is this organization will work with you to design a ritual for whatever the situation is happening in your life. It's very common for a bride to go to mikvah right before her wedding, but what if it's two brides? What if you want to go together? What if you and your partner are the same gender and you want to go together? What if you're different genders and you want to go together? You can't do that at most mikvahot, at most indoor mikvahs, because they're Orthodox controlled and they have separate, segregated hours depending on your gender. So this is an amazing place where you can do that. And there are lots of places in the United States, by the way, that have this kind of access. This is just an example of a national organization called Rising Tide. So if you are, especially if you're in the United States, I think they have some members that are outside the States. This is how you can find places and people that are doing this kind of progressive immersion. All right, let's keep going. So these are just some examples of some other places I visited on that trip. I just can't not show you this puppy. Look at this puppy. She's nursing these little puppies. They're just, they're just puppies. This is a farm that I visited, and it was really fascinating to me because they were able to get what's called agricultural water, which is essentially, in Israel, they do a lot of recycling of water. About 70% of their water is recycled or desalinized. And so they're able to take water that technically actually is potable, but isn't as filtered as regular drinking water, and they're able to get it for much cheaper. And it's literally a separate pipe, and you pay much, much less for it. This is me. You already heard earlier how much I'm obsessed with drip irrigation. So this is me standing in a greenhouse, and all of these brown pipes here are all irrigation. And on the right here, this is how it works. So there's like this pipe, and then it comes out here, and then it breaks into the sections, and they're designed by plant. So you know exactly how far away the plant should be, how often the drip should be. And then this is an electric operated drip irrigation system. You can see exactly what the plants need and how much they need. This is a more contained indoor system. If we're outdoors, you know, it would change over time. But you know, people often say like, oh, agriculture, like, you know, organic, like that's going back to the way things used to be. And like, there's definitely some things around organic agriculture that are going back to the original knowing of the plants and the earth. But actually, we've never had organic agriculture where we also had drip irrigation, where we also had timers. And there's a lot of ways that drip irrigation is something that is totally new to be doing it with organic agriculture. This is the example of a food forest I visited. This is a cube of water, and it just shows that in a place like the Mediterranean, they can't rely on rainfall year round, and they still sometimes have to buy. It's a place called Kidron. They have to buy water. This cat obviously needed to photograph a cat. This is on the left. This is a pond that they essentially made by, I'm not going to explain it that well, but they essentially made over time by planting certain things and clearing certain areas in an area that was previously totally did not have any ponds. On the right here, this is a system for gathering rainwater from the roof. On the top right here, this is a system that is actually from some of the researchers from Australia. They got a grant to take all the runoff from the entire city, this particular city, and have it filter through all of these plants, and then have it filtered back into the system instead of having to use large electric plants. Here is an example of a area in the desert where they are growing all of these trees, and also including, this is an olive tree. They are growing by basically creating swales of the sand, and they have no drip irrigation. So they might have a flash flood once every 4 or 5 years, and they're trying to recreate ancient Nabatean ways of growing food in the desert. So they move around the soil, and they're able to grow things like this, which normally would not grow naturally in that area. And then they're importing that research to places like Africa, places that are totally off-grid. Speaking off-grid, this is an example of a Palestinian farm that I visited that's been completely off-grid, and it's been around for over 100 years. This is another place called Batir. It's a World Heritage Site. There's actually a lot of films about this. And it's they have this terraced gardening, and the way they have so much water in this tiny little village. It's very close to Jerusalem and Bethlehem, and they have this system where every family has their garden plots, and every 8 days the water changes direction. And so it's very hard to show on a PowerPoint, but essentially there are these channels of water, and they literally take a piece of ceramic and just like pick it up and like turn it, and then the water flows the other direction. And they're able to, if you can imagine, each one of these is like a different plot on the family, and the water flows through, and everyone, so people literally know what day it is by this 8-day cycle. All right, Thanks for enjoying my photos from my trip. Now we're going to go back to America and see how am I actually implementing these. And some of these I'm going to skip, but this is just an overview of some of the ones that I have talked about in the past. So we talked about rain and mikvah. This is one I'm going to skip about animals, but you can message me if you want more about it. Simchat Beta Shoeva, that's the one I'm going to talk about the most. That's about Sukkot. That's the fall holiday. That's the time that we say the prayer for rain. Dew, we say the prayer for dew and Passover. And first fruits, we say on Shavuot. That's the one we just had. And you've heard me now a bunch of times use this phrase, ritual weaving. So what do I mean when I say ritual weaving? I mean these 6 things, and feel free to screenshot this one if you want to be a ritual weaver too. Ritual weaving pocket guide. So again, this is very different than what some people are doing, which is they're designing rituals for what they need. And by the way, I'm all for that. I love designing rituals. There's always, if people don't have a religion, they're going to find ritual in something. And what I'm trying to do is for people who want those rituals to be connected to their Jewish heritage, or they want to be exploring Jewish tradition for some other reason, I want to give them access in that way. So what does the traditional text say or ask you to do? Consider, does the context of the ritual match your surroundings, the mood of the group, other aspects of the current moment? Explain, bridge, make that part of the ritual. Don't just ignore if there's a problem happening. I'm going to give an example of that in a moment. Pick an aspect of nature, 4 elements, animals, insects, plant, food to interact with, name it and explain the connection. Pick one or more, sing, chant, dance, read a poem on a related theme. Read the traditional text, a translation, or an excerpt from it. 6, perform the ritual. I recently did this exact thing for the holiday of Passover. We did a welcoming dew ritual, and we divided into 2 groups, and one group sang the entire traditional prayer to another tune that was really beautiful, like a well-known tune, and the other group picked 2 lines from it and then literally wrote 5 verses in English that to a brand new tune that they wrote in 15 minutes of doing this activity. I forced myself to put this slide in here because I want to make sure you all know that I have a chapter in a book coming out, and it's not out yet, but I'm showing you a page from it. It's called The Sacred Earth, Jewish Perspectives on the Planet. And my chapter, which I think is chapter 23, has both a section, almost everything I'm talking about is in this chapter, and Yizel Mayim, it's the same name as our session right here. And I'll make sure that this link goes in later, but we have fall, winter, and spring in there. It's really beautiful. There's a lot of other really great essays. Again, it isn't out yet, but it is available for pre-order. Almost everything I'm saying today is in this book, other than some of the Israel-Palestine stuff. Okay, so if you go to a services, if you go to a synagogue, if you go to a prayer service in Sukkot, you will hear a prayer for rain in the merit of the patriarchs. If you're lucky and you go to maybe a feminist synagogue, they might add on this, a prayer for rain in the merit of the matriarchs. But again, for most of my life and for most Jews that I meet, that's where it ends. You're standing in a room, you're indoors, you're reading out of a book. That's it. And if you think about it, why are we praying for rain? I used to live in Northwest Connecticut, where we had plenty of rain year round. We have plenty of rain. It's extremely rare to have a drought, and our seasonality does not at all look anything like the land of Israel, with rain in the winter and dry in the summer. So that's kind of weird that my religion is like, by the way, on this random day in October, go pray for rain. It's especially weird when, as happened in our farm one year, that we had just had a terrible flood. And when I say a flood, thank goddess, our houses were safe, our animals were safe, but our pumpkins, we needed to harvest them out of trees. In order to access our fields, we had to use canoes to get down the fields. That's how bad. 4 feet 4 feet of water flooded our farm. And so just a few weeks after that, when most of the farm was covered in sand, and we had this holiday that was like, okay, time to pray for rain, you know, how do you think most people felt? We were still so devastated by what had happened. Most of us hadn't been to the farm since the flood and since trying to clean up from all of the destruction. What were we to do? On the one hand, our religion says, pray for rain. On the other hand, how dare we? How dare we? The good news is that most of the Jewish prayers are about rain in its time. And I'm sorry, my screen just went black. Hold on one second. Can someone tell me if they can see me because my screen just went black?
Yeah, we can see you and hear you.
Okay, and can you see the keynote?
Just, we're looking at you right now.
Okay, but so you can't see the slides. Okay, cool, I fixed it. Okay, phew. In any case, we decided that we were going to still do a prayer for rain, but this prayer has to do with willow branches. So luckily in this case, most of you probably have seen willow branches before because there are hundreds of willow species around the world. Here's me holding some willow branches. And something that's really neat about willow branches is that they are very, very fertile. You can go up to any willow tree, break off a branch, shove it in the ground, and it'll grow a tree. Every branch can become a trunk. It's so much so that if you have another plant and you're like, oh, I really need some root hormone, what should I do? Go get a willow branch, put it in a glass of water, let it sit there for a few days, and then pour that water on the other plant. And so what we did was we each took 2 willow branches, and the ritual goes actually that you're supposed to, this is at the very end of the Sukkot holiday, it's called Hoshana Rabbah. You're supposed to take your willow branch and whack it on the ground until all the leaves fall off. Again, most people have never done this ritual, and if they've done it, they were doing it indoors, probably in a city or a suburb, not on a farm. And so what we did was each person took 2 willow branches. And one we did hit on the ground, and we did say the prayer for rain, but most of the words of the prayer are, save us, save us, save us. Hoshana, similar to the word Hosanna, if people know that from other Christian prayers. And the other one we carried to the crater where the river had breached the land and flowed into the farm, and we stuck it right in the mud. And actually those willow branches were going to help prevent future floods to our farm. This is a few years later. I decided that I wanted to understand even more about willow species. This is me with an Orthodox rabbi debating and comparing this plant right here that I bought at a nature conservancy, this willow here that I harvested the day before, and this one, it's kind of hard to see, that someone bought at a flower shop, okay, that was imported from who knows where. And we're debating what makes a willow branch, what's the best possible willow branch to use for this ritual. I'm not going to go through the full kind of how it all played out, but I do want to tell you that I have a 4-page document that I'm going to put in the chat, and you can all see it, where literally we debated this and brought that together. I'm so sorry. I am having the thing again where okay, there we go. Escape. Okay, phew. Okay, I'm just going to put it in the chat so that we can save time. But essentially, this is literally a 4-page document of some texts about this question of what makes a good willow for a ritual. Here we go. So you can all enjoy that, and that has everything in Hebrew and English translation. So what else are we doing for water? What are some other examples of these rituals? Here we go. So this is something called Simchat Beta Shoeva, joy of the water drawing. And this is me and some other Hebrew priestesses. And what we did was we had jars of water, and then we had these flowers that we had harvested from the farm. And the idea here is that we're connecting back to this ancient ritual that used to happen in the Temple of Jerusalem, where on the last days before the rainy season started, they would process with the last of the previous year's rain. So this is essentially a fertility ritual, but in some ways it's the reverse of a fertility ritual. Fertility ritual is usually you take the first of a thing and you offer it as a sacrifice with faith that more is coming. This is you take the last of a thing. So imagine it's the last day of the dry season, and then you just scoop up from the spring last year's water, and you parade with it. You parade with it around, and you dance with it all night. And that's where that song comes from. Mi mine ha-yeshua ushavtemayim besason. We will draw water in celebration from the wellspring of liberation. And so we had this ritual. And again, most people either have never heard of this or they heard about it in a book, but they have not actually done it. And we gathered, and here we are, and people could take a flower, they could take a jar, and then we also had, it's kind of hard to see, this bucket that actually had in it a willow tree. It's called a flame willow. It's a species of willow that has red branches. And then we processed around and we poured out the water, and we did a ritual. Then a few days later, we actually planted these new willows. So not only did we whack the branches of the willows and make the leaves come off and pray for rain, but we planted new ones for the next year. And then here's me, and you can tell, I'm not sure if you can tell, but these are people of different ages, people of different genders, modern Jews, Orthodox Jews, kids, and this was a ritual we did. I mentioned I do a ritual about Passover and do. And this is the last slide I'll show you. Shavuot, the first fruits. We take the first fruits of the harvest, we parade around them, and this is me with a baby goat. And this is another ritual that we do to honor the seasons and connect in both ancient and modern. So looks like we have about 10 minutes left, and I would love to know if folks have did the willow branch and plant and grow at the river? Yes, it did. Unfortunately, we weren't able to continue farming any specialty crops in that area because it still was in a floodplain. And you know, the funny thing, and by funny I mean extremely depressing and dire thing about climate change, is that it's extremely unpredictable. So if we knew that it was going to flood every October, but then the rest of the year would be fine, we could plan around that. But the extreme weather is so unpredictable that even if we built up hundreds and hundreds, it could still breach in another spot. And so you can't insure specialty crops, you can only insure commodity crops, unfortunately. Thank you. Yeah, I think the feminine, I do want to say, is really important here. The idea that we're honoring the earth, that we're listening to the earth, that we're using our intuition with some of these things. And it's actually pretty rare. Like, as you heard Veda say, I have a master's in Hebrew Bible. Like, I've also studied a lot of Aramaic, and it's very heady and it's very intellectualized. And I'm lucky that that's how my brain works, and I have that background, and then I can go into ritual with artists and musicians and really make what I'm doing legitimized in front of communities that prioritize the kind of intellectualized part. But then what ends up happening is you always find people who are like looking for a way out and looking for a way to connect to the earth and connect to the elements.
Yeah, it reminds me a little bit of the connection that our second speaker was talking about really getting out into nature and experiencing being on the earth and with the animals and with nature, and how it changes you and changes your perspective. It kind of, you get saturated as opposed to having an umbrella up all the time.
Absolutely. You know, I think especially when, you know, it'd be one thing if, you know, if you went to church or you went to synagogue or you went to your house of worship and there were no nature metaphors and there were no references to the sky and to the seasons, and it was all about, I don't know, something else. But it's so embedded in the Psalms. It's so embedded, like literally, I can't tell you how many people are like, every year we say the prayer for rain out of a book and we rush through it. And I've never actually experienced praying for rain until now. People, you know, people who are rabbis, people who are twice my age.
Sometimes I like to imagine what it was like back in those times, how actually praying for rain was such a serious thing because you wouldn't survive if it didn't come. And one of the things I think where we live, and many of us are fortunate enough to be very provided for, I suppose, in very material things and be very comfortable, that bearing in mind that these were times where it was sometimes life and death. You know, this praying for rain was also praying for life. And I think it brings us into that connection of why we are so connected to water, rain. And it's interesting to talk about the dew, because there is throughout many religious beliefs the idea that dew represents the Holy Spirit, that dew has a relationship with God as well. And I often like to talk about dew because it's the first type of water that sees the sun. And it's very special. So I find that really interesting, that the differences between dew and rain in what you were talking about. So in New Zealand,
Beautiful. I want to say one quick thing. Oh, sorry.
Well,
I just want to respond one quick thing about.
You go.
Okay. I wanted to say one thing about environmental action, because I gave a talk in January for people who are in a much longer course about ritual weaving. And I'm just putting it in the chat. This was a ritual that they created for water, using water ritual for environmental action as a result of my workshop in January. So folks should totally check that out. And the other thing is, in terms of dew, you know, it's so ephemeral. It's like, is it even there? You know, and I'm just going to put into the chat also, this is an article that I wrote about dew and a YouTube about it. And that also has a more explicit ritual that you can all try, and also a dew song.
Oh, sounds good. Well, what I was going to say is that in New Zealand, there isn't a very big Jewish culture. So the first time that I ever saw an Orthodox Jew was when I went to New York, and I had never seen someone who looked like that before. So for me, all the way over here in New Zealand, I love being able to hear more about cultures that I'm not as familiar with, or that I haven't seen. I realize you're not coming from an Orthodox Jewish perspective, but your perspective is so saturated and beautiful, and I love being able to learn more. And that's the point of this 3-day event, is that we get to hear about viewpoints around water, culture, and religion that we may very well not have heard of. So I am extremely grateful for you. If there are any other questions, please fire away now. Otherwise, I will introduce our next guest. I just want to make sure that he's here. I don't see any more questions. So Thank you so much, Sarah. Thank you for your time and everything you're doing. You're obviously making change for the better in the world, and you're such a beautiful and kind spirit. So thank you. Okay, I think she's typing. She's sort of frozen over there. Bhargav, are you here?
Hey, Veda. Hi.
Hi. Okay, I'm just going to remove the spotlight there. Can you say hi again so I can spotlight you? Bhargav? Okay, let me just look in the gallery and find you. There you go. Okay, I'm just going to spotlight, make you a co-host. And I'm going to spotlight you. Just a minute. Spotlight for everyone. And I'm going to come over here and make you a co-host. Great. Now, how come I didn't see you? So can you please speak so I can, there you are. Wonderful. Now,
Sorry. Yeah, I had some network glitch. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you just fine. I like your haircut. Now, I'll introduce you to Bhargav. Bhargav has actually been he's become a friend of mine. He, it was like a year ago or something, maybe a little bit longer. He started doing my crystallography, and we ended up having a one-on-one kind of like crystallography session. And he has helped me understand more about my work, more about hydroglyphs. I remember a time, and he may well tell you, where I was investigating the creation glyph, and Bhargav played a chant about creation, and he got this creation glyph. And so we've had a lot of deep and meaningful conversations that all relate into water. So I'm very much looking forward to Bhargav's talk, because he's coming from the country of India, which is for me like a second home. I have two given Indian names, and I have a sweet spot for India. It's just such a special place. And so Bhargav is going to be talking to us about different beliefs within the Hindu religion and the ways that he's been taught from his elders as well, and the significance of water in Hinduism and in India. So there we go. And take it away, Bhargav.
Thanks, Veda. I'll start with sharing my screen. And namaskaram, everyone. A very great opportunity for me to be on this call today to share very insights from the Indian culture. I'll start sharing my screen. Just let me know if you can see.
Yep, looks good.
Cool. Okay. So, yeah, as Veda introduced, I am Bhargav. I'm an IT engineer. I work for a top consulting company. Apart from that, my day-to-day job, my passion towards life made me explore varied interests like art, music, poetry, photography, and also spirituality. I am also a yoga practitioner and a yoga facilitator. I volunteer with Isha Foundation, led by Sadhguru, if you know him. And my quest to, find many answers to the worldly, questions I had since my childhood led me to take up deep insights of spirituality. So that also led me to meet Veda. As Veda was mentioning, it was a very strange way we met. And then since then, I was able to relate to many of the texts, the ancient texts that India had, and the way the rituals we had here, and how the ancient people would already have known something of what water can do. This really made me realize how much importance we gave earlier about water. So So basically, we all know that water accepts everything in the path and makes it as a part of life. The name Hinduism is originated from Sanskrit, from the word Sindhu, so which is a river name. So the land which is beside the river Sindhu is being referred as Hindus or Indians. This is one country I know, where the focus has always been in the inner sciences than the external world. I'm very fortunate to be born on this land. This land is of sages, seers, and yogis, and heartfelt stories of how divine walked upon this land. Not just once, but many times. So I would like to begin today's talk with such reference from the ancient text about Lord Vishnu or his 10 avatars. So for those who wouldn't know, we can take a parallel to what Indians thousands of years back spoke about. It's in parallel with what Charles Darwin has said, the theory of evolution. So the first avatar, it's a kind of incarnation of the Lord, a couple of times, 10 times. So the first thing, if you see here, it says the water is formed or evolved from the life is evolved from water. The first avatar clearly depicts that over millions of years, water has been the source of life. We can think, and there are many stories like how life has transformed, which is almost like, from a completely water animal to a kind of tortoise, a turtle or a tortoise where it can live both on land and even in water, and then how life has transformed. So there are many ways how it has been depicted, but the very important fact for us on today's connect is about, it says that what life has started in water. So we can think this as an historical event, which India considers as. All of these has been historically written in the books that this is what happened, or even if you think it as a story where people have told you, we could still see that there is a significant intelligence, knowledge within the people that they know that life has started from water. So I would like to connect on few of the dots where ancient Indians have spoke about it. And I'll probably take you to around 15,000 years back now, and then see how things have been there from last, these years. So it's not just about stories, but when I look at these things, when I heard from my ancestors, my grandparents, and my people around me, for me it looks not just as a story, but there was always been an intimate relationship with water and how people used to communicate with water. The first picture shows how the river Ganga came on earth. It's considered to be a water source from heavens. So there was a rishi or a sage called Bhagiratha who bestowed nirvana or liberation to their ancestors. He performed severe offerings, and he worshipped Lord Vishnu, Lord Shiva or Brahma, and requested the river to come on earth so that all his ancestors would get liberated, just in touch of this water, Ganga. So that's how it started. It is around 15,000 years or even more, where this river has gone. People say that if you just take a dip in river Ganga, all of your sins would be cleared and you would be liberated. I'll speak about it. I mean, there are many other rituals that happens around Ganga or even water. I'll come to that. But we will look at other instances where people, there was a conversation between this rishi and river Ganga. He asked her to come and see that it flows across the people, where their ancestors were there. Similarly, around 7,000-8,000 years back, there was one another story which talks about Lord Rama, where he spoke to the ocean god called as Varuna. When there was a journey he has to take up to travel from India to Sri Lanka, there's a story that I could share, later. But I'm just pulling out one instance of it. So Rama has to cross the oceans. Imagine 7,000 years back, right? He has to walk and cross the oceans and go to Sri Lanka. So on the way, he has requested the Lord Samudra, like the Lord Ocean, to allow him to cross the oceans. But the ocean has denied him because it is not against his natural laws, even to swim across without getting any harm. It was against the natural laws. So he denied that he will not be able to allow his army, Lord Rama and his army, to cross the ocean just like that by swimming or like that, because they'll be. But he also suggested that if there is a process that they can make, and when they put the stones on the ocean, they would start floating. This is not just a story. Even now, if you go to this place called as Rameshwaram, which is the tip of the India, you would find those floating stones even now. You could really push them hard. It just goes in and just pops up. It's not some plastic or not wood. They are real stones which can float on water. So that was the suggestion made by this ocean god, or Samudra or Varuna we call as, that they can make use of this kind of process to lay down the stones and then cross the ocean. Very recently, when I say very recently, around 3,000 years back, there is another instance of a human, or Lord Krishna, speaking to river Yamuna. So when there was a huge floods and whirlpools and rains across their city, and when his father wanted to carry Lord Krishna across the river, there was a conversation that happened where his father requested, Lord Krishna's father requested the river Yamuna if it can give a way to them to cross the river, amidst of all of this floods and stuff. And river did accept it, and it gave a path to move forward. So why I'm quoting all of this is there was conversations between humans of those times and water, which is really more than what we could. It's almost like a conversation between a human being, right, and another human being. So it's not just about 7,000 years back, 15,000 years back, 5,000 years back. There were many instances, even in 1890s. There were gurus, yogis. Just by will, they would create a water pond right in front of them and bless people with them. Somebody to really put, if you know, there's someone called as Sai Baba. People used to say, like, wherever he said he could create a pool of water that just comes right in front of his foot. So all of this being said, this is not something of past. Even now in India, there are many practices that happens around water. One such largest event in India is called as Kumbh Mela. Every river in India, we will have a Kumbh Mela. So where lakhs of seekers come to river to have a dip. So it is considered the largest event that happens on the world, because lakhs of people would come around and just to take a dip in water. Like every river has a particular year where they can dip in water. This is considering the signs of how the planet alignment is and how it would be in sync with the river energies of this particular river, and how you would cleanse on that particular day So there is a complete science behind it on why people have created such huge events where people can just take a dip and cleanse all of their sins and really progress towards their spiritual benefits. I heard from the last speaker, she was talking about rituals where they could do something to rain. Even in India, there is a yajna. Yajna is something where you invoke the god you wish to using fire and mantras or chants. So one such process to invoke the rain god is called Atiratram. So in India, we usually don't, though there are scientific ways to do this, we see the most reliable thing is to do this yajna. So you use, there are sages and saints who can do this practice on behalf of the whole society and chant few mantras and do some offerings to the fire. And you wouldn't believe that within few hours of doing this yajna, there'll be huge amount of rain that comes on. So this is ideally taken as the last step because this is something little, they're trying to change something in the nature, with human will and, with few chants and stuff. So whenever there is a place which is completely out in drought, people used to do this. Not just now, like 15,000, there are scriptures which quote about this practice being followed by Lord Krishna around 7,000, 8,000 years back. The similar practice is still valid. I've heard, I think last 10 years back, there was one such event where, in one particular village, there was no rain at all. And they tried this yajna and it really worked. And there was huge pour of rain, which people couldn't believe. So there are, this was a picture I was talking about where Lord Rama has built a bridge from India. This is the tip of India and this is Sri Lanka. The bridge is still visible. You could just type in Ram Setu in Google. You would see that how this bridge of pure stones floating upon water is still there. This is a satellite image that is captured. So there are many events that even now people will follow it in India. So there were several practices that have been used in India for well-being of human beings at a society level using water. By now, I think we all know water is not just a commodity. It's a life-making element and that has memory, which can respond to us. And I think Veda's method has also shown that. In fact, yogis in India says that all the 5 elements like earth, water, air, akash or the sky have memory and responds to us differently if we have access to it. Water being 72% of our body, it plays a very significant role within us. How many of you know Sadhguru here? Anyone? Okay. Good to know, like few of you know it. So he's my spiritual master, and I feel very blessed to have a guru like him, who has varied knowledge and also has tools to offer in all respects of life. I've heard from him saying that the way we look at water or the way we touch water makes a huge difference in one's life. This was said 7 years back. I was not following him. I did not know about him, and I did not believe him about he saying these things. Something like this will magically happen. You just look at it and things will change. You touch it, things will change. I felt it. I'm not a magician to do all of this, right? And I did not believe it. There were yogis in the past who said, with mere perception of how things would look, they were able to tell people about and create several rituals in society, in home, so that they could make use of it for their own well-being. Particularly for me, though I was being born in India, I've seen all of these rituals. I've never believed it because for me, logically did not make any sense because water is just you drink. It's not something a life source, is what I used to think of. Right? So I did not believe it. But later, when I met with Veda and introduced with this connection with water, right in front of my eyes, the water was dancing, and it really opened me a door to look at how the ancients were known about it and why there were several uh, practices, rituals were being there in the society. So in India, there are practices like every temple there is something called as Tirtha Kund. Tirtha Kund is a pond having energized water. When I say energized, it is energized in a particular way. It is not commonly energized. It is energized based on the water of that pond, the idol in the temple, and how it is related. So there are specific kind of energies that has been implanted into the Tirtha Kund. It's a kind of a pond which is near to the temple. So people make a dip into this water and then go and see the idol, so that they can imbibe and receive these energies little more. They become little more receptive to imbibe these energies which is there in this temple. This is also called as something called as Tirtham or energized water, which is generally water poured over the idol, which is called as a process called as Abhishekam, where we pour water on an idol in the temple and we just drink out of that water. Why? Because there are elaborate chants that people do around this idol, so that this idol starts vibrating in a certain way. And when you pour water on it, the water also captures and remembers this divine energy or vibration. And when you take it in your hand and drink it, you get that energy within you. So this has been there since ages, right? Just for one drop of water from any of this temple, there'll be huge queues of people standing in line to just take this one drop of water, knowingly or unknowingly. But because people have said that this has to be done, they started taking it. Even now, this practice is still there in India. One wonderful fact I recently found was there is a temple called as Tirunavaikal, which is built over a millennia. This is a water temple. When I say water temple, this is the place where yogis have created certain tools, yogic practices and certain sadhanas that you can build or connect your own water being with these practices, or enhance your water being with these practices. So this temple is there in Tamil Nadu, which is south of India, where there are several practices that they teach us on how do we deal with water. So there are certain structures that have been created at the society level, but there are also things that we used to do it at home. In India, water is the most important tool for performing our daily religious rituals or social ceremonies. Our primary means of purification of the body and soul in Hindu culture. We never used plastic or any other material to store water. Every home used a brass, copper, or mud pots to drink water from. We also preferred water from moving water. It's not like directly you fill it from taps and drink it. We always used to take water from the moving water, like lakes or rivers, and then we drink it. And also when we drink it, it is mostly not using tumblers. At least my grandparents and people before that, they always used to drink water from their own hands. Like they just used to fill in water like this and then they just drink of it. Because it is not just holding a tumbler, some plastic bottle, and then you drink it. But if you hold it with your own hands and say some gratitude and see it with the intention of how important it is for you in your life, and then you drink of it, it's a completely different, it makes a complete difference on how you take it. So these traditions have been imparted to us, being said to us a couple of times when we were children, never fall out because it did not make sense. Now I'm realizing, how important these things are. Also, the way we store in water in our home is completely different. We have, as I already said, we store water in a copper vessel because copper has more receptive and it stores the energies very well than any other material or even a mud pot. Keep a flower, offer a flower to it, offer a lamp to it, chant few mantras during the night before the day, and you place it. You keep the water stagnant for the whole night and start drinking from it from the next day morning. So this process will energize the water. There are other tools which are also offered. Something like this, which has sacred ash and some other material which can be kept in the water. It will energize it, even though if you don't chant any mantras or do any process. Just keeping this, it is called as Jiva Rasam. Jiva Rasam is, life, juice of life, right? So you could just keep this into the water for a night and drink water from it. It will energize completely different. It will also take care of all your chronic ailments because water being what water is and the percent of water we have in our body. If we could just take care of this one element, most of our chronic ailments will be gone. So, and every ritual, like even something like let's take a housewarming, people will do chants, mantras, and sprinkle this water on the home and also on people. There's a way how this water is kept. This is kept in a brass or a copper vessel. They'll keep a coconut on it. They'll keep few mango leaves in it. All of this is being kept because these individual materials are more receptive of this particular chant and also how they are interconnected with the water. So these waters would be sprinkled on people so that they get cleansed and they get the maximum benefits of whatever the ritual is being practiced. This is there everywhere, like from your child, whatever ritual we have, to name you, there is this ritual with water. When you start in your school, people will start things with water. When you're getting married, there is a ritual which is with water. When you bought a home and going to a new home, there is a ritual with water. When you're dead and your body left, there is a ritual with water. So there are many things. So in India, as I said, there are various levels at society and even at individual homes. There are been practices that has been offered to us, which will keep one very in sync with the water. So now I would go to how my journey has started with Veda and the various things I could correlate with what we had. I basically wear a ring. If I don't know if you could see it, it's the same ring. So when I first did my session with Veda and I was not even with Veda. Usually I'm kind of a person who will not believe anything for the first instance until I try on my own. When I saw the website and what Veda spoke about it on Instagram and other platforms, I did not believe it because I felt this is not possible. It can be done with any Photoshop. But in the first instance, when I met with her, sorry Veda, I'm saying this, but so the first instance when I met and when I tried it, and it was very apparent in my first few tries of how I connected with water, it was showing different things. And I used to just do try one of it, try to connect with one of any of things which I used, and then I used to send it to Veda, what is this? And she just sent. I would not tell her what is the influence I made, and she just looks at the pattern and tells me what it is. So when I send this pattern about a kind of hexagon, you could see it with much clearly. This is when I placed the petri dish of water on my ring. Only at the place where my ring was placed, this particular pattern was there. The rest of the pattern was more, I couldn't at least identify, but this is very significant. So this shows how this pattern is related to energy. And as I was speaking, why copper was very important in our olden traditions, because it carries energy in certain way. So that is why we use copper vessels, copper bottles for storing water. So later part, I've started working on various mantras or chants. Because as I said, every temple used to chant something right in front of the idol and give this kirtan. So I was very curious about why was it? Why are they chanting some sound? It's just a sound, right? I mean, it can have a different meaning, but it is just going to be another sound. So what does mantra mean? I'll just read out. Today's modern science tells us everything in the existence is a vibration or a sound, right? In other words, the whole existence is just a sound. And this complex arrangement of sounds, like what human can make, there are few sounds that are known as mantras. If you use this particular mantra with the right sense of awareness, it can open up a completely new dimensions of life for you. It's not about a cultural, chants are not about a cultural existence, but it is about an existential thing. A mantra is something that you utter and it is something you wanted to pick up. So it's not completely about the meaning. It is more about how you tell these sounds. So I'm speaking about chants. I tried with a couple of chants. Started from then. So there is a chant called as Mrityunjaya Mantram. So usually people will chant this mantra whenever there's people ill at your home. So to get well-being, to energize their life. And also, if at all something goes off and if they have to leave their body, the wish is to leave their body as, I just gave you the meaning of this, right? It just says, how a fruit falls from the stem. People want to leave as simply as that from this body. So this is the whole chant and meaning. It clearly says how, like the fruit falls from the bondage of the stem. So this is the mantra. I'm not going into the mantra, but the meaning of it is it. And you get a, treat. When I shared it with Veda, she said it is a called a tree of life, or it speaks about how life. Ancient Indians might have known about this, right? How this chant or this sound works. And, accordingly, even water is showing the same patterns. It's showing a tree of life when you chant this particular mantra. The three-eyed one is Lord Shiva. I just gave you the picture. This is with a particular chant called as Nirvana Shatakam. There is a saint who is called as Shankaracharya. He is one of the youngest and saint who has traveled India across like 3 to 4 times just by walking to spread this awareness about nirvana, liberation, how simple things can be made. There was one incident when at a particular place, one of them has asked, who are you? Like he asked, who are you to tell us all about this? Then he recited this chant. The whole meaning of it's a very huge chant. It is in Sanskrit. When you take the meaning out of it, it says, we are nothing. We are not our body, we are not our mind, we are not anything that we see as. They're just the source of life. That is what he says in this chant. There are 6 verses of this composition again, which again, as I said, human being is neither this or neither that. So this Nirvana Shatakam, I could share this presentation if you wish to. I have links where you can go and listen to these chants or know about the meanings. So when I tried this chant and it was giving me this seed kind of pattern, which is related to creation, which is related to life, which is related to divine, which is exactly what this chant means. And water is also responding the same way. It's not giving me anything else, right? It's just giving me that chant and that meaning. It was unbelievable for me to really know how ancient people would know. So for my curiosity, it was always if you see what is life, the next question is what is death. Most of us would know life and death as an instances in life. You live and you die. But very few of us would realize that we live and die at the same moment. Right? We could say when you have your birthday, I'm sorry to call this out, but when you have your birthday, you could say you're living one more year, you may say you are going towards your grave, just one more year less than to your grave. So every minute, even scientifically, they say every minute, new cells will born and old cells will die. So life and death is a normal process that happens every moment. So when I asked water about what is death, it has given me a similar image. And this is the text where Veda had shared me when I sent this to her on the first instance, right? We were in the same terms that how water is not differentiating as how human beings see it. It knows that it happens every minute and life and death are almost similar. So you could see the similar kind of pattern that has been created on water. My interest towards identifying what is the source of life still been there. When I saw something from the Nirvana Shatakam, which it shows about how the pattern is with water. So then I understood, I just looked at things. What could be the source of, what could be the other means of sources? Peace is something which is a source, right? You can make mess out of it. That's a different aspect. But usually peace is the source, right? So when I looked at peace as a word and tried it, it was almost similar. It was giving me a creation kind of glyph, or which is related to source. Then I tried with silence. So this is just to show that it's not just that I used to get only the creation kind of glyph. Water would reveal itself, as human beings does, right? When you want to meet a child, make a friend, right? It will not, this child will not come to you in the first instance. You have to pamper him and be kind with him, show love towards him. Similarly, even that's what happened with water. The first instance is giving me some random pattern, at least which I do not know. It can be something. Second time it revealed something. Third time it revealed little more. Why I've took silence as a word is because silence or stillness is the source, right? From where sound is created. Sound is created based on the base called as silence, which is again close to the word source. So even then it was showing me a similar pattern. When I say similar, it is all not same. It has similar patterns to it. Then this is one interesting story I have to quote, because I was trying everything related to source and creation, and I was seeing this, and I was not happy with what I was getting, because every time I see something like these wavy patterns, and I was thinking maybe it's just for me. I just get this particular pattern. It's not water what it is doing. It is maybe just me, creating this pattern. Then I've never tried something like this. I said to water that, water, I really love you. Can you show me pyramid? This is the exact word. I just said it to the water. And then when I see it, it's just the same pattern, which with multiple waves. It's again, it looks like the creation pattern. But that was my first instance. Why are you showing me the same creation? I did not ask you for any creation. I was just asking you to show me a pyramid, right? And you're showing me a different thing. So, but later when I really looked at it, water was really showing me a huge heart, because I said, I love you, water. If you can show me a pyramid. It was showing me a heart and also a pyramid. If you could see this, there was a heart and pyramid. So these kind of experiments of how water responds with us really opened my eyes and looked at many things. Then later, I was keep trying this thing. I asked my wife was very curious. She wanted to try what comes to her. she just took the bowl of water. She went out and said something and came back and shown me this pattern. This is some pattern which I've never seen when I tried it. I sent this to Veda and she said it is more related to Earth. All of these patterns are more related to Earth. So her name is Vasudha. So the meaning word is in Sanskrit, Vasudha. It literally translates to word Earth in English. So it's not about a specific language again, right? It is not Sanskrit, it's not Hindi, it's not English. It's about any language you do this, you try to connect with the water with an intention, it does. So she tried with her own name and it was showing the pattern of Earth, which is the meaning of it, the Sanskrit meaning of it. And okay. So this is one of my favorite paintings of Lord Krishna. We have this at home. So this is with Lord Krishna and her mother Yashoda. So it's a baby Krishna, holding flute, and he would have, he usually carries this peacock feather on his head. So my expectation was to show that water will show anything of such, either her mother or his flute, or maybe the peacock feather, or maybe anything, the jewelry she wears, or anything like that. But surprisingly, it was just showing me this pattern, which is kind of a banyan leaf or peepal leaf. So I was surprised why water is showing me a peepal leaf or a banyan leaf instead of what I wanted to see, right? I wanted to see Krishna and his things. And suddenly, when I showed this to my parents, they speak, they told about a story where Lord Krishna is depicted on a banyan leaf. It's called as Mahapralaya, or beginning of a new age. When a particular age of Krishna was getting end, and when a new age was starting, people have seen Krishna floating on a banyan leaf on the ocean. So that was a very common representation of Lord Krishna when he was baby, and this particular representation. This is of more modern. This is an art form, but this is something you would even see in ancient temples, that Lord Krishna as a baby is being depicted on the banyan leaf. So when I was showing water about baby Krishna, it is showing about this banyan leaf. You imagine how far it is going, right? This is something happened around maybe 7,000, 5,000 years back. Coming to the next thing, this is more interesting. So I was trying different things on chants and stuff, but I've never tried anything on animals. I've seen Vedas and different other people's works in the Facebook channel and other places, that people get nice cute puppies, or fishes in their patterns, which I've never seen. And I thought I will try tiger, because that's our national animal. India's national animal is tiger. So I thought of trying it. But unknowingly, there was a chant playing in the background, which is about Lord Shiva. So I did not notice much of it. A chant was playing since morning, and I was just trying with this word tiger, and suddenly there's this pattern. When I look at it, I felt I could not find tiger much of it. So there is some certain pattern. I think it's not much clear to you here on this slide, but there is some kind of an animal, this yellow mark thing, the kind of an animal with a tail and 4 legs and a head. It was not very certain, but I was not very happy. Okay, this is not working for me. But surprisingly, when I just looked, my focus shifted to the right side of it. There was one dancing posture. So this chant talks about Shiva and Parvati and how they dance. It's kind of dance of existence, how existence has happened as a dance. I'm presenting you a picture. This is called as it's a posture of Shiva dancing. It's called as Nataraj, the king of dance. So where he lifts his one of his leg and holds his hands beside. So when you see this pattern, there is a head and his hands and how he lifts his head. So it can't. Sorry, the water wants to show what it wants. It's not about what we want to influence. It is more about what it what it wants to communicate, right? It is more than us. Then I've also tried something on a chant called as Shiva Shambho. It's a very powerful chant. You can make use of it anytime. This is offered since the ancient times, Shiva and Shambho. If you utter it with a certain intensity and a certain way, this will create well-being, is what people say. And this is almost similar to the source of life, hydroglyph. But it is little different when you look at it. It has something like a tree of life, and then which it's not just seed, but also a tree which has roots and everything here. Okay, this is one of my favorite pattern or the response that I've got from water. So I was been trying with several things. I've got initiated into a mantra called as Devi Moola Mantra. There is a chant, I could share it with you. It's not something we chant, but we just hear. So I played this chant near water for a few minutes and freezed it and took it out. And there is this beautiful pattern that came on the entire petri dish. And so there is a significance why I've kept these photos like this, because this is a idol, a feminine idol, which is consecrated by Sadhguru. Again, it's there in Tamil Nadu, in south of India. So when you see this idol, it's a feminine idol, again, as I said. There are, in the background, there are these patterns. I don't know if you're clearly able to see this. Probably I can zoom it little later, post this slide. But there is a particular pattern. This pattern is also there on the roof of this temple. So this pattern is exactly same as what we see in this water. Whether I think this is even new for you. I was just trying to check why this happened, and there was these exact patterns, like how water this is being. I don't know how Sadhguru would have known to really create these patterns on the back of this idol, right? There is no mean. There can be anything. It can be just flowers or anything. But there is this specific pattern that he has created on this idol, also on the roof of this temple. And this is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen with water across my, all other attempts. Now, Sadhguru. So I was also trying with, one of my photo of my guru. It is a quote. It says, "Truth is not hidden. You are hiding from it." So I think it's very evident that truth is all there, and we are just closing our doors without seeing it. So I just tried with this particular quote and this photo of him. I'm sorry. This photo of him. So then I just sent this picture and I asked Veda what it is. And she said, I think they say the message of enlightenment or the enlightened one is complete. So water is saying that a particular person is enlightened and his message is clear and complete. So this really made, because there are stories, Sadhguru speaks about, how his journey was, how his earlier life was, what life he is now. He says he's been here on the world twice before, and it is the third time. And it says we would see 2 completion hydroglyphs, which says it's already done for twice, and this is the third time. So this is the first time where I've got multiple patterns or hydroglyphs, which we called as, in a single image, where it talks clearly about an enlightened being, how his message is completed. So when I saw this, truth is not hidden and you are hiding from it, I would like to correlate this with one more experience of what happened. So This is called as, this is something which I've tried with starfish. Okay, I wrote something called a starfish because I was still not getting animals and fishes and things. So I tried starfish. But when I was writing, it was on a microwave oven. I just used a piece of paper. I wrote starfish and placed a petri dish over it. I thought, somewhere while I was writing, I just had a thought: what if water captures something from the microwave? Because I'm placing this paper on the microwave, not and on the starfish. Then I freezed it and I looked at it. When I look at it, it is a huge drop of water. It's a droplet of water. I was really curious. I've done this late night, before I was sleeping. I was not clear why it was showing me a droplet rather than a starfish. I looked at, zoomed every bit of it and see if there was any instance of starfish. I just skipped this whole part because I did not ask for droplets. I looked at every piece. If there is something, at least a star, half of it, right? At least a piece of a star. There was nothing like that. And I was very curious. Next day morning, I was looking at things. Why did it show me a droplet when I asked for a star? To my surprise, and which I've never noticed, this microwave was there with us from last 10 years, but I've never noticed that there is an option called as steam clean. So on the microwave, it is written as steam clean, which is used to clean the microwave. I've never seen it. And it has a droplet next to it and, 2 dots probably behind. So I do not know how did water capture it, right? Because I've never seen it. It is through me if water is getting influenced. I've never seen that steam clean option. But the exact droplet was being shown on the water as a pattern. Before even asking with Veda, I've asked if, she've never seen this. She said she've never seen such thing. And she immediately tried to capture this photo, tried to influence with the same image. And she also got the similar pattern on her dish. If you see it, you have this two lines, but 2 or 3 lines here and a water droplet and water droplet. So what I want to say with this slide is, water is not something what we think of. It is more than it's a life-making element. You believe it or not, at least, as I was not believing much when our ancients have said something about water. But these things, this connection with water, this way of connecting to water has really an evidence of why people have said what they have said in every culture, not just with what is there in India or with Hinduism. But every culture spoke about water in various ways. This is a real life example of how it does. If you have any questions, you can drop on me. Or we could, anything on the chat.
Thank you, Bhargav. If you want to come out of your screen share so we can see you.
Okay. So before I just close, I'll have few ending words. In India, people have commonly known that we are from water, we rise from water, and we return to it. There are elaborate rituals and science behind it, from birth to death, right? To conduct one's life very sensibly. From Vedas, our ancient knowledge, and my guru, I could understand the significance of and the essence of water. But from this Veda, I got the opportunity to have, the first-hand experience of the wonders of conscious water. The word yoga means union. How the union with water or with any life element around us will define our profoundness of our life. I would rather say, if you are very concerned about your health or well-being, what we need is not life insurance, but it is more about how we conduct these elements of life within us. right? If you can bring that sense of connecting with these elements like water, air, earth, or anything else, or fire or akash, it is how we connect with this. I am fortunate to be in this land where yoga is practiced very much. There have been clear instructions on how do we store water, what kind of chants we have to do, how do we purify this water, and how do we keep this water. There is also called as a 10 to 15-minute practice I do every day. It's called as Bhuta Shuddhi. This will help us to take charge of all the 5 elements, including water. This is like cleansing our own elements and be connected to the elements which are available outside. A part of it is within us, but how do you connect to the real elements outside? So I've been practicing such yogic practices. Maybe if you wish to try or implement these yogic practices, this will make a huge difference. If that is not possible, or if you want to learn such kind of practices with yoga, you can reach out to me. If all of this is not possible, right, with you, what we can do is just one moment of gratitude and reverence when you consume water, because this is your life-making material. This is what we are. Water is what we are. So I would really like to thank you, Veda, and all the beings, all the water beings on this call, for giving me this opportunity to be in touch with you and share what we have from this culture.
Oh, thank you, Bhargav, so much. I'm just going to take the spotlight off there and make it big again. It is so wonderful to hear your journey and see your journey again with the crystallography, and to hear, your story, because it wasn't that long ago where you were not really, like you just said, you didn't really understand the depth about water. You didn't really quite see things from the perspective of your ancestors or your grandparents. And to see you dived so deep into this kind of divine sea is so heartwarming to me. So I am extremely proud of you, and I'm so grateful to Bhargav. So a huge shukriya from me and from everybody here. I am very, very grateful for you. Now, there was a question that I saw in the chat. Somebody asked something. I'll just squiz through. There's lots of people saying things. Now, where was it? Can we please get a link to those chants? Some people are just wanting. So even Bhargav, if you want, you can send me everything that you want to share. And when I send the recordings out to everybody, I'll make sure to add them, but you can add them into the chat here as well, if you like. Someone's saying, can you please repeat the ritual you did with copper?
Okay, this is called as Bhuta Shuddhi. Okay, the first ritual was on how do we store water and how we chant certain mantras so that this water becomes energized. So I could share those links with you. There's a detailed note on how do we store water and all of those things. I can share those links.
Thank you so much. I've spent a lot of time in India. I have been to India 9 times. And one of the things that a long, long time ago, so I've been going since I was, in my very early 20s, so a long time ago now. And I had a spiritual teacher who passed some years ago over there. And I remember there were these times where we were able to go and spend one-on-one time with him. And so I remember going into the room, and Maharaji had this little pot of water. And he said, because his English was, kind of a little bit not so good, but way, way better than my Hindi. And he said, do you know where you are? I remember he asked me, do you know where you are? And I And I could have answered in multiple ways, but I kind of just looked blank. I remember this blank kind of, I don't have any answers, but I didn't know what to say. And he beckoned to me, and he pointed into the little bowl of water. And I looked, and I saw the water was in there. And he said, "You are there." And this was before I ever studied water or had this connection like I do. And I wondered what he meant. And the more I've studied about water, the more I've started to realize that I'm a drop in an ocean. And at the same time, I'm an ocean and a drop. And that within that water, I was held, and it was very deep. It's always unraveling itself when he said that. I still think about it now, because when he did speak in English, he used very specific words. So I will leave that little story there, but Bhargav, thank you very much. I really appreciate the time and energy you've taken for your presentation. It's so nice for people to be able to see photos and hear the stories of India. He was talking about the floating stones, and he showed that image from Google, whatever it's maps, or no, it's something like that. So you can actually see it archaeologically, those kind of floating stones that go between the end of India and Sri Lanka, that were the stones that allowed Lord Rama and Hanuman to cross over to Lanka to save Sita. So, you know, it's there. All right, so let's move on. I'm just going to come to here. Now, I'd love to introduce Jalal. Are you around? I'm just going to come out of here. Jalal, are you here? Oh, hopefully he is on his way at the very least. Now, Jalal, where are we? Let me just see where he is at. I'll just come over to here and come into speaker. Now, let me see. I'll just email him and just make sure that he is available. So, we are waiting for you. Okay. Oh, yeah, it's so nice. Okay, well, let's just give Jalal a couple of minutes to come on. I've just emailed him, and I will just go into the screen share and read about Jalal. So I'm really looking forward to his talk too. Okay, so Jalal is a dentist with a keen interest in quantum biology. He appreciates that quantum physics is the biophysics that underpins our biochemistry and biology. By applying the physics of how light and magnetism affect water chemistry, Jalal provides personalized coaching for clients seeking optimal health. The goal for patients is quantum coherence. He unites his understanding of quantum biology with clinical and postural dentistry to offer a new paradigm of dental care, quantum dentistry. I've heard a few people talking about that concept now. So Jalal will be exploring the significance of water in Islam, citing references from the Quran, as well as the wisdom passed down from the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. He also will touch upon a brief history of Islam, his own personal journey growing up as a Muslim, and how his studies in the quantum realm strengthened his faith. And he is coming from Australia, so I don't see him coming up yet though. So hopefully he's going to make an appearance very soon. So let me just see what's going on and if he has messaged me. I'm going to try and here. Otherwise, I'm going to launch into something, a talk as well. So let me just see, and I'll just call him. Trying to get everybody to get together with time zones can be very challenging. Okay, so, well, I guess we'll just have to wait and hopefully he will hop on soon. He may have just somehow got that timing wrong. Okay, well, what can we do in between? I know we've got another speaker, so maybe we can get Jalal to speak last. Now, I don't know if Kalani's already on here or if he isn't. He may or may not be. So, bye, Olga. Nice to see you. Thank you for coming. So let me just see in my gallery here if Kalani is here yet. Oh, I think we're going to have to wait. Okay. People coming and going. There's still so many people here. I really appreciate all the people that have stayed such a long time. Okay, I'm going to go back into my speaker view. So, I mean, I have a talk that I'm just talking at tomorrow. So I can actually just talk about it now because it might be nice to hear that, given that I don't quite know if Jalal has somehow just got the times wrong, because it's not like him to be late, and he is such a lovely guy. So there's somebody else is here from Australia too. So if I speak now, then maybe he can go into another spot, or we can figure it out from there. So if anyone sees Jalal come on the call, if you could let me know, and I will stop talking and leave it over to him. Now, I'm just going to get my presentation up so that we respect everybody's time. And luckily, I'm somewhat prepared for emergencies, which is always kind of surprising. So let me just get this up in my Canva, and I'll do a presentation this way. Okay. Let me just see if that's him. Okay.
I believe Jalal just joined.
Yay. Thank you so much. He may have got my email.
Sorry, everybody. I was rounding the children out of the home so I could have a conversation with you all in peace without any interruptions. So my apologies for running a few minutes late.
No worries. Don't worry at all. I'm just grateful that you were able to make it. I know what it's like with children. We all have things we have to navigate. So not a problem. It's over to you.
Thank you. What I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen.
Firstly, I want to say, now you're here, I want to say assalamu alaikum. And it is
Wa alaikum assalam. Thank you very much, Veda. That's very, very beautiful of you to remember that. Thank you. I'm going to share my screen and let's see if we.
That looks great.
Okay. Are you able to see the presentation?
Yes.
Fine. Yep.
Yep.
Perfect. Excellent. So my talk today is about the significance of water in Islam, and I'm very grateful for Veda to have me on to talk about Islam and talk about water, and also she wanted me to talk a little bit about light and how kind of water is the stage upon which light acts. So I'm very excited to share with you what I know. I'm very new to understanding all of these concepts. I've only been really looking into it for the past 2 or 3 years. after being stuck in a very reductionist, mechanistic biochemistry type mindset for so long as a health practitioner. So for me to discover the vitality of water and the vitalistic angle at which health should be practiced was a massive eye-opener, and it was something which has really unlocked so much passion, newfound passion about what this entire world is about. I hope you guys enjoy my talk. Just a little bit of an outline. We're going to just do a little bit of an introduction, and I'll talk a little bit about the history of Islam, my personal experience with Islam, and some of the personal things that I have done as a Muslim, and then we'll kind of segue into water in Islam, and then towards the end we'll talk a little bit about light. So about me, I guess the most important thing for me is I'm always kind of asking myself, what is my why? Why am I here? Why am I doing what I want to do? And why am I, what is the purpose behind everything that I do each day? And for me, I've really kind of honed it down to service to other people, service to other men and women, to children. That is the way that I feel the most holistic or wholesome in my life. And so I'm a person that is really about more giving rather than taking. And it has been a very freeing experience for me to shed myself of the want for physical things and more focus on things like love and consciousness and light and connecting with people physically. Although this is a virtual conference, it would be an honor to meet some of you one day. But yeah, so that's really my why. It's service to humanity, service to people. I'm a very curious person. I like to know how things work and why things work. Sometimes asking why things work can be a dangerous question because we never necessarily know the why. And sometimes that's okay. Understanding that we may not know the why is also an important step for us. I tend to be a bit academic, so sometimes to step back and say, physics is not going to explain it, so don't worry about asking any more questions, is something which is good for me. On the side of, for most of the week, I'm a dentist. So for me to segue into all this quantum stuff is very out of character from a professional perspective, from a profession perspective, but I'm kind of balancing a bit of quantum health coaching on the side, as well as practicing general and what I like to call quantum dentistry. So this picture on the right, I like to think of this as me being a curious camel, and a camel because the camel is an important animal in the history of Islam. It's been the Bedouins and they always used to travel using camels. And in my mind, I'm kind of constantly chipping away at myself, chipping away the fat, the mental fat, the emotional fat, and trying to hone in on what I believe to be the truth and trying to be the best version of myself so that I can serve my family and serve you all. So we'll start to talk a little bit about Islam now. Islam is a religion that's about 1400 years old, and all of the important things that the Islam teaches is held in the Quran, which was brought down by Angel Gabriel. And so the first home for the Quran was actually in the heart of Prophet Muhammad, blessings and peace be upon him. And it was not given down as a book, it was sent down as a revelation from God. And the first revelation to the Prophet Muhammad, blessings and peace be upon him, actually came during the month of Ramadan, which is why this month is so sacred and holy for Muslims. And it is basically, it was sent down to the Prophet in a place where he would go to meditate, where he would go to center himself with all the trials and tribulations that he was going through in his life. And so he would climb this mountain, which is now known as the Mountain of Light. And he would sit in a cave on the mountain, which is Cave Hira, and he would meditate. And one day he received, he saw a light from the sky, and he emerged out of the cave and saw this light, and the first revelation of the Quran was sent down to him from Allah. And the sending down of the Quran was not something which was just like a single download that, you know, maybe happened in an hour or so. It was something which was revealed to him bit by bit over the course of 23 years. And so the first revelation actually occurred to Prophet Muhammad, blessings and peace be upon him, when he was aged 40. So he wasn't a spring chicken, so to speak. He was quite, you know, well, he was middle-aged and he'd had a lot of life experience. And so for the rest of his life, up until his death, he was receiving these revelations and then obviously preaching the word of Allah. Islam is a very simple religion. One of my favorite aspects about Islam is that it's just so simple to become a Muslim. To become a Muslim, all you have to say in the presence of two witnesses is Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah, which actually just means I bear witness that there is no God but Allah. And so it's focusing on the monotheism. And Muhammad is the messenger of Allah. If one believes that, and if one says that in the presence of two witnesses, you are a Muslim. And I find that to be so beautifully simple, that this is such an open and welcoming religion, that there's no huge barriers, there's no expectations that one needs to be able to read Arabic or read the Quran or pray 5 times a day to become a Muslim. This is the first step. There are 5 pillars in Islam, and they are Shahada, which is what I just recited to you, the month of Ramadan and the fasting that we as Muslims do during Ramadan, the concept of zakat, which is essentially charity, so we have to give a specific percentage of our personal wealth to charity every year. It's a requirement as a Muslim. And the 4th one is prayer. So we pray 5 times a day. And then, of course, the fifth one, which is very kind of well known, is that pilgrimage to Mecca, which is referred to as Hajj. So we pray 5 times a day. And I find it beautiful that 2 of the times that we pray are just before sunrise and at sunset. Then there's one kind of around lunchtime and another prayer around mid-afternoon, and then one after sunset. But the five prayers is something which is not easy to keep up with as a Muslim in modern society, because we have demanding lives with work and school and education and children, etc. So we as Muslims can always make excuses to ourselves to skip prayer. And it's always an endless battle that we are having with ourselves to pray all 5 prayers each day. And I personally, I'll be honest, probably 5 to 10% of the time I don't get all 5 in, but I do strive to be as good as I can. And I think it's that constant striving to achieve those 5 prayers instills a lot of discipline in us for those that are striving to do that. And I think that just sets us in good motion for taking that discipline to other aspects of our lives as well. One beautiful thing about prayer is the position of sajda, which is where we prostrate on the ground. And with the prostration, we have our hands, our knees, and our feet on the ground. And I'll show you the position shortly. And we also have our head. And it's kind of the Prophet Muhammad, blessings and peace be upon him, was known to say that the nearest a servant comes to his Lord is when he is prostrating himself, and that this is the best time to make a prayer or a supplication. From a health perspective, it's actually very good for posture to carry out the actions of prayer. And when we are in that state of sajda or prostration, the brain is below the heart, so there is a lot of blood flow that comes to the brain, which is good for the health for a short period of time. I also like to think that the position is one of surrender, because whether you're a grown man or a woman, an adult or a child, you are in this position surrendering to Allah, and I always find that very, very grounding and centering. The other powerful thing is the collective meditation that, or group meditation that happens when you pray as a group. It's known, collective meditation is known to kind of facilitate a more profound state of consciousness, a synchrony of intention and energy, an increased sense of community, an increased community resonance and coherence. So it's something which is, I have personally experienced that when praying in groups, particularly in Saudi Arabia. I can definitely say that definitely profound to pray as a group. So I'm going to show you a video of, this is Mecca. This is a trip that I just went on about 2 months ago. And what we have here is, we have in the center, this cube-like structure is the Kaaba, which is, we refer to as kind of God's home. And we have people around the Kaaba that are, I guess, walking around it. That action is called a tawaf. And we are walking around it 7 times before we can end our tawaf. If we want to do another circumvent of the Kaaba, we need to do another 7. So you can only do them in units of 7. And then in between, you're going to see people carrying out the tawaf on the different levels of the structure around the Kaaba. But then in the middle, you're going to see everybody stop because it's time for prayer. And then you're going to see the time lapse of the actual prayer happening. It is a fast video, but because I took it as a time lapse. Let's see how this shows up. And I'm happy to play again if you'd like me to, Veda. So this is everybody doing the tawaf. And now we're getting ready for prayer. And so everyone's praying now. You can see all the movements in synchrony. And the prayer's finished and the tawaf continues. And so this is pretty much what happens in Mecca, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days of the year, which I find quite remarkable. So that prayer looked very short only because it was a time lapse, but it's usually goes for about 5 to 10 minutes. And what I find really cool about that, it just struck me when I was watching the video again last night, is that to me, it reminds me of a vortex of flow on a macroscopic level. So yeah, it's just something which I just wanted to say. Does that have any significance? Who knows? But I just find, I just thought that was pretty cool. So for me personally, Islam has been my compass as I have navigated life's various stages as a child, adolescent, adult, as a husband, as a father. So it's been that centering compass for me. It's a simple religion. There's a lot of timeless wisdom. And I do see it for me as the code or the blueprint for how to live in the quantum realm. Because everything that is written in the Quran is basically in line with quantum principles, and so and circadian living and all that type of stuff. So I do find it a beautiful religion. I feel blessed to have been born a Muslim, and I feel blessed, more importantly, to see the beauty in Islam and to be practicing. So this is me in Mecca a couple of months ago. So I'm wearing this white garment. I'm in front of the Kaaba here. You can see all the men are wearing the same garment. So there's no status, there is no wealth, there is nothing that differentiates man and woman in front of God. That is a very centering experience for me. This is the 3rd time I've gone. This time we took our children, which was really exciting. But yeah, I just wanted to share that photo. A very, very special moment for me. So that was me doing what was called a Umrah pilgrimage, which is very similar to Hajj, but we're just going and doing the pilgrimage at a different time of year, and the rituals are slightly different. And so what Umrah does for you is it cleanses you of all your sins. But it also removes poverty in your life, whether that be a financial poverty or an emotional poverty or a spiritual or a mental one. And I just had the word attire there to remind me about, to mention the fact that everyone's wearing the same clothes. So we're all the same in front of God. We're all God's children. And I've definitely personally experienced significant leveling up in my life in various aspects after having gone on a Umrah pilgrimage. So I definitely think if we show up for God, or if we show up for the Creator, they will reward us. But it's just a matter of us showing up first. So regardless of, I wanted to share this video. I was 50-50 about whether I should share it or not, but this gentleman, he was doing the tawaf when I was doing the tawaf around the Kaaba, and he's obviously got some sort of disability, but he didn't use that as an excuse to not carry out his responsibilities as a Muslim. So it's a short video, but for me, I watch that video regularly to remind myself, well, what excuse do I have? What excuse do I have to not show up for my sustainer? And what excuse do I have to be lazy and not do the things that are required of me by God or by my family or whatever responsibilities I have? So I just thought I'd share that. Let's turn to water and water's significance in Islam. So the Quran is broken down into various surahs, and so there's 30 surahs which make up the Quran, and so one of them is Surah Al-Anbiya, and in this surah it is said that, and we made from water every living thing. So Allah is basically saying that every single living thing on this planet has obviously come from water. In Surah Al-Baqarah, which is the second surah in the Quran, Allah says, and Allah has sent down rain from the sky and given life thereby to the, given life thereby, hold on a sec, is there something? Given life thereby to the earth after its lifelessness. So life on earth has really emerged because of the presence of water. In Surah An-Nahl, Allah says, He it is who sends down water from the sky, from it ye drink, and from it are the trees on which ye pasture your cattle. So there's this recurring theme of the fact that water is essential to the creation of life on earth. Another really beautiful aspect of Islam is the concept of ablution, or what we would call wudu. And basically, it's a representation of the fact that we use water as a way of achieving a ritual purity, or tahara, in Islamic practices. And so Prophet Muhammad, blessings and peace be upon him, he used to perform this ablution, and he used to use a specific amount of water, which I think is about 600 milliliters of water, so not a huge amount. And basically, wudu involves washing specific parts of your body, such as the hands and the face and the feet, with water. And so there's a specific order in which you do things. You start with your hands, and then you move to your mouth and your nose and your face and your hair, then your ears, then your arms, and then your feet. And this purifies the worshipper both physically and spiritually. And it is from this state of purification that we then begin to approach Allah to perform our prayer. And it is compulsory that we carry out this ablution before we do prayer. And I find that this requirement, when I was a young boy and maybe 8 or 9 years old, doing ablution I used to see it as a nuisance, but that's just because I was a silly young boy. But now I see it as something which is, I look forward to it. And sometimes I do it even when I am not even when I have prayed and I don't have any prayers coming up, I just like to do it sometimes just as an act of purifying myself and cleaning myself. And it's amazing how sometimes I have performed ablution when I have felt really dirty. Let's say I'm a fan of playing football, and so sometimes after a football game, I've had to attend a social gathering, and before that, I've just done ablution. And like when you play football, your whole body sweats. You've been running around for 90 minutes, and you feel yuck afterwards. But simply just performing ablution makes you feel so much cleaner, even though you haven't had a full body wash. And so I just find it fascinating how Allah has chosen those various parts of our body to clean in a specific order, and the way that we feel afterwards genuinely makes us feel like we have been cleansed, not only physically but spiritually. This is kind of like I guess you could call it a little center, or where we can perform ablution. This is outside the mosque, or I guess on the outer skirts of the mosques. And so every mosque will usually have a place where you can perform ablution. And basically you sit on these little marble cubes, and there's water that can come out of the tap in front of you, and you carry out your ablution. And so you can see here men that are doing the various steps of the ablution. So yeah, I just wanted to share kind of what it looks like at the mosque. Just a little bit more about wudu ablution. It was narrated that Umar bin al-Khattab said, the messenger of Allah, which is Prophet Muhammad, blessings and peace be upon him, said, whoever performs wudu and does it well, and then says, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasulahu, I bear witness that there is none worthy of worship except Allah, and I bear witness that Muhammad is his slave and messenger. 8 gates of paradise will be opened before him, and he may enter through whichever one he wishes. So what I see here is a way for water to not only purify and cleanse us, but to recite various verses of the Quran while we are engaging with water is a way to access I guess a dimension or heaven that is beyond what we can see in the physical realm, and so it really talks to the power that water has in allowing us to engage with realms or dimensions that are beyond what we can see. There's a lot about how we should be drinking water as well. So a hadith is, I guess, a story that Prophet Muhammad, blessings and peace be upon him, has said. And there are many, many hadith, but one of them is about water. And it says that the best of drinks is water. When you are thirsty, drink it by sips and not gulps. Gulping produces sickness of the liver. There is also another thing that we never ever drink water or any sort of beverage whilst we are standing. We must sit, or if there's no chair available, we will almost squat on our haunches, and then we will sip that water. And so an example of that is I personally do this, but sometimes you will see Muslim sports stars who are breaking their fast while they're playing football for the English Premier League teams. And when they break their fast in the middle of a game, they will sit on their haunches and drink that first gulp of water or sip of water. So it is really, I guess, paying homage to not only the health aspects of water and how we should drink it, but also respect for water as well. And so I find that a beautiful aspect about how we're not only being taught about the importance of water, but also about how we should be respecting it through our actions and how we engage with water. Zamzam water is also something that I wanted to talk about. This is a special type of water that is coming out of a well in Mecca, and it is considered remarkable in Islam due to its historical and spiritual significance. So it is the well of water that appeared miraculously in the desert of Mecca in Saudi Arabia. And what actually happened was, the story goes that Allah ordered the Prophet Ibrahim to leave his wife Hajar and her young son Ismail in an arid valley, which we now know as Mecca. And when they ran out of water and food, Hajar was searching for water to feed her son, but could not find any. And so there were two hills nearby. One was known as Safa and one was known as Marwa. And she ran back and forth between the two hills 7 times. And on the 7th time, she heard a voice, and that was the voice of Angel Gabriel, who struck the ground with his wing, causing water to spring forth. And this became known as the Zamzam well. And so the Zamzam well produces water about 18.5 liters per second. It's believed to have been flowing for 5,000 years. It still flows to this day. It's very close to the Kaaba in Mecca. It's only about 20 meters, and it's just about 30. Access to it is 30 meters below the ground level of the Kaaba. And we used to be able to see it in the past, but now it's been closed off. I'm not sure why, but the Saudis have closed it off. And it's considered sacred and blessed water by Muslims. It's consumed by Muslims when they are in Mecca during pilgrimages like the Hajj and Umrah. And it is something which we drink because we believe in its healing properties and its ability to cure ailments. And it has also been used for religious and ceremonial purposes as well. So it definitely has a different taste to, I guess, some of the water that I've drunk in the past. So I would definitely say that it's almost an acquired taste, and the fact that it's an acquired taste suggests that there's something different about it. In terms of its composition, it's slightly alkaline and has a high mineral content, including calcium, magnesium, and potassium. Some studies have suggested as well that the water has antimicrobial properties and may have a positive effect on human health. What I would really love to know, and I've got some Zamzam water at home because you can buy it and have it shipped to you, is I would love to test the deuterium content inside the Zamzam water to see if it's a little bit lower and if that could be contributing to the healing properties. And it'll be really interesting. I might do some experiments with water crystallization, Veda, and see how that shows up.
Yeah, I'd love to see if it's got dissolved molecular hydrogen too.
Okay, yes, I'll talk with you more about that, and we'll see what we can come up with. In addition to, I guess, what I suspect might be lower deuterium levels, I believe the healing powers of Zamzam are contained in the frequencies that it carries, because it is coming from so deep down in the earth. Another aspect of Islam and water is that of ghusl, which is basically a full body ritual bath that we perform in order to attain a higher level of purification in certain circumstances. So it is required for us to do ghusl after sexual intercourse, ejaculation, menstruation, postnatal bleeding, and also in preparation for some religious activities. And it involves washing the entire body with water to ensure a complete state of cleanliness. It is also carried out on the deceased prior to burial in preparation for the afterlife, which we refer to as the akhirah. So I guess to start to round things up about water and Islam, the key aspect of water from my perspective is the ability for it to purify us from our impurities. It's used to cleanse impurities from objects in surfaces, even things like urine, feces, blood, and alcohol. If that is on us and hasn't been cleaned properly, we are considering ourselves as spiritually unclean. So whenever we are passing feces, for instance, we don't use a toilet paper roll. We use water to clean ourselves. When I was at school, friends used to kind of find that strange. But when I explained to them that, like, if you get jam stuck on your hand, for instance, while you're having breakfast, if you wipe it off with a serviette, your hand doesn't feel clean. And so you can wipe it off with as many serviettes as you like, but until you add water to it, you're not going to be clean or purified. And so some of them were quite struck by that. and I don't know what transpired in terms of if they started to clean themselves with water, but yeah, I can definitely attest to the fact that it definitely makes you feel clean and purified. My personal experience is that the act of ghusl or wudu is like a shedding of the impurities from this physical realm to allow us to enter the spiritual dimension via a portal that is created by the cleansing properties of water. So it's like, if we want to engage with God, if we want to submit ourselves to Allah, whether that be through reading the Quran, whether that be through praying, we need to clean ourselves and shed ourselves from all that in order to be, I guess, even ready to be able to enter that dimension. So a little bit beyond water, my journey into quantum has really been a fast journey over the last 2-3 years. I've been reading books like Life on the Edge, Fourth Phase of Water, Gerald Pollack, looking into the work of Dr. Gilbert Ling, looking into biophotons and light in shaping life, which is a great book by Roland Van Wyk. Just currently about to start Living Water by Olaf Alexanderson, which is looking at the work of Victor Schallberger. Dr. Jack Cruz has also really kind of brought a lot of things together for me. I'm studying his words. And then there are some kind of OG big names, Albert St. Georgi, Einstein, Feynman, who've been critical for me to kind of start to unravel all of this. The penny really dropped for me though, when I started to understand that we are quantum thermodynamic beings. And so understanding that we are just a collection of electrons, protons, and neutrons. And it's how different frequencies of light make these quantum particles behave differently. So we've got UV light in the sun that can carry out the photoelectric effect, which is a theory from Albert Einstein, for which he won the Nobel Prize in 1921 or 22 from memory. But also red light in the sun and infrared light in the sun allows quantum tunneling to occur. It is the only light that is able to move mass, and quantum tunneling between protons is really happening under the influence of red light and infrared light. And so this is how quantum tunneling of protons can happen inside how enzymes are working on the substrates and also within DNA as well. I guess the introduction to Albert St. George's work was really when I read this quote: "Life has learned to catch the electron in the excited state and uncouple it from its partner and let it drop back to the ground state through its biological machinery, utilizing its excess energy for life's processes." So we've got all this energy that we're able to create when our electrons are becoming excited, but how do we kind of use that? How do we transduce that energy? How do we store that energy? I'll come to that later. So for me, what is health? As a dentist for many years, I had no idea about any concept of defining what health actually looks like, until recently when I started to understand the human body from an energetics perspective. And for me, health is a flow state, and we've got 3 roles. We have to harvest energy and information from our environment in the form of light and electrons. We need to store that energy and information, and then we need to disperse that energy and information on demand. And so where does water fit into all of this? Water is the capacitor. It's the medium through which we store all that energy and information. It's the medium through which all that energy and information is transduced and passed from one side of the body to the other, from one organism to another. For me, water is key. Light means nothing without water. This is something I put up on Twitter a little while back, which I was surprised was actually quite well received. But I was listing a short list of our body's semiconductors, and there's all the science to back this up. So this isn't really a theory of mine, but collagen is a semiconductor. So is melatonin, dopamine, melanin, DHA, leptin, bone, B vitamins. But a key one for me is water. So water is a semiconductor inside our body. It's photoelectric under UV light. And all of those semiconductors that I just listed, they won't work unless they are hydrated by structured water. And so that is something which is key. When we are dehydrated from man-made electromagnetic frequencies, from a disconnect from nature, from a lacking of structured water, from drinking over-purified water that is lifeless, what that does to our semiconductors is completely destroy their ability to capture and harvest information, but pass that on. So once again, water is key. I'm a big light guy. Like, light is absolutely critical for life on Earth, but light is really timeless and it carries no meaning until it interacts with matter. And so we are matter, but 99% of the molecules in us are water. So really light means nothing until it starts to interact with water. And it's photons of light that are able to influence these electrons and protons that are in semiconductors. And these semiconductors are like ferry boats of this energy and information. So light photons and the semiconductors are kind of like the actors, but really the stage upon which all the acting happens, the stage production, it's all water at the end of the day. So that's my concept of a light show where the stage is water. So I guess this is just a question I pose. I ponder on this regularly. Is water the medium through which the quantum realm or consciousness or the metaphysical expresses itself? It's just a thought. I wanted to touch a little bit upon magnetism. So magnetism plays a role in guiding energy and information flows that happen inside bodies of water. I kind of see magnetism as like a bit of a grid. It's like they're grid lines through which all of the energy and information and electrons, etc., can flow. Water is a polar molecule, and so when it's structured, it can respond to different electromagnetic frequencies, particularly the natural ones, but also the unnatural ones as well, the man-made ones. And so this makes water a time crystal. I've got a picture here on the right of just a rendition of a piece of iron and a magnet and the iron filings that arrange themselves in the magnetic field around the magnet. And that's exactly what is happening inside of our body. So the white background is water, but the iron filings and them following the magnetic field around the magnet is how energy and information traverses inside our body. Water is the stage, and so the magnetism is provided by the magnetism of the Earth, which changes throughout the day. There's a diurnal pattern there, but in us we have various magnetic fields as well. So like mitochondria have an electron flow that is happening from one side to the other along the electron transport chain. And James Clerk Maxwell, a Scottish physicist, said ages ago, can't remember exactly how many years ago, but he said that like whenever there's a flow of electrons in one direction, there's a magnetic field that's happening perpendicular to the flow of electrons. And so our mitochondria are like small magnets, and our cells have mitochondria, and all of this is hydrated by cellular water. And so all of the water inside our cells is being exposed to like internal magnetic fields as well as external magnetic fields, and they all layer on top of each other to essentially determine our magnetism. This is kind of why I think there was a Harvard study in 2016 which showed that the heart has a magnetism that can be sensed 22 feet away from us. So this is a picture of cellular division, but what I find really striking is how when the chromosomes are arranging themselves and separating, it is almost like they're separating along the magnetic field lines, which I just showed you before in the previous slide. So I definitely feel that magnetism has a huge role to play in structuring how things behave inside of us. So I mentioned before that this is repeating what I'd said before, but yeah, water is a polar molecule, and when it's structured, it's responding to different electromagnetic fields, making it a time crystal. And so a time crystal is like a form of matter that flicks when it's exposed to an electromagnetic pulse. Water is also a topological insulator. So the Nobel Prize in 2016 was for TIs, basically where it is able to conduct electricity on its surface, but not deep inside its core. And that's what allows water to create these hydration shells around proteins and semiconductors so that they can do what they want to do. And then the information is being sent down from the surface water down to the molecule that's being encased by the structured water. And also the fact that we can structure water and create these topologic insulators, it enables the cell to control Brownian motion, which is essentially the random movement of things inside the system. And so this allows us to maintain a low entropy state inside of us that enables quantum phenomena to occur inside our warm and wet environment. And this defies all statistical and classical physics. So water is key for our ability to, I guess, break the laws of statistical thermodynamics. So yeah, basically kind of starting to wrap up now with light and water. I see water as the storage of energy, information, and value. Without water, light will lose its value. It needs the water to transduce its signal. And I also feel that hydrogen bonds are key in the water networks because this is where we are storing memories such as trauma. And this is why for me and my clients, it can always, a healing journey can always be an emotional one, because as things are healing and the structure of water is changing to improved electromagnetic inputs and improved light inputs and improved water inputs, the hydrogen bonding networks change and the deuterium content changes, and this can unlock a lot of trauma for my clients. So light basically imprints its signature on water. It's a known fact. It's doing this by directly interacting with water, but also via the proteins, many of which I've mentioned earlier. As many of you will know, I mean, there's technology out there that can imprint water with the frequencies of nature or food, of nutrients, potentially replacing the need for things like supplements, etc. And so really point to the fact that food and nutrients as well, at the end of the day, are light. And when they are digested inside our body, they release light, and our water picks up that light and transduces the signal. So I think that's a really key thing for me. Another big penny drop moment for me was when I realized that food wasn't food. Food was essentially electrons, it was energy, it was information. Food is light. And so while this is also all super cool, it's important to also track back and remember that aside from inputs that we put into our body, our thoughts are also actually frequencies of light. I always kind of wonder at the power that these light thoughts might have on our own cell water. I do believe that thoughts are a byproduct of the light that we expose to our eyes and skin. And this drives our emotion, which drives our physical reality and our perception of it. So just to begin to wrap up again, whilst I've always been a practicing Muslim and a devout believer in Allah, my understanding of the quantum physics that underpins all that we see has brought me even closer to my faith. The Quran is full of references to quantum phenomena, which is staggering for me. And especially given that it was revealed 1400 years ago, and perhaps 1300 years before we really began to be able to explain and understand the quantum realm in terms of mathematics and physics. So in my mind, as you can see from the talk, there's a spiritual aspect to me, but there's also a bit of a scientific nerd aspect to me as well. As in my mind, every day I'm just weaving a tapestry that is trying to unite faith and science and art. And I start to realize that they're all pretty much the same thing. My creativity of thought and expression has been elevated since I changed my light inputs into my eyes and skin. And it's been an incredibly gratifying and beautiful experience for me. And I just want to play my part in helping others achieve this elevation as well. Thank you so much. If you want to know more about me, my website is k2caliber.com and my Instagram and Twitter handle is k2caliber. I wanted to leave with one last message. Every day we show up for our sustenance, but do we show up for our sustainer? And whether that sustainer is Allah, whether that sustainer is God, I'm not the type which is intolerant of other faiths. I just want you all to kind of ask yourself that question, because when we start to ask ourselves these types of questions, I think it has positive effects on the way that we behave, not only with ourselves, with our sustainers, but also with other people as well. Thank you so much. Any questions?
Wow, that was so beautiful. I'm just going to come out of here. Are you able to stop your screen share?
Yes, I'll do that now.
Okay, perfect. I have a question.
Sure.
Well, I don't know if it's so commonly known. I know I have some Muslim friends, and it's just a question that you might be able to answer that I wondered. There's a tradition where you cover photos in the house, and I'm wondering what the belief around the faces in the photos is, and what that's about.
That's a great question. To my understanding, the covering of the photos is because putting up a photo in the house is almost synonymous with that being a different God, and there's only one God but Allah, and so basically there's no photos up inside our houses. That is my understanding, but it is limited. It's definitely something which is preached in Islam. So when I went to Istanbul on travels a few years back, in the Hagia Sophia, which is a very, very beautiful and prominent and important structure for Catholics, but also I think it's Catholics, but also for Muslims, because there was a bit of argy-bargy in history with them taking over the building, the structure. There were 4 angels on the roof, and their faces were covered by the Muslims. So I think it's to ensure that it's kind of like a reminder there's only one God, and we don't want to have any representations or statues or idols of other gods.
Right. I thought it might be something like that, but I just wanted to ask.
Sure. No, of course.
So many people are just saying such lovely things. I'm not seeing questions at this point. Just so someone says, I'm curious also about your relationship to water as a dentist and how things like fluoride and vaccines affect the waters within.
That's a great question as well. So as a dentist, fluoride is great for your teeth, but to me, that is not enough of a pro to justify taking it. And the reason why fluoride is a no-no for me is because it's a dielectric blocker, so it reduces the amount of electrical charge that water can hold. And the reason why is because fluoride is the most electronegative element on the planet. It's more electronegative than oxygen, so it steals electrons from oxygen, and so then one's structured water has less electron density. So yeah, to me, fluoride is an absolute no. And I've been a dentist for 10 years, and for 7 of them, I was giving fluoride to children after checkups and cleans, and to some adults, etc. So I feel bad about that, but at least I have learned my lesson, and I'm gone and unlearned everything so that I can relearn and be the best and show up. But yeah, I would advise against fluoride at the dentist, in toothpaste as well, and obviously in the water that we drink.
I have another question. So I was asking my dentist this because I like to go and get a checkup once a year.
Sure.
And I was asking about what the ideal pH for saliva is, and if it's out, can that affect various things to the teeth? I found it kind of, she thought it was a very unusual question, but I like to do tests with saliva, and I found that saliva shares a lot of information, and it's the first liquid in the body that water touches. So I'm curious if you've observed things about saliva, because that's an interest for me.
Another great question. There's some hard questions, Veda. So saliva can have a different consistency in different patients. And so it can be, I mean, some patients, like I see some 80-year-old patients and they've got the saliva of a 1-year-old. It's absolutely beautiful. Like they're just dripping with saliva and it's clear and the mouth is moist. And it's a dream to work on those patients because it's just such a beautiful wet environment. And then you have other patients who are on multiple pharmaceuticals and they're living inflamed lifestyles which are leading to a lot of inflammation, etc. And the saliva could be stringy or frothy, and that also affects the moisture of the tongue and the mucosa inside. It increases the risk of things like decay, etc. So I definitely see a lot of variation in saliva. Saliva is also key in just understanding even things like melatonin cortisol assays and understanding what's really going on with people's circadian cycles and their adrenal status, etc. So I definitely see it as an important fluid inside the body and an important one to assess. I mean, the mouth really is the gateway to the gut, I would say. I used to think that the mouth was the gateway to the human body, and dentists or holistic dentists like to say that. Maybe it's so that they can reassure everyone of their importance. I do believe that the eye is the gateway into the human body, but the mouth is the gateway to the gut. So saliva is actually on the list of things for me to really do a deep dive into because I want to start doing more saliva testing on my patients. And start to assess things like cortisol, melatonin, but also see if we can extract other stress indicators or inflammatory indicators inside saliva, and then also look into not only the consistencies but also the pH. The pH really boils down to protons at the end of the day. I mean, it is a measure of how much protons is in a fluid, and if my take on inflammation is really learnings from Dr. Jack Kruse, which is that inflammation really is either a lack of electrons inside a cell, which is low redox, a lack of net negative charge. It is also possibly an excess of protons, or it is both. And so for me, a low pH saliva would indicate a systemic inflammation inside the human body, and for me that's a massive alarm bell.
That's so helpful. Now there was a question I saw as well here. Somebody's asking, what is your ideal setting to download photons?
What is my ideal setting?
That's what it says. What is your ideal setting to download photons?
Well, so the source of photons is the sun. For me, and when I'm downloading photons, and I regularly post on a photo of myself, but not of myself, but of the sun on Instagram or Twitter, saying to my tribe that I'm downloading photons, basically to demonstrate how like I'm practicing these every single day. But it's best to be grounded because we're harvesting electrons at the same time as receiving photons from the sun. I don't want any eye coverings at all, no contacts, no glasses, no sunglasses. Obviously, people need contacts and glasses in order to read, etc. But we're not reading when we're looking towards the sun. So I want the surfaces exposed, and also weather permitting, and also if it's socially acceptable, as much skin showing as practically possible, because your entire body is a solar panel for solar radiation, and we need to be, we have non-visual photoreceptors like melanopsin and neuropsin to receive blue light and UV light all over us. So one of the dumbest things we did as a civilization, unfortunately, is put clothes on. So that is to our detriment, and health really is about returning back to the sun, connected to the earth. One other thing about grounding is that it's best to ground on a wet surface, on wet grass, on wet dirt, or when you're walking on the beach on the wet part of the sand, because water conducts electrons, of course, and so you get a much larger harvesting of electrons if you're grounding in the wet.
Fascinating. Okay, well, I just want to say a huge thank you, Jalal. There's lots and lots
That's a
of
pleasure.
just sending their love to you, and it's so wonderful to hear different perspectives, as I've been saying throughout the day. But the way that you present yourself and your deep faith, I know you were excited to go and visit Mecca when we last spoke. So I'm really happy to see the photos that you shared today. And so with that said, I'd like to introduce my next speaker. I'm just want to make sure he's here. Thank you, Jalal.
Thank you, everybody.
Kalani, are you here? I hope you're here.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you hear me?
I can. Oh my goodness.
Nice.
So good to see you. Let me spotlight you. There we go. And I'm just going to make it big up here. So I would love to introduce my dear, dear friend Kalani. He is coming in from Hawaii. Kalani is, I mean, we can describe Kalani as an Indigenous elder, yes, but to me, he is one of the most special people in the world to me. And he represents water in a very true and beautiful, pure way. And when you hear him, you feel him. And I'm just so happy that he's able to be here today. So thank you so much, Kalani. It's over to you.
What a pleasure. I got to do a couple of housekeeping announcements. You see right behind me is a smattering of the community. Turns out the full moon rises at 7:01. So they're down there doing a moon ceremony, which is kind of a big deal for us because, as Hala was saying, the grandmother moon, the grandfather sun, the sky father, the earth mother. These are the relationships we think are important. So it's real in everyday life here in Hawaii. And I just wanted you guys to see that, they're actually wondering why I'm not down there with them. I told them because I'm here with Veda and they all love you. So they were like, okay, go hang out with Veda and the kids and we'll continue to do the ceremony. I'm like, perfect. So that out of the way. Second housekeeping note. What I say is always only true for Kalani. No two snowflakes the same. No two leaves. If there was a right way to do something, there would only be one fish in the ocean, the right one, but that's not actually how it is. So, in fact, my grandfather said to me, you are not the kahu because you said you're the kahu. What does everyone else say? So we have a position that we hold here in Polynesia. Something should be self-evident, not self-proclaimed. So that's my housekeeping notes. What I say is only true for Kalani. I can't even get my wife to hang up here with me. She's down there with the crew doing prayers to the moon. That's how much authority I got around here, so just to be clear. All that aside, the moon, the grandmother moon is rising now. I can tell by the way these guys are going quiet. So a prayer then to open with. We say pule. Pu is to make a sound. Le means to release, to fly, lele. So naturally, that's what we call our blessings. And in the English dictionary translates to prayer. I'm not sure it means the same thing. We kind of think it means make a noise and put it out there, not so much obedience to an invisible man in the sky. So My grandfather would say, if it doesn't begin right, how's it going to end right? So let's start by centering ourselves, if you will. Eko makoi makui loko kalani. Mahalo ke akua. Nau hane I kawai. Mahalo I tala. Ina wahine o ke kai. Mahalo awa kea. E kane I kawai. Mahalo. E papa hanau motu. E pai aina e ola mai. Mahalo e mahina. Le kuhi mana. I ike mai. Mahalo e mahina nui e mai tā poua I te au. Mahalo ia kākou. He mana opono, he na au. Mahalo he mele nei, he hula pā, e ho'opono pono. Mahalo e nā kupuna, mai ola, mai ola, mai ola. Mahalo ke akua, nau hane I kawai. Thank you, great Creator, who stands behind all things. And thank you to the Spirit in the water. Thank you to the Grandfather Son and to the woman who is the sea. And thank you to the Sky Father, in whom, and Kane, the rain cycle. And thank you to the Mother Earth, in whom we all reside. And thank you to the Grandmother Moon, who brings us the time and the tides. And thank you to the great-grandmother, who from the darkness of space will bring us the light. And thank you, all of you, for what you think is right and for the way you feel. And thank you for the songs. And thank you for the dance. And thank you for the time to heal. Thank you to our ancestors who bring life, who bring life, who bring life. Mahalo ke akua, nau hane I kawai. Thank you to the great Creator who stands behind all things. And thank you to the Spirit in the water. The Grandmother Moon just came up in the ocean. She's right behind those ironwood trees. And everybody there is just holding the energy. She'll arch a little something and come showing up in just a wee bit. You know, the water in Hawaii is sacred. The word ha means the breath of life. Vai means fresh water. I means here. Ha vai I. The water of the breath of life is here. Is here. Ha vai I. My ancestors traveled all over the world. You know, Oxford archaeologists like to think we bounced blindly from island to island, but I think the Polynesian Voyaging Society in Hokulea is showing them something different, right? We go sailing around the world using the old chants and the old knowledge without any compasses, without any clock except for the stars and the moon. And we seem to still be able to make it home. You know, so it reminds me of a story my grandfather once told me of Captain Cook, who named this place the Sandwich Islands after his financier, the Earl of Sandwich, and literally came ashore with his clocks and his sextant and his maps and explained to the people of Waimea, Kauai, on his first visit, how after several centuries of discovery, they had determined that the earth was round. Of course, there was a huge kind of murmur from the crowd and this astonishment, because as the chief said that day, we always knew the earth was round. We were astonished that you thought it was something else, right? So as Archibald Menzies writes in his log on the ship, when they inquired, how is it that the Polynesians knew the world was round? The answer was, well, the sun is round and the moon is round. Right, so sometimes in science, and don't get me wrong, I work for NOAA and for the National Center for Atmospheric Research, and I work with NSF, National Science Foundation, on a lot of investigations, but sometimes in science, we tend to stare at our navel. It's like we have a belief that we're bringing to the table. And so we will only look for the evidence that supports that belief. All other things are swept from the table, neatly put asunder, so that we can argue for our next round of financing, in all honesty. But the smartest and best and wisest teacher I ever had, turns out, was my grandfather, Kalani Kealohanui. And if I could spend those 11 years at his feet again, that is what I would do. That is where I would go for a source of information. So please excuse me, because my grandfather's ghost is right over my shoulder, right? And he's constantly prodding me and say this next, boy. And as Veda knows, this last week was hospital adventures for me, which is something that happens as you age. Another thing my grandfather told me was, don't get old, boy. Plan on exiting at 45. I don't listen very well. I'm still around as I'm approaching 70, but hey, life. Life, he told me, is a mystery. And then you die. So there's nobody there really to explain to you why it is you got to do that fight with Sylvia in the 6th grade. It's not going to happen. There isn't anybody just on the other side of the curtain with a little itinerary of all the moments in your life telling you what's what. He would say, you have to make sense of your life while you are here. You must give your life meaning while you are here. Life is a mystery, and then we die. None of us get out of here alive, but none of us actually truly die. And that is the beauty of the moment. So for Hawaiians, water is the physical manifestation of spirituality. Literally, the great creator creating all of the universe external to our universe enters the universe as water, which is why when we're looking out at the stars, we look for traces of water when we're trying to find life. It's really simple, but they rarely tell us. I don't know if you can see, but jets are flying overhead. People are blowing poos, celebrating the rising of the moon. And me, I'm sitting out in my favorite place, nature, talking to you. Nothing could be better, you know. I don't know if you can hear the crowd back there in the back. They're kind of shouting and carrying on and doing a bunch of prayers. And I'm glad they're there. And I'm glad I'm here with you. My dad used to say, you know, you're just a water balloon walking around talking. I didn't understand what he was talking about until I got way into biology and then, you know, realized, wow, 72%, 99% by molecular weight. Wow, really seriously, just a water balloon walking around talking. You know, so no wonder the Hawaiians put such an emphasis on water, such an emphasis on the presence, the spirituality, the respect that water requires, the healing that water brings. In the science world, there's been some discussion about the nature of our universe. Early on, there's this notion of an expanding sphere. We now know from mapping the universe that that's not really what's occurring. They have the map set up sideways from the Big Bang, but it looks like it goes down a funnel, and the funnel is expanding wider, and things are moving away from each other. About 16 years ago, a few friends and I actually proposed this idea that maybe you got to turn that diagram on its side. And what we're actually doing is all of us are falling down a black hole, which is what gives us the energy to all be moving away from each other in this central point. And why, when we look back towards the event horizon, we can only see so far to the edge, because in fact, light cannot escape a black hole. Now, the response from most of the science community is like, we don't know of any black holes that large. I'm like, what, 13.5 billion light years? Why do you think that's large? Right? There could be much larger that exists. So the science community, as I suggested, stares at its navel from time to time, just wants to see what it can own the IP rights for and publish and make money. So working with universities in the recent past, I found this to be, in fact, the structure, right? Scientists like to think that they're coming to something objectively, and that, in fact, we're harmless researchers. But the truth is, we lead the corporations to the assets that they consider resources, right? And then we extract from the world and the universe around us, all the while publishing, arguing over intellectual property rights, and asserting dominion over a process that, in fact, is far more sacred. A process that, in fact, includes all living things and all living energy. For the last 12 years, while still related to the universities, and for transparency's sake, I still work for the University of Hawaii, and I work for Homeland Security and for FEMA and several organizations. But I work mostly now directly in community with a community nonprofit where we open source all of our information and include as much vision from the elders and from the children as we do from the academics and the working world. If I could, I would include way more perspectives than just the sea monkeys. So we would include all the plants and the insect world and the fish world. And hopefully one day they'll be able to communicate in such a fashion that we no longer misunderstand each other. This is one of our wishes within the water bubble, right? So we think we're all living in a water bubble. And if you go 10,000 feet up, you reach the edge of the aquarium. And if you don't dive back in, you start choking like, like a fish out of water. So to us, there's no illusion about the importance of water. And I think our cousins and our compatriots in the Native American and Native Alaskan world see it the same way, that water is sacred, that water is the beginning and the end of all things. We use for our healing ceremonies water in a bowl with a little pinch of salt to sort of emulate the woman that is the sea. So no fancy incense in Hawaiian culture. No, just water in a bowl with a little pinch of salt, right? And the idea is, it's like the water that women carry, the primal sea, where all of life begins. So in our old chants, the grandmother, the great-grandmother, Alohilani Makapo, there in the distance, travels across the universe, locked in Pohaku, in a rock, Pohaku Kaane. And this water enters our solar system, the original. So she is called the great-grandmother. The sun, the star, the hydrogen inflamed star at the center of our system is called the grandfather, one generation below, along with the grandmother moon, Mahina. The sun is called La. But that L was added by the English and Calvinist missionaries. Our L used to be pronounced with an R. So we always called that burning orb the Ra, right? And of course, archaeologists are like, hey, wait a minute, let's not tie this back to the Middle East or Egypt or anything. And we're like, why not? Since that's where it all started. We just happen to be wanderers, the Pacific Islanders. We like to get on a boat and go over the edge. It's one of the things we like to do. So these ancient stories of family and tradition, they're really, really important to us. The grandfather's son, the grandmother moon, the sky father, the earth mother, and then the woman that is the sea, the granddaughter, the tempestuous granddaughter. You never turn your back on the woman who is the sea, particularly when you're there. You know, there's an old, I hope you got time for old stories, because old stories are what I like. So there's an old story about how life begins in the tidal pools with the single cell coral, the single polyp. And it is said that the sky father had an affair with the woman who is the sea. Because, you know, hard to resist young, vibrant, tempestuous female energy. So as life begins in the tidal pool, just as it begins in the ocean with the single cell, that single polyp, after the water of Kani, or the man's water, enters that ocean, life multiplied in the sea and began to flourish, and the sea got crowded. And so life crawls up onto land. And here's the moment. This is the moment where the Earth Mother can exact her revenge on that cheating Sky Father with the woman that is the sea. But that's not what happens. What happens is the Earth Mother embraces life, welcomes life, multiplies life so much that soon life is taken to the air and the Sky Father can enjoy his part of the creation. So as Hawaiians, we know that the first law is the law of compassion, of forgiveness, of acceptance, of aroha, of aloha. And we know this because of the actions of the Earth Mother. And we set a place in the wheel of life, the sphere of life, for the Earth Mother, there in the east, right where the grandmother moon is rising in the sky. You can see the illumination behind the trees still present, even though it's night. That illumination, that breakup of the pixelation, that's the moonlight shining down on us all. The grandmother moon, the grandfather's son, the Sky Father, the Earth Mother, the woman who is the sea. This is the family that you were never without. Never without. They say in Hawaiian, you have three souls: your subconscious, your mai, the spirit that resides here between the space of your lungs and your heart, called your uhane, your soul, and then the mino pico, the spirit that resides in the mind. And by the way, this one is bifurcated into two halves. It's a good witch and a bad witch, and which witch is which in control. So you can call it anything you want to. You can call it masculine, feminine. You can call, this is where the second dimension comes to be. The first dimension is the subconscious that is simply interested in existing, in being, and security. So much so that it never sleeps. It's constantly on guard, watching, am I eating? What am I doing? And then we get the second dimension in the perspective of the binary, electromagnetism, gravity. These are all things of the second dimension. And then the third dimension, right? The objective view that is observing the 2 points of the binary and trying to decide which you are. I think that that's very interesting, this observation. Objective observation, they would tell you in Harvard, like when we're doing facilitation or mediation. I personally think you enter a room, you either have a penis or a vagina, and there goes objectivity. Now, what you do with the penis and the vagina is your own business. I'm not interested in that. No Hawaiians actually are, right? We don't really care about what flavor, but the fact is, you're set up as one side of the scale or the other. And if you're cautious, compassionate, and enlightened, you're able to see and experience both sides of the scale. You're able to encompass the all of the human experience. We personally think most of us are 13.5 billion light years old. That's the way we talk about it. That we've existed always and will exist always. I was just speaking an hour ago with a 5-year-old girl that I just met in the living room. And she says to me, you know, we never die. And I said, thank you for reminding me. We never truly die. Our breath returns to the water as gas, as vapor. Our water returns to the sea following the gravitational disillusionment. Our bodies return the plasma in our body back to the soil. And at some point, our bones are holding water as solid. So we see the great-grandmother of space, Makapo, as being the ice, water solid. We see the Earth Mother as being plasma, water that's in a living organism, an orange or a tangerine or a grape or a fish or you know, water existing in your cells. We see liquid water as being the young ingenue, the woman that is the sea. And we see in the West, the masculine, 3 faces of water feminine, 1 face masculine. Water as fire, right? Water as the energy of the sun. So there's an understanding the Hawaiians had of the paradox of things. The paradox exists in all things. My grandfather would say, you know, it's always the same. It's always changing. It's the same thing again and again. It just keeps on changing. You know, if it didn't change and it stayed the same, then that would be something different. But no, it's the same. It just keeps changing. It's like the seashore. I was sitting in church one day, 9 years old. I use the term sitting loosely. I was fidgeting in the pews the way we do when you're 9 years old. And I was looking at this really interesting statue at the front of the room with somebody who looked relatively uncomfortable nailed to a piece of wood. And I said to my grandfather, you gotta be kidding me, right? This can't be what we're all looking for. And he says, shh, boy, I'll tell you later. I said, well, why are we even sitting here? And he says, you see the man up at the front of the room with the funny robes? I said, yes. He said, he's part of the village too, right? How lonely would he be if nobody showed up on Sunday? And since we have to get together to go fishing, might as well meet here. It makes relationships with your grandmother so much better all week long. I was like, well, all right, Grandpa, that makes a lot of sense to me. And he says, now, if you sit still and be quiet, I'm going to show you where God lives. Now, when you're 9, that's quite a promise, right? So I was like, okay, I'm in, you know, and I sit there. And at the end of the Mass, he takes me out. He says, let's go. And we head back to the house and we grab a bucket and we grab a throw net for fishing. And we head down to the beach and we start to walk along these cliff walls, about maybe 2 miles. And I'm thinking, wow, God lives really far away, you know, because I'm 9, right? And we get finally to this little rocky beach and he sits me down in the rocks and he says, there you go. And I'm like, what? And he says, right there, right where the water reaches the land and the air is touching the water and the land. He said, right on that seam. He says, watch those waves. You think it's not changing, but in fact, in any given second, a drop of water, a grain of sand, a molecule of the air is in motion. It's never the same, never the same. He said, right there along that seam, boy, that's where God lives. I was like, whoa. No, that made a lot more sense than the little wooden statue we were just looking at. And I held that. And years later, coming out of college, he says, where are you going to put your attention? I said, well, since the water is really important, I think I'll go to work for the National Ocean and Atmospheric Administration. These guys look like they're in charge of the water. We ought to get there. And turns out I was wrong. They're just in charge of the research and the IP grants. It's kind of like the place where the old Navy guys go to retire is NOAA. And the old Army guys go to FEMA to retire. But I'm still working with both of those communities in the hopes of expanding their awareness. And I still say to them, the sacredness of the water is inviolable. The sacredness of the water is the inheritance of all of life. Water is the physical manifestation of spirituality. My grandfather said, if you want a spiritual experience, go flush the toilet. Now, I know that sounds flippant, but when we grew up, there was an outhouse 50 yards away. And we recovered our waste and used it to make fertility for the soil. So when we came to Honolulu in the big city, I mean, the first time I sat in that hotel room, turning the light on and off and flushing the toilet, I don't know, 20 times, I was like, this is amazing. Where does the water come from? And where does it go? And when you think about it from a philosophical and transpersonal perspective, flushing the toilet might have to do with looking at your own inner spirituality, clearing out the garbage in your water stream, moving through, knowing that water seeks its own level, knowing that all drops return to the sea. So we say water as the spiritual progression for human beings is a given. You follow the water, or as the story goes, ka'ua, aloha ka'ua. Ua is our word for rain. Ue is our word for tears. Each person manifests in the keaulu, the clouds, during that gestation period, that imagination, the beginning of the spiritual essence. And at the moment of your birth, you are rained down the water of Kane, that individual water drop at the top of the mountain, Mauka, and you begin your journey through the puddles of your family and the rivulets of your early education and the lakes of your vocation. But ever and always, as the drop, you are making your way to the sea. Ever and always. Sometimes the drop gets hung up in a stagnant little pool. You know what I'm talking about. And now what saves you is a great storm. And that turmoil and those tears wash that stagnant pool and get the water on its journey again. ever and always making its way to the sea. My grandfather said, the real trick is, does the raindrop remember it is the raindrop once it enters the ocean? Do you know yourself? Can you maintain your individual expression and perspective at the moment of transition? And by the way, again, that moment comes for us all. So my grandfather told me when I was 11, start preparing for that moment now. Me, I'm pretty prepared for that moment. The inflammation that Jalal was talking about, that is one of the key indicators in health. And we're looking for these markers as we move through life. I myself have been, in the last 8 years, quite challenged health-wise. I mean, through some incident, I ended up as a paraplegic for a couple of years, and prior to that, quadriplegic. So I spent a couple of years in bed, unable to move, and then a couple of years in a wheelchair, unable to walk, but moving the upper body. And now I'm out walking again. And thank you, Veda. A lot of that is just, having that deep relationship with the water in your body, with the water around you, and understanding the nature of prayer and healing and forgiveness. So holding that, understanding that it's relational, not transactional, right? I'm sure the economics professors at the university are right now fidgeting, as they're going to listen to me and go, wait a minute, it's all about transactionality in a zero-sum game. And I'm thinking, nah, it's never about the zero-sum game. It's always about the relationality. The way my grandfather explained it to me, he said, everyone has 3 families to map onto the 3 levels of your soul, your uhane. He said, the first family, that's the family you're born to. Now that family is there to teach you something, mostly about yourself, and not all of it nice, if you know what I mean, right? That family always has that uncle we don't trust around the 13-year-old girls. And generally has that crazy grandma. She's not going to complain about that again, just like every Thanksgiving. We cut grandma's wine off. Make sure the uncle is never left alone with the girls. And on New Year's, both of them are still at the gathering. That's because they're family. And in family, we accommodate, but we don't have to feel trapped. The second family you have is the family you choose. Your friends, your lovers, even your children. I want to remind us that although you may choose your children, to your children, you're the family they were born to. So you got to watch that relationship. It's a little tricky, we say in Hawaiian. You family you're born to, family you choose. You ever notice how even when you switch jobs, your circle of friends, that sort of chosen family shifts? It goes with the new people in your life. Now, those 2 families are very interesting, but in truth, we began this with the family you were never without, the grandfather's son, the grandmother moon, the sky father, the woman who is the sea, the earth mother. My grandfather said, the longer you live, the more you will find yourself alone. And you will come to realize that the family you were never without, the grandfather's sun, the grandmother moon, the sky father, the earth mother, they will be the witnesses to the end of your life, just as they were with you at the beginning of your life. He told me when I was 14, learn that lesson early, boy. Respect and experience the relational world that is surrounding you. Do not limit yourself to the critiques of other human beings, but rather follow deeply the voice of the water within you. Follow deeply the water in relationship to the plant world, to the insect world, to the fish world. He would say, the fin, the furry, the flying, it's like the feather. He'd say, these are all your family. These are all relationship moving through the water. The water as atmosphere, or the water as the ocean, or even the water as ice. The ice within that rock that crosses the galaxy and enters our solar system. The drop of water trapped within the pohaku is the great grandmother, that ice. And as those rocks gather, which is why to us stones, pohaku kane, have life, have animation, are part of the creation process. These rocks, through the gravitational well, compress and squeeze the water to the surface of the planet. Same way as if you squeeze an orange, the water exits the skin and creates the layer that is the keaulu, that is the ocean, that is the cycle of rain, that creates the 2% fresh water that we all need to survive. What does that mean when we report PFAs, or forever chemicals now within our atmosphere, within the water systems, within the water table? What does that mean for our great-grandchildren and the generations yet to come? How irresponsible has science been regarding the development of these economies of energy, economies of ownership, economies of extraction? If we were listening to the water, it would be about relationality. It would be about how we are all interrelated. And that awareness sits at the edge of every human experience. And what I'm talking about now is not a learning, it is a remembering, right? I'm just reminding you of something you've always known from the beginning. You've always felt to be true, that we, in fact, are all connected, not just on this little rock spinning around our particular hydrogen ball burning, but in fact, all of the universe interrelated, part of one great experience. And it is about the hydrogen, we say. Single electron circling a single neutron, right? The first element, hydrogen. The second most prevalent element in the universe is helium, and that's just a hydrogen after the energy's been spent. So again, we're back at hydrogen. So they separate the oxygen, which we use on this particular form to breathe, and our cousins, the tree life, will breathe that oxygen or breathe the carbon, our excess waste, and convert it back to oxygen again for us. And it's all been driven by the hydrogen of the sun. So really, at some point, it's all just about the hydrogen and the oxygen. It's just about the water. You could call it like a deconstructed BLT sandwich. Just deconstruct the water, you got oxygen and hydrogen, and there you are. You know, and that's all the rage in the restaurants in LA these days, a deconstructed cheeseburger. I'm like, oh, for God's sake, I have to self-service my cheeseburger and put it back together again. And in truth, put down the cheeseburger. That can't possibly be good for you. So, you know, have a nice cucumber or some watermelon, you know, something that has a little bit more water in it and perhaps a little more integrity. I digress. Water as the physical manifestation of spirituality, as the center of our experience, as the thing that we actually all have in common, all of life, not just the two-legged sea monkeys, all of life dependent on water. And yet, from a policy perspective, we will argue about water as if industry, agriculture, and human residential use are the only functions of water. Absolutely not true. And while we may be timeless and immortal in our experience, the Earth Mother has an agenda, right? And she's going to keep to her agenda, as my grandfather said. And we can either be deeply in loving relationship with it or counter to her purposes. I would recommend the former and not the latter, you know, just for the experience, just to be here for the generations yet to come, and for those who have come before us, the ancestors. 7 generations, they say. I work as an urban planner. You know, so I've sat in a meeting with some young people and they go, 7 generations. Let me see, each generation is about 25 years. And so we're roughly looking at 175 years of. That's not what the old people meant. My grandfather explained it like this. Each human being, if you are lucky, is 5 generations. You know your grandparents, you know your parents, you know you and your peers, you know your children, and then you know your grandchildren, if you're lucky. The 6th generation is anybody who ever came before you, all the way back 13.5 billion light years. The 7th generation is anybody who's ever coming after you. What they mean by using 7 generations thinking is there is not a decision you make that is not for all time. Think about it. If I decide to get up and go use the bathroom right now, I just walk off the screen. And that would be a decision I made for all time. There would be no reversing that. There is, in fact, no reversing any decision you've made. There's only the attempt to make up for the bad impacts of an uninformed decision. So inform yourself prior to making those decisions. He would say, the moon is always half in shadow. You think it's going through phases, But that's because of your perspective. He says, change your position and look again. The moon is always half in shadow. Balance. He told me, don't make any decision until you've seen the shadow of something. Too many times we are presented with the full, well-lit face of the moon. And most business partners understand this. They show you their brightest, shiniest self. Wait till you see the shadow before making a decision. Make sure you understand, and your children and your children's children understand. The moon always half in shadow. That's probably why I picked this lighting, so I could be all dramatic about, shadow and this side. Showbiz kids, they say, illustrate the point. By the way, understanding that the moon was half in shadow is how most Polynesians knew that the earth was round. You're just watching that shadow move across the grandmother moon. Clearly a round object, right? If that's our ancestry, we're living on a round ball. If we're watching the sails of our canoes disappear over the horizon, pretty certain the thing is round, right? If we're watching the shadows move across the planet, pretty certain it's round. But thanks so much, English, for the clock and the sextant and the maps and the calendar. Hey, thanks. You know what I don't get about the calendar? How come 1 month only has 27 days, 28 days? And some months have 31 days, and that, the moon takes exactly 29 and a half days to go around because of the wobble of the earth. It doesn't change. At best, we should have 30 days in every month. So how is it that these guys got a calendar that can't even be correct in a 12-month period? It's because they handle things transactionally rather than relationally. And again, I say, relationality is evident everywhere, a given. Your relationship might be bad, but it's still a relationship. Try to work on that, will you? Try to work on calming the water. And if it looks like you have, how my Scottish friends say, too much shite in your water, flush the toilet. Flush the toilet. Redo yourself again and again. You can reinvigorate the water in your system, whether it's in your soul, whether it's present. So I just wanted to touch on some of the little things we learn about the perspective of water and how it influences us as psychosocial beings, and how our behavior is generated by the water. If the water is still in your soul, then the experience is calm. If the water is rising and boiling and in turmoil, the experience is challenging. But it's your experience. So you can choose, boil the water or let the water go clear and still. Water is the physical manifestation of spirituality. Ha-vai-e. The water of the breath of life is here. Come and visit sometime. We've been all over the world, and we stopped here, 2,000 miles away from everything and everybody. There was a reason for that. You should come and experience it. Veda, thank you so much. Sorry to just be talking on and on and on, but telling stories is what Hawaiians do best. Much aloha to you, much love, Always a pleasure.
Oh, Kalani, I'm in shadow too, mimicking you over there. You can hardly see me, but I love you.
You look fabulous. I love you. Everybody looks good. I'm not shiny, happy faces.
But I mean, you touch everybody. And I'm so honored that you made it. You know, you just got out of hospital yesterday and now you're on the beach in the moonlight sharing your story.
Escaping the hospital, you know, it's like,
Yeah, you got to
why?
escape out of there. I agree. But I want to tell you that I love you and I love you always.
Love you too, my sister. Love you always.
Always.
Always. The work you do is phenomenal. And by the way, lightning in a bottle. But I heard that you were overwhelmingly, you know, just like bang, became one of the shiny moments. And so I understand you met my really good brother, Ramsey Tom, there.
I did.
You know, because I couldn't make it.
Yeah.
Fabulous.
You got to send him my love. He is a very, very special man too. We sat around, we had a kava ceremony, which I'd never actually had one before. And we got to say what our commitment was. And it's a very powerful thing when you say that out loud. And I said something along the lines of that my commitment was to the waters and to bring forth the voice of the waters and to share the water's love with everyone to my very dying breath in this body.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So Kalani, on behalf of all of us, we thank you and we love you. You're a shining light. And so it is dark here now, and I'm going to say goodbye for now to everyone. We will reconvene again tomorrow. It starts at 6 a.m. in New Zealand, so I'm going to pretty much go to bed. And we will see everybody again soon. So thank you so much. My love.
Much aloha to you all. Much love, everyone. Love the water. Water is love.
Bye-bye.